On August 2, 2015, 39-year-old Jason Corbett was sleeping peacefully at home in Wahlberg, Davidson County, North Carolina, USA. His family included his wife, Molly Martins, their 2 children, Jack, 10, and Sarah, 8, and Molly's parents, T and Molly's parents, Tom and Sharon Martins. Jason, originally from Limerick, Ireland, hired Molly Martins as an au pair after the tragic death of his first wife, Margaret, due to an asthma attack. Molly was 24 years old. Jason needed help caring for his 2 young children, 3.5 years old and Sarah, 1.5 years old, so he brought Molly from Knoxville, Tennessee, United States, to Ireland. Jason and Molly gradually developed a romantic relationship. Jason's job as plant manager for an international packaging company required the family, including Jack and Sarah, to relocate to Davidson County, North Carolina, in 2011. The same year, Jason and Molly got married. The Corbetts appeared to have a fulfilling life in North Carolina. Jason focused on his job at the packaging plant, while Molly took on the responsibility of caring for the children and enjoyed coaching a children's swimming team. At 3 a.m., on August 2, Tom, Molly's father, called 911. He informed the operator that my daughter's husband, my son-in-law, had gotten into an argument with my daughter. I intervened, and I believe he's in bad shape. We need assistance. He's bleeding profusely, and I may have killed him. A paramedic team was dispatched to the scene, and the emergency dispatcher instructed Tom and Molly to perform CPR until they arrived. Unfortunately, there was nothing that could help Jason. He died of multiple blows to the head. Tom and Molly were transported to the police station in separate patrol cars. Molly described what happened that night at their house. Sarah, 8, approached her in her husband's bedroom door around 3 a.m. She was experiencing nightmares again. Molly went up to her room to comfort her. When Molly returned, Jason was furious at being woken up. After that, the couple got into a fight, and Jason attacked Molly and started choking her. Tom heard the screams and noises. He walked into their bedroom with a baseball bat in his hand. Tom, 65, confirmed his daughter's statement while sitting in another interview room. When he awoke to screams upstairs, he told his wife to stay in the room and decided to investigate what was happening. He heard Jason threaten to kill his daughter, so Tom brought a metal bat for protection. Tom entered the bedroom as Jason was strangling Molly. Tom turned to Jason and asked him to let his daughter go and relax. He refused to let Molly go and threatened to kill her. Jason turned his back on the bathroom and started dragging Molly behind him. She resisted, but she was weakened. Tom realized his daughter could not be left alone with the aggressor, so he hit Jason in the head several times with the bat. However, Jason was able to knock Tom to the ground and take away the bat. Molly, terrified that Jason would kill Tom, grabbed a decorative garden stolen from the bedside table and used it to cover Jason's head. Due to the pause, Tom was able to get to his feet, grab the bat, and continue to hit Jason in the head. He paused when he realized he was already dead. Tom admitted that he did not like his son-in-law and his family, and had previously advised Molly to hire a lawyer and file for divorce. The police photographed Molly and Tom for the report. Surprisingly, there were no signs of a struggle, such as abrasions or bruises. So, what exactly happened at the Corbett house? But first, let me explain everything in more detail. Molly Martin spent most of her life in Knoxville, Tennessee. She was the sole daughter in a family of 4 children. Her father, Tom, dedicated 30 years of his life to the FBI, and her mother was a math doctor. Tom coached soccer for the local children's team in his spare time, while Molly practiced singing and dancing with her friends. She enjoyed reading, and as a teenager, she participated in her mother's book club, where she shared her thoughts on what she had read. Sharon and Tom were well-educated and wealthy. Molly decided to pursue a medical degree after high school, and in 2003, she enrolled at Clemson University in South Carolina. Studying proved to be extremely difficult, requiring a great deal of hard work and effort. She soon dropped out of university. Molly and Keith Megan started dating in early 2007 and moved in together a few months later. Molly worked as a nanny and taught children to swim, while her boyfriend worked for a local nonprofit organization. Their relationship with Molly grew quickly. She was fun, cheerful, and carefree. However, they both struggled with mental health issues. Molly had been diagnosed with depression and had informed Keith about her bipolar disorder prior to beginning their relationship. Keith notes that things were fine at first, Medication helped her with her mental health issues. However, she contracted Staphylococcus aureus later. The infection medication appeared to interfere with the effects of the bipolar disorder medication, throwing Molly off balance. Molly experienced migraines and insomnia during this difficult time, as Keith mentioned. She spent a lot of time soaking in the bathtub, occasionally crying while lying on the floor. Molly used to take 16 pills every day. She was unable to continue babysitting and remained at home. Keith took over, fully supporting them both despite his low income. Molly was now depressed, and every time he returned home, he had no idea what was waiting for him behind that door. The relationship grew strained. After a while, she improved. Molly insisted on getting engaged to Keith. He took this step for her, hoping it would improve her condition. But he was mistaken. It didn't help, nor did her desire to have kids. Molly became pregnant with Keith. However, she had an early miscarriage in September of 2007. Molly's condition did not improve in February, so her parents paid for her stay in the psychiatric unit at Emory Hospital in Atlanta. He or she was to be assisted in stabilizing her condition and prescribing the appropriate medication. 4 days later, she returned to Keith, and the two attempted to continue living together. By the end of February, the couple's relationship had deteriorated significantly. Molly simply told Keith one night that she wanted to travel to Europe and work as a live-in nanny. He didn't think she should leave, let alone work with children, because she couldn't even go grocery shopping by herself. Molly soon departed for Ireland, and Keith never saw her again. Molly claims that the babysitting job came at an important time for her. After graduating from university, she struggled with feelings of inadequacy and had no idea who she was or who she wanted to be. She was fortunate to meet Jason, who helped her come to her senses and understand her role in caring for his children. A few months later, Jack and Sarah began calling her mother, Molly, who lived in Ireland, her native land. So, after her engagement, she proposed to Jason that they marry and live in America, and he agreed. Tracy Lynch, Jason's sister, with whom they were always very close, claims that the Molly they knew in Ireland and the one they knew in the States are two different people. When relatives from Ireland arrived in Tennessee for the ceremony, they noticed Molly's unusual behavior. She tried to control everything, was frequently angry, and did not resemble those happy brides awaiting marriage. Sometimes she stayed in bed and refused to speak to anyone. Jason's family began to question whether he should join this American family, and his best friend noticed the unhappy groom in front of him. He even told him to simply leave, board a plane, and return to his home country. But Jason said he couldn't do that. He had already committed. 4 years later, Molly was very close to Jason's children and even considered them her own. However, her relationship with her husband was strained. Tracy claims that Jason had recently, in 2014, planned to return home. He was unhappy here and had started to gain weight. Molly was acting strangely, and he was unhappy with some of the things going on at home. He missed Ireland and said it would be difficult for him to leave. When Molly found out he wanted his children, he contacted her mother, but he refused to let her become their legal guardian. Jason refused to use his wife's citizenship to obtain a visa for himself. That way, she would have no legal basis to seek custody of the children if they later divorced. She later confessed to several of her friends about her husband's abuse, and neighbors began to keep an eye on Jason. Molly's statements were not supported by any visible evidence. According to numerous testimonies, there were no abrasions, bruises, or other injuries, and she did not appear to be a victim of abusive behavior, nor was she withdrawn or haggard. She didn't seem afraid of him. Jason, on the other hand, did not fit the description of a tyrant. He was personable, outgoing, and generous. The courtbed's closest neighbor reported that Molly had said things that did not fit the big picture he was aware of, and were most likely false. She admitted that she may have lied to others in order to make herself look good and avoid embarrassment over her words or actions. Molly answered detectives' questions on August 2, while still dressed in her pajamas from the bedroom fight, and reported that Jason had abused her. She had been to the hospital several times, but never explained how she sustained the injuries. Her husband was abusive, both verbally and emotionally, according to her. He occasionally sincerely apologized to her. Their relationship appeared to be on track to improve. However, the abuse continued, and each time the situation worsened. Despite this, her love for Sarah and Jack prevented her from abandoning him. Molly added that she had never told anyone about her husband's abuse, because the children were not hers, and they were not us citizens. Jason could have taken them away from her years ago, fearing that no one would believe his abuse. Molly began using hidden recording devices at the advice of her attorney, and she claims that many of the recordings she collected have been destroyed or lost, but those that remain have been turned over to prosecutors. For example, in the recording, Jason comes home late in December 2013. He finds the door locked and rings the bell several times. She opens it in 39 seconds and apologizes. "You never intended to do anything, did you?" he asks angrily and mocks her. Molly begs. Multiple smacking sounds can be heard, and she starts to whimper. "I absolutely despise you." She comes to a halt quietly just before the recording stops. She claims Jason had a key but was too drunk to open the door. And, as was often the case in their home, the rage would build up until whatever was going on was completely my fault. 4 days after their father died, 10-year-old Jack and 8-year-old Sarah were interviewed twice by state officials. The interview was conducted by a licensed social worker. The children described their father's aggressive behavior, ongoing marital problems, and allegations of verbal, emotional, and physical abuse. Perhaps more importantly, the children understood and recognized the problems. In response to questions, Sarah explained that Mom didn't want to wake Dad up because he'd get angry and say, "Why are you waking me up?" Jack witnessed his father's use of physical force on 1 or 2 occasions. The social worker asked a critical question to summarize what had been said. Did anyone teach them or ask them to answer certain questions in a specific way? Sarah answered, "My mother asked me to tell only the truth. Jason had made Tracy the legal guardian of his children a few years ago, in case of his death. She knew Molly would not let them go without a fight. Tracy immediately flew to North Carolina to petition for custody of the children. Molly did the same. Tracy took over as guardian of Jack and Sarah 16 days after Jason's death, and the two returned to Ireland. In January 2016, Tom and Molly were charged with second-degree murder. Tracy believes Molly learned about Jason's plans to return to Ireland with the children. However, without her, a strategy was devised to get rid of him. Molly had always wanted only her children, not her husband. Molly and Tom faced trial in July 2017 for Jason Corbett's murder. The prosecution presented a very different version of events, one that excluded strangulation and self-defense. Prosecutors relied heavily on forensic evidence, including photographs of Jason's body and gruesome signs of a struggle in the bedroom. According to the pathologist's report, Jason was struck at least 12 times in the head. The exact number could not be given because he was hit in the same spot repeatedly. The skull has visible cracks and severe bruising, similar to an injury sustained by someone who has fallen from a great height, been involved in a car accident, or has blood. According to a spatter expert, Jason's head was once 30 or 45 centimeters off the floor, and he continued to be struck. According to prosecutors, Jason was struck first while still sedated in his bed. Toxicology tests confirmed that Jason's system contained a sedative prescribed in Molly's name 2 days prior to the tragedy. Furthermore, Jason's $600,000 insurance policy had been changed about a year ago, and Molly was now the sole beneficiary. The jury was also shown photos of the defendants taken at the station on the night of August 2. Tom and Molly had no scratches on them. It was impossible to engage in the fight Molly described with a man who was larger, stronger, and taller than you without receiving a scratch or bruise. Tom and Molly were probably delaying the 911 call, making up their story for the cops while Jason's body cooled on the floor. This thought occurred after paramedics arrived at the Corbett home and noticed his body's low temperature. It was already cold. Jason's abusive behavior was not disclosed during his trial. Domestic violence was rarely discussed during the trial. In his testimony, Tom claimed that Jason exercised a lot of control over Molly. He noticed bruises on her body but had no idea where they came from. Although he admitted that he had never witnessed Jason's physical aggression, except on that August night prior to sentencing, Molly stated that incidents like August 2 occurred on a regular basis. The only difference this time was that my father was in the house. In defense of his clients, the attorney displayed a photo from the station showing Molly with a red mark on her neck, confirming strangulation. Jason had a routine physical exam 2 weeks prior to the incident, and the doctor stated that he had been stressed recently. He complained about uncontrollable fits of unreasonable rage. The autopsy revealed marks on Jason's left arm, indicating that he was defending himself. but none on his right arm, which he allegedly used to hold Molly by the neck. After 9 days of testimony, arguments, and photos from the scene of the tragedy, the jury was excused to deliberate after less than 5 hours in the room. They found Tom and Molly guilty. Both received sentences ranging from 20 to 25 years in prison. The court ruled a few days after the verdicts were announced. The lawyers objected to the court's decision, citing judicial errors, particularly the jury's incorrect actions, which violated the judge's instructions. Even before the verdict was announced, one of the jurors gave an interview to journalists, revealing that some of them had discussed the case in private, which is strictly prohibited. However, the court denied the motion. In Tom's case, the appeals court allowed only the defense and prosecution to present oral arguments in Mali in January 2019, but the defendants were not present. Each side was given only half an hour to present their main arguments. On February 4, 2020, the North Carolina Court of Appeals overturned Tom and Molly's convictions and ordered a new trial. Among other errors in the first trial, evidence that Jason was violent toward Molly was excluded. A year later, the North Carolina Supreme Court upheld the appellate court's decision, despite the state's challenge. It determined that the exclusion of certain evidence at trial, as well as the erroneous inclusion of others, may have prevented Tom and Molly from presenting a compelling defense, and thus their claims of self-defense had little evidentiary support. As a result, the jury was not fully informed about the evidence, and they were unable to perform their constitutional duties. Molly and Tom were each released on $200,000 bail in April 2021, after serving 44 months in prison. The interviews given by two young children shortly after their father's death are particularly noteworthy, and, while in the custody of Molly's family, both Jack and Sarah have since recanted their statements. They claimed that they were coached to lie about domestic abuse. They have since informed the Davidson County District Attorney's Office from their residence in Ireland that Molly coerced them into making those false statements, and that Molly was the one who was abusive. A new trial was held in November 2023, and the judge sentenced Molly Martins and her father Thomas to prison for at least 7 months following an emotional final day of sentencing hearings. On Wednesday, the power was led out of a North Carolina court in handcuffs after receiving sentences ranging from 7 to 30 months for Jason Corbett's voluntary manslaughter. This is in addition to the 3.5 years Molly and Thomas have already served since being convicted of murder. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Greed, envy, and the desire to accumulate wealth with little effort frequently drive people to commit the most heinous and cynical crimes. It's difficult to imagine how cruel a person can be in the pursuit of quick riches. As an example, consider the murder of a close relative. The story of Elizabeth Vasquez is truly shocking and terrifying. This kind and hardworking woman dedicated her entire life to the betterment of her family, striving to provide her beloved daughter with the best possible education. But the greedy heiress and her boyfriend did the unthinkable. For several years, this complex case sparked controversy and shocked the public with its inhumanity, demonstrating how a young woman can easily decide to murder her own mother. Let us try to understand how a prosperous and well-off family produced a true monster devoid of any feelings of pity, remorse, or conscience. The Vasquez family is large and happy. Elizabeth Lillian Vasquez Muvia was born in Catamarca, northwestern Peru, in 1967. She was the oldest of 6 children born to Ernesto Vasquez and Maria Muvila. Her parents were hardworking, simple people who worked hard to provide for their large family, including an education and a chance at a better life. The Vasquez family was friendly and happy. Elizabeth began helping her mother care for her younger siblings at a young age. She was an excellent student who graduated with honors, allowing her to easily gain admission to the prestigious university's Faculty of Law and Economics. While attending university, she met a young man named Alejandro Espino, who was also studying law and was regarded as one of the best students in his class. The two developed a romantic relationship that grew quickly, and they were officially married in 1987. Elizabeth's parents supported her decision from the start and happily welcomed her son-in-law into the family. Alejandro was a serious, intelligent, ambitious, and purposeful man who could properly care for their eldest daughter. Initially, the newlyweds lived in the Vasquez family home. However, after 6 months, Elizabeth became pregnant, and they decided to move into their separate home with only their daughter about a year after their marriage in 1988. The couple welcomed their only joint heir, whom they named Elizabeth Vasquez Espino, affectionately known as Elita in the family. The girl became the focus of all her numerous relatives' attention, as well as her parents' greatest joy. Several years after the birth of their daughter, the couple, whose careers were steadily improving, decided to relocate to Peru's capital, Lima. Alejandro was then vying for a prosecutor position in an anti-corruption department, while Elizabeth had started her own legal consulting firm. Both worked tirelessly for the benefit of their family, but were unable to devote enough time to their young daughter, confronted with an unsatisfactory experience hiring a nanny who did not perform her duties diligently. The young mother decided to send her daughter to her parents' entire market so that they could care for the heiress. Maria and Ernesto readily agreed and were overjoyed to have their granddaughter stay with them for a while. Notably, their youngest daughter, Giovanna, is elite. His aunt was only a few years older than Elita, so they got along well and interacted like sisters. Because of their complete dedication to work, the parents rarely saw their daughter and compensated by showering her with gifts during visits. Elita's stay at her grandparents' home lasted several years, and when her parents decided to bring her back to Lima, she had already begun school. It's worth noting that the abrupt change in environments did not help the girl, and she took some time to adjust to life in the bustling, noisy capital after the quiet, almost provincial Catamarca and the difficult parent-daughter relationship. As a child, Elita was quiet and well-behaved. She strived for academic excellence by studying music and foreign languages. She had a close and trusting relationship with her parents, who tried to make up for the years of forced separation. Elizabeth aspires to be more than just his mother. She wants to be his best friend, someone with whom she can share her most intimate thoughts. This remained true until Elita turned 15, when her elitist personality deteriorated rapidly. Tantra transformed her into a rude person. I stopped listening to her parents. She abandoned her studies, became involved in bad company, and worst of all, began stealing money from her parents' wallet. Elizabeth tried a variety of methods to connect with her daughter, hoping it was just a phase that Elita would outgrow. However, the girl frequently instigated heated arguments with her mother, resulting in hysterics and tears. During these times, Alejandro usually remained neutral, but if Elita sought his help, he frequently took her side. Elita was deeply hurt and offended by being constantly compared to her smart, beautiful, successful, and hard-working mother. Next to Elizabeth, Elita appeared to be the ugly duckling, completely opposite of her mother in every way. She lacked striking features, was overweight, lazy, and temperamental, frequently lied, and did not hesitate to steal. Elita had numerous complexes about her appearance, and when she expressed a desire for plastic surgery, Elizabeth, eager to please her daughter and mend their relationship, did not stop her. Elizabeth paid for her daughter's first rhinoplasty, followed by several more surgeries. When Alejandro and Elizabeth decided to divorce in 2007, their 18-year-old daughter reacted with a hysterical outburst, screaming, insulting, and blaming her mother for driving her father away. At the time, the family was in the United States, and the divorce caused some complications for citizens of other countries. Nonetheless, they returned home as divorced people and started living separately. By mutual agreement, the now adult but still dependent daughter remained at her mother's house. They continued to have heated arguments, and Elita would call her father crying and begging him to take her in. However, Alejandro, who had moved on with a new love, was reluctant to do so. He always persuaded the leader to reconcile with her mother and wait a little longer until she completed university and began her independent life. Despite her poor academic performance, bad character, and provocative behavior, elitist parents enrolled her in the law faculty of one of Peru's most prestigious universities. Our father and mother decided not to skimp on their only child's education, despite the cost. Elite has an untrustworthy boyfriend, and Elita has had her fair share of teen romances. But at 19, she felt truly in love for the first time. It all began on a Sunday morning at church, where she met a charming young man named Fernando Gonzalez. He couldn't take his gaze away from her during the service, and afterward, he approached her to introduce himself to Alida. Fernando appeared like a prince, handsome, attentive, and pleasant in voice. He invited her for coffee and conversation. As it turned out, he had a habit of scouting churches for young, well-dressed girls who arrived in luxury cars, then striking up a conversation, charming them, and playing on their emotions. He'd tell stories about his difficult childhood in a large family abandoned by their father, and how he was now supporting his mother, brothers, and sisters while working multiple jobs. Wealthy and naive girls would sympathize and offer him money. He occasionally managed to keep a wealthy girlfriend for a few months, but they usually left him once the truth was revealed. He was just an unemployed slacker who enjoyed the high life. Alida fell easily into Fernando's trap because she had complexes and always considered herself unattractive. She couldn't believe such a handsome man had noticed her and was willing to give him everything she had, or rather, everything her mother possessed. She told her mother everything, resulting in their first candid conversation in years. Elizabeth believed she had a chance to mend their relationship, especially since the leader had met the boy in church, which appeared promising, and assumed he was a good person. Fernando made a good first impression on Elizabeth. He told her his dramatic life story, and she believed him, concluding that such a good boy deserved help. She rented him a cozy apartment near central Lima and agreed to pay 70s of the monthly rent. She also paid for his business school tuition, promising him a job with her company later. Fernando appeared to appreciate her generosity and was eager to begin studying. He was not interested in attending boring lectures or working. He only wanted to have fun and spend someone else's money. He gladly moved into the rented apartment but never paid anything for it, claiming to be broke and promising to repay later. It soon became clear that Fernando had only attended a few business school classes before quitting. Following a serious conversation with Elizabeth, he appeared to be sorry. She decided to give him a second chance and hired him as a courier for her company. On his first day, he not only failed to complete a simple task but also betrayed other employees who had trusted him with sensitive documents. Elizabeth finally realized that this young man had charmed her daughter only to exploit her for his own gain. He had no intention of studying or working. She then forbade Alida from seeing him, causing her daughter to become angry and resentful. The leader screamed and cried, accusing her mother of attempting to destroy her life and steal her happiness. She refused to listen to reason and insisted on continuing to see Fernando despite the couple's failed separation attempt. Elizabeth decided to send her daughter to her parents' house for a while, naively believing that if Alida didn't see her boyfriend for a few months, her feelings would subside and Fernando would find another wealthy fool to exploit. But Elizabeth was gravely mistaken. Alida continued to communicate with her boyfriend via phone and social media, and her resentment of her mother only grew. Fernando had to leave the rental apartment because Elizabeth refused to pay for it. However, he found a smaller place rented for him by his young lover using her mother's money. As a spoiled child, Alida had some financial freedom and was able to use some of her mother's accounts. When summer vacation ended and university resumed, Alida rushed to see her boyfriend, who once again asked for money. She withdrew a significant amount from her mother's account and gave it to him, resulting in a heated argument with her mother later that evening. When Elizabeth noticed the missing funds, she decided to block access to her accounts, leaving her with only a small weekly allowance for personal expenses. This decision strained an already tense relationship. They barely spoke, mostly arguing, and Elizabeth's attempts to contact her daughter were unsuccessful. The monstrous plan. Fernando became enraged during one of their romantic dates when a leader failed to deliver the money he demanded. He cursed Elizabeth, screaming that she had a lot of money but wouldn't give it to her only daughter, and added that if Elizabeth died, adult Alida would inherit all of her wealth and they could live lavishly. This terrible idea took root in the minds of the elitists and grew stronger with each day. She was constantly complaining about how much she despised her mother, blaming her for all of her misfortunes, and fantasizing about how wonderful it would be if she disappeared. The young lovers began to devise a monstrous and cynical plan to eliminate Vasquez, including who they could recruit as accomplices. At the time, Elizabeth had nearly $3 million in her accounts, a successful business that could be sold, a large house in an affluent area of the capital, several cars, and significant life insurance coverage. If she dies, her only child will inherit everything. Alida Elizabeth seemed to sense danger and she realized she couldn't keep her daughter away from the mercenary and deceitful young man who had a negative influence on her. The situation was escalating and could end in the most unexpected way. Elizabeth, an experienced lawyer, drafted a will stating that in the event of her sudden disappearance or untimely death, all money and property should be transferred to Ernesto Vasquez, her father. She even managed to visit her parents and inform them of her decision. Meanwhile, Alida intends to stage her mother's kidnapping and murder by suspected criminals who will never be found. She and Fernando decided to enlist the help of a tough guy, or, at the very least, a courtenay holder, with the promise of generous payment for his services. He accepted the offer without hesitation, a crime against his own mother. On January 24, 2010, 21-year-old Alida met with her 23-year-old boyfriend to finalize the plan for the crime that would occur the following day. She remained calm and collected, already planning how she would spend the millions she had inherited. The next morning, January 25, Alida chose to stay at home rather than attend university due to illness. When her mother left to work, Fernando and Jorge were already lurking outside the house, waiting for Alida to distract the guard and let them in. Alida approached the guard on duty and asked him to get pain relievers from the nearest pharmacy, which was only a 5-minute walk away. This brief absence allowed the young men to enter the house and hide in the master bedroom. When Elizabeth returned, the leader loudly dropped the glass in the kitchen, signaling her attackers to assemble. When Elizabeth entered her room, Fernando knocked her to the ground and began choking her, while George held her down. Elizabeth miraculously managed to break free and run into the hallway, where her own daughter kicked her in the head. They restrained Elizabeth while she was conscious. However, their plans were thwarted by Maria Celine, a young servant girl who Alida tricked into another room and locked inside. When Elizabeth regained consciousness, her daughter, boyfriend, and accomplice brutally tortured her in an attempt to obtain the safe code and bank account passwords. Terrified, Elizabeth knew her daughter was in trouble, but she had always blamed it on Gonzalez as a negative influence. She now saw her only daughter's monstrous nature. Elizabeth was able to loosen the restraints and fight back against her daughter, scratching and punching her until Fernando knocked her to the ground. Alida became enraged and kicked her mother, eventually smothering her with a pillow until she stopped breathing. The trio then bound Elizabeth's lifeless body, duct-taped her mouth shut, and placed her in the trunk of her own car. Staging a kidnapping, Alida then dispatched another guard to get medication, allowing her accomplices to drive off the property. She released her to terrified Maria, falsely claiming that she and her mother had quarreled but reconciled, and that her mother had gone to bed. A strange story about a kidnapping during the search for a missing woman. As was customary in the morning, the maid prepared breakfast. But Alida entered the kitchen and informed her that her mother had gone to work early due to an important meeting. Alida then left the house to visit her mother's workplace. She walked into the office of Jessica Hippo, her mother's best friend and accountant, and broke down in tears, reporting that her mother was missing and that she was receiving strange, threatening, and ransom calls. The accountant immediately began blocking the accounts to prevent the intruders from accessing them, reported the incident to the police, and then left the office for a while. When she returned, Alida had left, and the office was in disarray, as if someone was searching for something. Later, it was discovered that Elizabeth's will had gone missing, which Alida had learned the day before by overhearing a phone conversation with a key she had stolen from her mother. Alida had also taken a copy of the will and cash from the safe while her mother was studying. Police arrived and inspected the house, interviewing both the missing woman's daughter and the office staff, but found no useful information. Everyone claimed that Vasquez had no enemies and that no one had threatened her, so no one was initially named as a suspect. The primary hypothesis was that it was a kidnapping for ransom. All that remained was to wait for a call from the criminals to receive additional instructions and demands. A terrifying discovery and the initial suspect. Elizabeth's disappearance was discovered the following day. It was reported that her car had been abandoned in a vacant lot outside of town. The inside was empty, but when law enforcement officers opened the trunk, they were astounded by what they discovered. Inside was the lifeless body of a missing woman, with signs of beatings. Forensic experts found dozens of bruises, severe head trauma, and rope marks on the victim's body, indicating that she was tied up and attempted to free herself. It was also determined that Vasquez died as a result of asphyxiation. Particles of blood and epithelium were discovered under her fingernails, indicating that she had resisted. It was now necessary to identify who the blood belonged to. Elida appeared in the lineup as a grieving daughter, crying, wailing, and appearing almost unconscious. However, during the interrogation, she behaves very differently. She was calm, even cold-blooded, and she was visibly annoyed by the investigators' questions. Furthermore, she contradicted herself repeatedly during her testimony when the police decided to check the information about the kidnappers' calls and sent a request to the cell phone company. It turned out that Elida had not received any calls. It also turned out that in the days preceding and following her mother's disappearance, Alicia had been in frequent contact with Juan Fernando Gonzalez, whom they also decided to question. However, the young man either insisted on his innocence or remained silent, resulting in irrefutable evidence and an arrest. Elizabeth's maternal grandparents were in charge of her funeral, while Elizabeth herself was unconcerned, focusing solely on how to get out of the situation, remain free, and save money. She called her father, who was already aware of the incident and crying, and told him she was innocent and asked for help. Her father advised her not to say too much and promised to get her out of the situation, despite knowing full well who had committed the crime. However, he did not want his daughter to go to prison because it would have brought shame to Alejandro, who was a powerful and respected man at the time, serving as Justice of the Peace and President of the Supreme Court. Meanwhile, forensic analysis revealed that the blood and skin particles under the deceased's fingernails belonged to her daughter. Elida attempted to claim that she had a serious disagreement with her mother, and that they had briefly quarreled before reconciling, but no one believed her. Further inspection of Elizabeth's room with special equipment revealed numerous white traces of blood throughout the house, including in the elitist room, despite her attempts to wipe away the evidence. At the very least, a story that she had an argument with her mother in the evening, but then made up, and that her mother left early for work the next morning and was never seen again, quickly fell apart. She contradicted herself, first claiming that she had not entered her mother's room, and then recalling that the ransom calls were entirely her creation. The testimony of the maid, Maria Solen, was crucial in the case. She described how, on the night of the crime, she was locked in a room where she could hear Elizabeth's screams and sounds of struggle, but could not intervene. After that night, she never saw her employer again, and Elida insisted that everything was fine with her mother, who had simply left for work early. All of this culminated in the arrest of Elida and her boyfriend, the criminal trio, and the battle for the inheritance. Elida was arrested at her mother's home. Her boyfriend was apprehended a few hours later at an entertainment venue. The next morning, George was arrested after Fernando betrayed him by attempting to blame him for the crime. It is worth noting that Gonzalez was the first to testify, in the hopes that cooperating with the investigation would benefit him and help to mitigate his sentence. Meanwhile, Alejandro hires the best lawyers for his daughter, but realizes she will not be able to avoid punishment. At the same time, he began dealing with Vasquez's inheritance, intending to claim it for himself, since the will had vanished and the heiress faced a lengthy prison sentence. He claimed that he and Elizabeth never divorced, but instead lived apart while remaining legally married. Meanwhile, Ernesto Vasquez, an elitist grandfather, decided to pay a visit to his favorite granddaughter in prison to look her in the eyes, and he couldn't believe that the girl he had known and raised since infancy could commit such a heinous crime. However, Elida acted arrogantly, shouting, insulting the older man, and stating that she did not want to see him again. This encounter deeply upset him, resulting in a heart attack from which he was unable to recover and died 6 months later. The Vasquez family was unable to prove the existence of the will left in their Ernesto's name because the document vanished from Elizabeth's office and the notary's database, seemingly taken care by Alejandro. All documents and references to the couple's divorce have mysteriously vanished, leaving Alejandro with the right to claim the deceased's inheritance, as well as the trial and verdict. Despite Elida Fernando and George's attempts to shift blame to one another, the investigation successfully reconstructed the events of that fateful evening, determining each participant's role in the crime. It was also established that the trio engaged in a deliberate conspiracy, which aggravated their guilt. Maria, the maid, testified that Alejandro threatened her and demanded that she give a different version of events, but she refused. In May 2012, the court convicted all 3 defendants. Initially, the prosecutor requested that each murderer be sentenced to 30 years in prison. While the men pleaded guilty, Elita repeatedly played the victim. Fernando and George were eventually sentenced to 28 years each, but the elitist trial was postponed. Elita claimed that the perpetrators were hired by relatives on her mother's side, who fabricated the inheritance story to seize Elizabeth's property and money. Her father had the same version of events. Attempts to declare Elita mentally ill and vulnerable to manipulation by criminals were also unsuccessful. Alejandro proposed sending her to a psychiatric hospital rather than prison, declaring her insane and incapable of fully inheriting his wife's estate. Finally, in December 2012, the court issued its final decision, sentencing Elita to a maximum of 30 years in prison. She and her accomplices are still serving their sentences in prison. The disputed inheritance remains unresolved. In the spring of 2021, Ala 100 died without becoming the sole heir. The Vasquez family, through the court, seeks to exclude Elita from the list of claimants to Elizabeth's property, citing her incarceration for murder. Currently, the primary claimant for the Maria Muvila is Elizabeth's mother. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. The Marlene Oaks case. Who owns the skull discovered in the woods? A crime is considered perfect when its primary goal is met and the perpetrator is not punished or even suspected. However, with the advancement of technology and scientific approaches, it is becoming increasingly difficult to commit such an act. Furthermore, even old, unsolved cases that appeared perfect in the past are now being successfully resolved decades later. In 1980, an auto mechanic named William Bill Major believed he had committed the perfect crime that could never be solved. Hardly a man could have predicted that more than 2 decades later, he would still have to face trial and receive a well-deserved sentence. And the new investigation was launched by his own daughter, whom he had deprived of a mother in her early childhood. Now let's take a closer look at the entire story, deconstruct this perfect crime and its impending punishment. To be fair, it should be noted that this high-profile and very cruel case of the disappearance of a young mother, Marlene Oaks, could have been solved back in the 1980s because the victim herself, who had a premonition of her impending death, left many clues for the police that for some reason, law enforcement did not pay attention to. Marlene Oaks. The early years. Helen Marlene Oaks was born on December 7, 1954, in the small town of Martinsville, Virginia, and was the middle of 3 children for Lorraine and William Oaks. She was raised alongside an older brother and a younger sister. Their family lived modestly, but the parents always tried to provide for their children and raise them to be worthy people. Today's childhood heroine preferred to go by her middle name, Marlene, which she preferred over Helen. She was petite and adorable, blonde with brown eyes and a charming smile, so it was no surprise that she drew a lot of attention from an early age. At the age of 16, barely out of school, the girl, eager to begin an independent life and escape parental care, hurriedly entered into the bonds of marriage. Her chosen one was a man named William Major, who was 10 years her senior, but the two were in love. The chosen one, who worked as an auto mechanic and appeared to the girl to be a serious and reliable man, was unconcerned about their age difference. Unhappy family life. Soon after officially legalizing their relationship, the couple moved into a trailer park on the outskirts of Verona, a small country town in Boone County, Kentucky. In 1972, the couple had their first common heir, a son whom they named Donald. Marlene was only 17 at the time, and her husband was already 27. 4 years later, the couple welcomed a younger daughter, Lalana. The couple continued to live in a small trailer on the ground of the trailer park. Marlene was a homemaker who raised their children and kept their modest home comfortable, while Bill worked at a service station fixing cars. He was skilled at his craft and, in a sense, a jack of all trades. He had every opportunity to build a successful career and start his own business. However, the man was not particularly concerned with money, spouses, or even the necessities of life, but rather with being the head of the family. He always managed to earn a little more. As a rule, I spent it all on drinks. Later, his addictions were accompanied by the use of illegal substances. At the same time, Bill was a sociable person who appeared friendly and welcoming to others. All of these qualities were extremely beneficial to him at work. People who sought assistance from his workshop frequently returned, and they also recommended mages to their friends as a reliable specialist. However, at home, Bill became a completely different person. Rude, selfish, and cruel. Former feelings that had once linked their lives to Marlene appeared to have vanished, leaving only misunderstanding, resentment, and irritation. The couple frequently argued, and their heated debates occasionally turned violent. Bill was not a caring husband or father, and he gradually became a domestic tyrant, a new neighbor, and a secret lover. In 1978, Glenn St. Hilaire, a young Canadian, was passing through Verona when his truck broke down. On the advice of the locals, he went to Bill Major's workshop, where he willingly agreed to repair the vehicle. The stranger was heading from Ohio to Texas. He knew no one in the area, and the only hotel in the suburbs was closed, so he had no idea where to stay. When Glenn complained to the auto mechanic about his situation, Bill promised to help and quickly found him a place to stay in a trailer park, as well as an invitation to dinner. The guest was enchanted by Marlene's beauty, kindness, and friendliness. The young woman prepared a delicious meal willingly and with interest. The conversation seemed very pleasant and open. 2 weeks later, Glenn returned to Verona to thank Bill for his assistance, and after another month, he decided to stay for a while. The man moved to the same suburban trailer park and began working in Bill's shop, eventually becoming his subordinate. In addition, the new neighbor became interested in Marlene and sought out every opportunity to meet with her. The situation in the family major has long been volatile. The spouses only quarreled, shouted at each other, exchanged insults, and occasionally fought for Marlene. Communication with the friendly and courteous Glenn became a real outlet. They grew close and eventually became lovers. The couple spent their entire free time together, trying to hide from prying eyes. However, in a quiet suburb where everyone knows each other, rumors spread quickly. Bill soon became aware of the rumors, but the cheating husband did not appear to be upset. Furthermore, he strangely encouraged their relationship while appearing to have lost interest in his young wife. The explanation for this behavior was quickly discovered, and it proved to be truly monstrous. Major, it turned out, had an unhealthy interest in his own children, and he soon began to experience his secret fantasies. The ugly truth and the start of the divorce process. Marlene soon noticed some strange and unusual behavior in 8-year-old Donald. The boy became withdrawn and nervous, slept poorly, and was afraid to be alone with his father. When his mother decided to have a candid conversation with him, the child told her about the horrible things his father did to him and begged her to protect him. Marlene was horrified by her son's confessions and realized that it was impossible to continue living this way. She had long intended to divorce Bill, obtain sole custody of the children, and relocate with Glenn and the children to her native Virginia, closer to her parents. Her lover also suggested that she do this, giving her a legitimate reason to expedite the divorce and move. Marlene told her husband everything she had learned from her son about his unacceptable behavior, declared her intention to divorce, and threatened to report him to the police. The scandal quickly escalated into manhandling, with Bill repeatedly hitting his wife in the face. From that point forward, spouses were literally at war. Marlene began the divorce process but separated from her husband. She couldn't yet, because she wanted to legally gain sole custody of the children. Her husband beat her nearly every day, insulted her, and threatened to kill her, and threatened to kill her. He promised to kill her, that he would ensure that the body was never discovered, and that he would stay with the children. The unhappy young woman simply didn't know what to do. She secretly kept a personal diary in which she recorded everything Bill said to her, including his threat to kill her and cover his tracks. Furthermore, while intoxicated with alcohol, Bill described in detail how he would kill his wife, dismember her, and hide the remains in various locations. The most important role he played in concealing the crime was to remove all of the teeth so that the body could not be identified by dental records. It is worth noting that all of these terrible things, both major and minor, describe not only his wife, but also some of his friends who did not take him seriously. Meanwhile, the situation worsened, and the trailer park neighbors became daily witnesses to the tumultuous marital conflict. Marlene flees, leaving behind no children or lover. Everyone was aware that Marlene had filed for divorce and was planning to relocate to another state with Glenn and their children. Nobody judged Marlene. Everyone was aware of the difficult and unhealthy situation in her family. However, relatives and neighbors expected everything to be resolved in a peaceful and civilized manner. On October 11, 1980, around noon, the spouses were once again outraged, but things quickly calmed down. Towards nightfall, an agitated and angry Bill led the children to one of the nearby trailers and knocked. He explained that his wife had fled with her lover, leaving his son and daughter behind, and asked him to watch the children until tomorrow while he searched for Marlene and brought her home. The neighbors agreed to shelter the children for the night, and they assumed the young woman had fled with Glenn, but they couldn't understand how a loving and caring mother could abandon her adored children. What was everyone's reaction when Glenn walked out of his trailer in the morning? And when asked about the escape, he simply stared at those around him, incomprehensibly. He had not seen his beloved since yesterday and was unaware that she had disappeared somewhere. Then Glenn went to Bill to clarify the situation, but the enraged husband only yelled that his wife had found another lover and lost her mind. Glenn, on the other hand, did not believe his words because he knew for certain that no other man was at Marlene's side and she would never abandon the children. A day later, Major went to the police, where he reported his wife's disappearance and gave his version of events. He also stated that their family car had vanished, lending credence to the runaway theory. However, the police found the entire story strange. They got the impression that Bill was making it up as he went along, occasionally contradicting himself and confusing himself with simple clarifying questions. Look for the missing woman. Interrogation of witnesses. The police decided to begin their investigation into this case by surveying the couple's neighbors and relatives, as well as researching the circumstances surrounding the young woman's disappearance. All agreed on the difficult relationship between the spouses, but claimed that Marlene would never have abandoned Donald and Lelena because she loved them more than life. There were also those who heard Bill's creepy stories about murdering his wife and disposing of her body. This resulted in the man's arrest and interrogation, but he claimed it was just drunken chatter and that he had no intention of harming his spouse. The next oddity was that a search of the house turned up the missing woman's passport, wallet with cash, driver's license, and all of her personal belongings. It appeared that she had just gotten into a car and left without her belongings, money, or documents. But where are you going? Marlene's relatives were unable to respond to this question, but her sister mentioned during their last disturbing phone conversation that Oakes was afraid for her life and kept a diary in which she recorded everything that happened to her. The detectives were eager to learn more about the diary, but when they searched the trailer, they discovered nothing similar. A few days later, Glenn arrived at the police station with the diary. He explained that Marlene had left him notes to keep in case something happened to her or she vanished without a trace. When the woman went missing, he waited a few days before taking the notebook to the station, realizing she was unlikely to return. The pages contained some truly horrific entries, such as beatings, humiliation, and threats. There was also a detailed account of how Bill promised to kill his wife. Marlene also mentioned the husband's unhealthy interest in children. In this regard, it was decided to speak with Marlene's son, but he provided no useful information, did not answer any questions, and simply asked to be allowed to go home. For some reason, the detectives ignored the fact that the boy was scared and unable to answer questions truthfully. Donald's father had interviewed him beforehand, and he was afraid to say anything unnecessary for fear of angering his parents. They chose not to traumatize 4-year-old Lelena and did not question her. For the next few weeks, police officers searched the neighborhood for any leads or clues. Marlene and her car were wanted across the state, but both appeared to have vanished. There was no reason to think she was dead or murdered. The investigation has come to a dead end. The move appears to be an escape, despite the fact that relatives and neighbors testified against Bill and the man himself was repeatedly summoned for questioning. No reason for his arrest was ever found. No body or conclusive evidence that Marlene had been seriously injured was discovered, and she remained missing. Major began quickly selling off his property, explaining that he was moving closer to his parents because it was difficult for him to manage 2 children following his wife's escape. Among other things, he sold his weapons, which included a rifle, a shotgun, and several pistols. His strange behavior resembled an ordinary escape for the children, rather than a preparation for moving. Bill kept telling them that their mother never loved them and therefore abandoned them. He claimed that Marlene was an alcoholic and that she had numerous lovers who were more important to her than her family. Bill worked hard to turn his son and daughter against their own mother. attempting to make them despise the person they loved the most. It should be noted that he did quite well because Donald and Lelana were still young and blindly trusted their father. Soon, Bill and his children relocated to Rhode Island, where his parents lived. They bought a trailer and settled there for many years. However, with Marlene's disappearance, Donald and Lelana's lives began to spiral downward. Their father brutally beat them, abused them, humiliated them, and did even worse things. Initially, these tortures were primarily directed toward Donald. However, as Lelana grew older, the bitter fate did not spare her. About a year later, the man met a new lover named Pauline and began living together, but they were unable to legally marry because the Major was still married to the missing Marlene. Nonetheless, the couple had a child together, and for a while the family lived a quiet life until one day. Pauline did not see what Bill was doing with his own son. She immediately went to the police and told them everything, then left with her child. Bill was eventually arrested, and his children went to live with their maternal grandparents in Virginia. A grisly discovery in the woods. Around a year and a half after Marlene's mysterious disappearance, a hunter discovered a terrifying sight in a wooded area near a Verona trailer park. He noticed that his dog had begun digging in the ground, revealing what appeared to be a fragment of a human skull. The man immediately reported it to police, and the arriving experts confirmed his suspicions. It was indeed a severely damaged skull. The discovered remains were immediately sent to forensic experts for a thorough examination, and the experts' conclusions were extremely frightening. The skull was missing its lower jaw and lacked any teeth. There were 2 bullet holes, and the shots were fired at point-blank range. Experts also discovered chop marks from a large knife or axe on the bones, indicating that the head was likely separated from the body. It was impossible to say for certain who this skull belonged to, but based on the size and condition of the bones, it was assumed to be a young woman under the age of 30. The story of Marlene's disappearance immediately came to mind. The entire area within a radius of several kilometers was thoroughly searched, but no other remains or belongings were found. So the discovery was dubbed Jane Doe, which means unknown, and the search was halted. A new investigation 20 years later. When Donald and Lelana moved into their grandparents' home, their lives gradually improved. Most of all, they feared the day their father would be released. However, after his release, Bill showed no interest in his adult children and did not contact them for a long time. Lelana avoided talking about her mother because she was angry at her for abandoning them with a tyrant father. However, during a candid conversation with her grandmother, Lelana inquired as to why her mother had abandoned her and her brother after falling out of love. The old woman responded that she did not believe the story of the escape and believed that her spouse had dealt with her. At this point, the girl's world flipped upside down. She looked at the situation from a completely different perspective and realized the grandmother was correct. The girl decided to conduct her own investigation to solve the mystery surrounding her mother's disappearance. Lelana began by keeping a notebook in which she recorded everything she could recall from her childhood, as well as everything her older brother knew and remembered. When the girl was 22 years old in 1998, she decided to return to her hometown, Verona, to speak with former neighbors and see if any of them had any useful information. As it turned out, Glenn still lived in those places, and he remained hopeful that one day the mystery of his beloved's disappearance would be solved. His personal life hasn't developed. The man was lonely, worked at a local factory, and was obsessed with the investigation into Marlene Oak's case. Glenn Lelana learned about her mother's diary, which she gave him to keep safe before her disappearance. This diary was later added to the case file and eventually lost on the shelves of the police archives. Lelana was able to obtain permission to view her mother's writings and was astounded by the contents of the diary. Not only did her mother know she was about to die, but she also revealed the identity of her killer, the method of death, and the process of concealing the evidence. After reading the notes, the girl rushed to see her father, whom she hadn't seen in over 10 years. In order to discover the truth, it should be noted that Bill remarried after being released from prison, but in 1995, he suffered a stroke and has since been confined to a wheelchair. When he discovered the reason for his daughter's visit, he simply laughed in her face. Lelana begged him to tell her where he had hidden Marlene's remains so that she could give her mother proper burial. The girl promised not to go to the police and that everything Bill said would be kept between them, but the father only insulted his daughter, called her crazy, and said she would never know what happened to her mother. Lalela discovered from her mother's diary that her father was planning the perfect crime, which included dismembering her, removing all of her teeth, and burying the remains in various locations. Also, Lalana, who, like her brother, was bullied by Bill as a child, discovered some horrific details in her father's biography. Bill had already served time for harassment prior to meeting their mother. However, for some reason, police officers overlooked this circumstance when they entrusted Majaru with the children following their mother's disappearance. In 2000, 2 decades after Marlene's disappearance, her daughter launched a new investigation into the case, providing all of the evidence she had gathered on her own. Lalana and her brother were re-interviewed, and this time they described everything their father had done to them, with the beatings being the least of their concerns. At the same time, Lalana learned of an unidentified skull fragment with no teeth or lower jaw discovered in the nearby woods a year and a half after her mother's disappearance. She began to insist on DNA testing, but the procedure was prohibitively expensive at the time, and government agencies refused to pay for it. However, Lalana did not give up and organized a fund to pay for the procedure. Relatives, neighbors, and concerned citizens all chipped in, and by the beginning of 2001, Lalana had raised enough funds to complete the identification process. The analysis determined the girl's kinship with the previously unidentified remains and confirmed that the skull fragment discovered belonged to the missing Marlene Oakes. Then, having already received the examination results, Lalana went to her paternal grandfather to speak with him and see if he knew anything. The elderly man was shocked by the news and agreed to testify against his own son. Bill's father claimed that in 1980, while his son was intoxicated, he told him that he killed his wife with 2 shots to the head, dismembered her body with a hunting knife, and buried the remains in separate locations that were a significant distance apart. At the same time, he removed the lower jaw and teeth with great care. Marlene's car was thrown off a cliff into the river, but the police were unable to locate it or its fragments for more than 2 decades. The turbulent mountain river either carried the vehicle far downstream or completely destroyed it, grinding it against sharp rocks. A trial and a fair verdict, regardless of the new circumstances and evidence discovered. There was still no probable cause to arrest Bill. The police then decided to play a trick, asking Bill's father to bring his son to a frank phone conversation in which he confessed to everything. The trick worked, and when Major learned that his daughter wanted to resume the investigation, he told her that she would be unsuccessful because he had safely hidden all of his wife's body fragments, her car, and the instrument of crime. Bill's words became the reason for his arrest as he confessed to everything. The man was arrested in July 2001 after listening to a recording of the telephone conversation and learning about the skull's identification. He admitted what he had done. However, he blamed everything on his late wife, claiming that she drove him to scandals, cheating, and threats to take his children and prevent him from seeing them. At the trial, Bill told his version of the story, claiming that he and his wife had a fight in the car and she began threatening him with a gun, but he grabbed the gun from her and allegedly accidentally shot her twice in the head, except that the shots were fired into the back of her head at point-blank range, implying a premeditated crime rather than self-defense. Bill's trial did not begin until the summer of 2003, 23 years after the crime. The 59-year-old defendant arrived at the hearing in a wheelchair. He himself remained calm and confident that he would be able to avoid punishment. The lawyer he hired insisted that this crime was committed in self-defense and that Lalana and Donald's claims of harassment were false. Despite the defense's best efforts, the court convicted Major of the brutal premeditated murder of Marlene Oakes. The man was surprised to learn that he had been sentenced to life imprisonment. In December 2016, Bill attempted to apply for parole but was denied. A year later, he died in prison from a second stroke. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Suzanne Pilley's mysterious disappearance sent shockwaves through her community, causing serious concerns among her loved ones. Suzanne, a 38-year-old bookkeeper, was scheduled to start work at 9 a.m. that fateful Tuesday morning. at Infrastructure Management on Thistle Street, Edinburgh, Scotland. However, as the morning progressed and Suzanne failed to appear at her desk, her coworkers became increasingly concerned. It was completely out of character for her to arrive late or leave work without notice. Concerned about her unexplained absence, Suzanne's coworkers decided to contact her parents, Robert and Sylvia Pilley. Suzanne had last communicated with her parents at 8:30 a.m. when she texted them to say she was on her way to work. Given this text message, her parents became very concerned about her well-being when she did not arrive at work as expected. They suspected that something unusual had happened during her commute because they hadn't heard from her since the initial message. Suzanne's parents, who were growing increasingly concerned, immediately reported her disappearance to local police that afternoon. In the days that followed, law enforcement launched an investigation, making public requests for information and interviewing people who knew Suzanne. As the investigation progressed, several unsettling facts emerged. Suzanne's bank cards and phone had shown no activity since her disappearance. She hadn't used her bus pass and hadn't communicated with any of her friends or family members. Furthermore, Suzanne's family believed she would not have left without informing anyone because she had responsibilities at home, such as caring for her pets. Suzanne's father, Robert, expressed the profound confusion and distress that surrounded their family during this difficult time. He compared her disappearance to a perplexing enigma, claiming that it felt as if she had vanished into thin air, leaving behind a void beyond explanation. Suzanne's sudden disappearance remained a perplexing and deeply troubling mystery, with her loved ones, law enforcement, and the community as a whole searching for answers. The investigation into Suzanne Pilley's mysterious disappearance began to reveal new details as police meticulously reviewed CCTV footage from the area. The footage revealed a timeline of Suzanne's movements on the day she vanished, shed light on the events that led up to her disappearance. Suzanne followed her routine on the morning of her disappearance, leaving her apartment on Whitton Road at 8 a.m. to begin her day as usual. About 20 minutes later, she boarded a number 2 bus at Stevenson Drive and continued on her regular route. She then transferred to the number 4 bus on Dalry Road, opposite the Caledonian Terrace. Suzanne disembarked from the number 4 bus on Princess Street directly outside the Generous Department Store at 8:48 a.m. She began her workday with a routine stop at a Sainsbury's convenience store, as she did most mornings. Surveillance cameras captured Suzanne's presence at the Sainsbury's store at 8:51 a.m. After finishing her errands, she headed to her workplace, which is Infrastructure Management on Thistle Street. Suzanne's last known footage was captured by a CCTV camera near the building at the corner, only 50 meters from her office front door. At this point, she appeared to vanish from sight, leaving authorities with a perplexing mystery to solve. The investigation revealed one potentially significant detail. At 8:55 a.m., a black cab stopped in the area where Suzanne was last seen. Although law enforcement did not believe the cab driver was directly involved in Suzanne's disappearance, they did issue an appeal to the driver to come forward and help with their ongoing investigation. This development raised questions about whether the cab driver witnessed anything unusual or had information that could help solve the mystery of Suzanne Pilley's disappearance. As the investigation into Suzanne Pilley's disappearance progressed, law enforcement began to look into her personal life in an attempt to better understand the circumstances surrounding her disappearance. Their investigations led them to what appeared to be a complex love triangle, which shed light on a possible motive for the crime. Suzanne, a single woman, had recently been in a romantic relationship with a coworker, David Gilroy. However, the relationship ended in December 2009. David, who was married and had his own family, had decided to return to his wife and children in an attempt to reconcile with them. He told the police that Suzanne had been dating other men since their breakup, implying that their romantic relationship had ended amicably. Several weeks after Suzanne's mysterious disappearance, David Gilroy reported a break-in to police. He claimed that someone broke into his home while he was sleeping, stealing both his mobile phone and laptop. According to David, his wife discovered the broken back door when she woke up, despite the fact that they had heard very little noise during the intrusion. When asked if he thought the break-in was connected to Suzanne's disappearance, David responded with uncertainty, saying, "I don't know." The investigation took a darker and more ominous turn when authorities began looking for the driver of a silver car that had apparently stopped in a remote forest area. They expressed their interest in the vehicle movements on the afternoon and evening of May 5, the day after Suzanne's last sighting. The police were especially interested in anyone who saw the car between 1 p.m. and 3:30 p.m., as well as around 7 p.m. and 9 p.m. In a significant development, authorities publicly announced the shift from a missing person case to a murder investigation. They revealed that they believed Suzanne was murdered and that her body was either disposed of or concealed about 90 miles from her last known location. The search was expanded to cover approximately 400 square miles of rural Gill and Butte. The investigation centered primarily on the Rest, Be Thankful, and Argo Forest regions. Despite extensive searches, no trace of Suzanne was found at this time. As the investigation progressed, police focused their search on a 5-square-mile area. They suspected Suzanne's remains could be hidden in Glen Crow, Argill, and Butte. They continued their determined efforts to solve the mystery of her disappearance. Despite the absence of Suzanne's body, the authorities believed they had gathered sufficient evidence to charge David Gilroy with her murder. The investigation into this enigmatic case was meticulous and painstaking. Law enforcement is working tirelessly to bring justice. They interviewed nearly 1,500 potential witnesses and meticulously documented 1164 statements. The investigators diligently gathered 25 pieces of evidence, which included documents and various objects. Furthermore, they examined CCTV footage from 250 different locations and conducted thorough searches in 30 different areas throughout our mission. In court, the prosecution stood firm, presenting a compelling case. Their arguments revolved around the notion that, despite the absence of Suzanne's body, a wealth of evidence pointed to her being the victim of a heinous crime, with David as the primary suspect. The prosecution revealed the intricate tapestry of Suzanne and David's relationship, which began at work. However, their turbulent love story had taken a dark turn when Suzanne chose to end the relationship shortly before her mysterious disappearance, a decision attributed to her newfound involvement with another person. During the trial, Suzanne's mother, Sylvia, testified, providing a moving glimpse into her daughter's life. Sylvia recounted Suzanne's marriage in 2004, followed by a divorce. Suzanne had taken a significant step toward independence by purchasing her own Edinburgh apartment, which became David's residence in 2009. Sylvia made it clear that he had left his wife and was seeking a divorce. Suzanne did not cause the breakup. The courtroom remained wrapped as the prosecution continued to unravel the complex narrative. David's obsession with Suzanne became a central theme in their case. The prosecution revealed that David sent an astounding 400 text messages in the month leading up to Suzanne's disappearance, indicating that he was unwilling to accept the end of their relationship. Phone records provide a vivid picture of David's persistent attempts to communicate with Suzanne. In the days leading up to her disappearance, he sent her over 50 texts per day. His final communication with Suzanne was on May 3, the day before she went missing, and consisted of 15 text messages and 1 voicemail. The prosecution's case took an unsettling turn when it painted a vivid and sinister picture of what happened on May 4. They claimed Suzanne had followed her usual daily routine, going to work as she had done countless times before. In a chilling scenario, the prosecution claimed that David waited for Suzanne to arrive at the office building and strangled her almost immediately, possibly luring her into the basement. According to their version of events, he then hid Suzanne's lifeless body in the basement of the office building, adding to the mystery surrounding her disappearance. David then went back home to retrieve his silver Vauxhall Vectra. That would quickly become an important piece of the puzzle in this haunting case. The prosecution claimed that Suzanne's lifeless remains were hidden in the car's trunk, away from prying eyes. As the courtroom listened intently, the prosecution painted a disturbing picture of David's immediate actions following the alleged crime. He bought air fresheners, most likely in an attempt to mask any odors associated with his unpleasant activities. Furthermore, he made numerous visits to the basement and garage areas of the infrastructure management offices, despite having no legitimate reason to be there. Following these ominous activities, David went about his day seemingly unaffected, attending a school presentation with his wife and sharing a meal at Victoria on Leith Walk, while immersed in the gripping courtroom drama surrounding Suzanne's disappearance and presumed murder. New details emerged that sent chills down the spines of everyone who followed the case. The night of May 4 was pivotal in the prosecution's narrative. David Gilroy had ostensibly made an appointment to visit a school the next day, May 5, in Logelfed, Argyll and Butte. The school in question was a client of his employer, but there appeared to be no legitimate reason for his attendance on that particular day. His interaction with a school cleaner who provided him with beanbags and cable ties added to his suspicions. This seemingly insignificant event would quickly become the focus of the investigation. The prosecution's case gained traction as they meticulously recreated David's journey to Argyll. They examined CCTV footage and his mobile phone records, revealing several-hour gaps on both legs of his journey from Lochs Gilfhead to Inverarray. The journey took an incredible 2 hours longer each way than it should have. The prosecution claimed that the discrepancy concealed a sinister secret. Suzanne's body was hidden somewhere in that area. David was intimately familiar with this region. I've previously gone on walking holidays there with Suzanne. When investigators examined David's car, they made chilling discoveries. Vegetative matter was discovered on the vehicle, and 3 fractured coil springs suggested that it had been driven off-road. Things become even more complicated. The court learned that David had turned off his phone at some point during his journey, which added to the evidence against him. The court heard that cadaver dogs trained to detect the scent of human remains showed interest in both David's Vauxhall Vectra boot and specific areas of the office building's basement. As the trial progressed, the prosecution introduced a disturbing physical aspect to their case. When David went to the police station on May 6 to give a statement, authorities discovered alarming evidence. David had scratches on his hands, a cut on his forehead, bruises on his chest, and more scratches on his wrists and forearms. The prosecution claimed that David used makeup to conceal his injuries while speaking with the police, which raised additional suspicions. Gail Hawkins, Suzanne's N's friend, took the stand and made a shocking revelation. Suzanne had confided in her, concerned that David had hacked into her email account and gained unauthorized access to her emails. The prosecution claimed that David had accessed her emails between August 24, 2009 and April 30, 2010. The court also discovered that he had access to her account on an online dating site. Helen Liddell, a financial administrator at Infrastructure Management, testified that she discovered emails between David and Suzanne that clearly showed they were having an affair or relationship. This revelation surprised her because she was unaware of their relationship. The jury was shown CCTV footage of Suzanne and David just 2 days before she disappeared. On May 2, the two were seen shopping together at a convenience store. This contrasts sharply with David's claim to the police that their relationship ended in December 2009. Police efforts to find Suzanne's remains took a chilling turn when they narrowed the search area to only 5 square miles, based on David's phone records. These records showed that his phone had pinged off phone masts in the remote Glen Crow area on May 5, the day Suzanne went missing. Glen Crow, located in the Kerry Alps on the Cowell Peninsula in Argyll and Butte, boasted rugged mountains and a landscape riddled with formidable obstacles, including boulders, making the search for evidence particularly difficult. The defense responded with a concise case, claiming that there was insufficient evidence against their client and that the prosecution's case was based solely on circumstantial evidence. Suzanne's body had not been found, forcing the prosecution to speculate on her fate and cause of death. There were no witnesses to the alleged crime, no confession, and no DNA or blood evidence to connect David to the crime. The prosecution presented only circumstantial evidence, which left room for doubt. David declined to testify, but the defense summoned some of his co-workers to give testimony. They stated that nothing out of the ordinary occurred at the office on May 4. After 2.5 days of deliberation, the jury reached a split decision. The court accepted a majority verdict, and David was convicted of murder. He received a life sentence and was required to serve at least 18 years. David Gilroy maintains his innocence. On April 27, 2012, he filed notice of intent to appeal his conviction. However, on December 2012, the Court of Criminal Appeal in Edinburgh dismissed the appeal. In June 2017, the Scottish Criminal Cases Review Commission concluded its investigation of the case. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. The Case of Sheila Labar, a monster with angelic features. Childhood psychological and physical traumas can have far-reaching consequences in adulthood. Of course, they do not always result in someone becoming cruel and attempting to harm others. However, trauma can sometimes create a true monster. Adrian Rain, a criminal psychologist, believes that there are genetic and psychophysical mechanisms that can transform a person into a cold-blooded killer, which he discusses in depth in his book, Anatomy of Violence. Many serial criminals in history had truly hellish childhoods, and perhaps our heroine today, Sheila LaBarre, can be attributed to them. This woman had an angelic appearance, which she skillfully used to seduce her victims before brutally murdering them. Despite the fact that the court was only able to establish 2 of her crimes, criminologists are confident that there were many more. And now let us look at this difficult story from the beginning to see if Sheila LaBarre was born a monster or if she became one as a result of the cruelty she experienced as a child. Who is Sheila LaBarre? Sheila LaBarre was born on July 4, 1958, in the small country town of Fort Payne, Alabama. She was the youngest of her parents' 3 children, raised alongside her brother and sister Lynn. Her childhood was spent on a picturesque but rather secluded farm surrounded by cornfields. Lynn's older sibling remembered Sheila as an active, inquisitive, and open-minded girl with a creative streak. She enjoyed being the center of attention, had a pleasant voice, and had a cute appearance. So if her life had gone differently, she could have become a famous actress or singer. Instead of bright posters, her name appeared on the pages of criminal chronicles detailing the unimaginable cruelty of her father, Manuel Bailey, the family's head, who had suffered from alcoholism for years, although it would be more accurate to say that his addiction was influenced by his entire family. He frequently went on binges, transforming into a true beast who enjoyed abusing his wife and children. He insulted and humiliated them, beat them with whatever he could get his hands on, threw everyone out in the middle of the night in a downpour or frost, and locked himself inside the house. We are not allowing anyone inside. Mothers, daughters, and sons frequently had to spend the night in a barn or outdoors in the field. When Manuel became drunk again and began throwing dishes and other objects at his family members, the mother did her best to protect the children. However, one of the flower pots thrown by her husband struck her youngest daughter Sheila in the head. Sheila sustained a severe concussion and a permanent scar on her temple, which he painstakingly covered with her hair. However, the insults and beatings were not the worst thing the sisters had to go through in their parents' home. According to Sheila and Lynn's memories, Manuel forced them to become intimate from a young age. The mother may have been aware of what was going on, but the matter was never discussed. Despite the nightmare at home, Sheila did well enough in school. She wished to leave the farm as soon as possible and conquer the big city. The girl was very ambitious and determined. She aspired to be an actress or a pop singer since she was a child, and he had everything for this charisma: a good appearance and a beautiful voice. Adulthood. First marriage. Sheila left her parents' home when she was just 18 years old. But adulthood was not as enjoyable. She was not permitted to enter university with an average score, and she lacked the funds to relocate to major cities. Then she got a job as a maid at one of the hotels where her older sister was already working. It should be noted that Sheila had a slim build and an attractive appearance. She had large blue eyes, a charming smile, and thick, long hair. She was surrounded by men's attention, which she eventually learned to use to manipulate her suitors. In the late 1970s, LaBarre Bailey met a man named Jonathan Baxter, and they began a romantic relationship. Jonathan was not yet 20 years old at the time, but he did have a young daughter from a previous relationship. However, the child did not cause any problems, and the couple married soon after. However, this marriage lasted only a few months and ended when Jonathan discovered that the young wife abused his daughter while he was away at work. Sheila was irritated with the child and would raise her hand or lock her in a closet if she began crying or acting up. Jonathan did not organize scandals or listen to explanations. He simply wants to file for divorce and leave his wife and his belongings outside his house. He did not want to see or hear from her again. Sheila dated several men after her divorce, and mostly lived off of them. However, all of these relationships were fleeting, lasting only a few weeks or months, until she met her future second husband, Ronnie Jennings, in the early 1980s. Their turbulent romance quickly led to marriage, and Sheila adopted a double surname, Bailey Jennings. It was a toxic relationship between two erratic and unstable people who frequently cheated, scandalized, and even fought. Nonetheless, their marriage lasted over 3 years. In 1984, after another family feud, Sheila demanded a divorce from her husband, but he refused. In fact, Ronnie abandoned the relationship. He just wanted to piss off his wife and make her angry, and he succeeded. Sheila became hysterical, consuming a large number of drugs in front of her husband while drinking heavily, and after this infernal cocktail, he sat behind the wheel of the car and drove down the road. Sheila quickly lost consciousness under the influence of pills and alcohol, flew off the road, and collided with a tree at high speed. She miraculously survived, but with a massive head injury. She was in a deep coma for more than a week, and doctors gave no prognosis. When Sheila regained consciousness and began to recover, she was admitted to a psychiatric hospital for several months. She later complained to her sister that one of the orderlies was constantly harassing her, possibly taking advantage of her helplessness while she was heavily sedated. After all of this, Sheila returned home to her second husband, but she began to behave aggressively and threateningly toward him. During another scandal, she attacked Ronnie and poked him in the chest with nail scissors. Ronnie, fearing for his own life and health, filed for divorce and hurriedly left the madwoman, rich lover. When her second marriage ended, the young woman began looking for love in print media dating columns, where she also placed her own ads. However, no man stayed with her for long because she preferred to dominate everything, rigidly suppressing their partners in both intimate and everyday life. Soon, a photo of an attractive girl in the dating section drew the attention of 60-year-old Wilfred, who built the bar. The man had already been married twice and had adult children and grandchildren from previous marriages. He was widowed a few years ago and has since lived alone on his large country ranch. Bill was a reasonably wealthy man. He owned a chiropractic office in Epping, New Hampshire, and raised horses on his ranch. At the same time, he was lonely and desired a strong, powerful woman. In fact, that's what he discovered. Sheila was drawn to her new acquaintance's wealth and decided that it would be the perfect union for her. To completely confuse Bill, she began sending him frank letters via postal mail, supplemented with her nude photos. The trap worked, and LeBar soon invited a lovely pen pal to his ranch. Their romance progressed rapidly. An elderly man is generous with expensive gifts for a young mistress who moved in with him in the summer of 1987. This greatly pleased the doctor, who now ventured out in public with a lovely companion who was half his age and fit for him as a daughter. Nonetheless, he did not intend to marry Sheila. Sheila, however, did not wait for a marriage proposal and changed her name to LeBar. Bill was surprised by the turn of events, but he did not object. Sheila began to meddle in her elderly lover's affairs, eventually taking control of his business, finances, and property disposition. Furthermore, Bill was getting older and could no longer meet a young woman's intimate needs. Then, according to Sheila, he allowed her to meet other men, whom she frequently brought to their home. One of Sheila's regular lovers in the mid-1990s was a Jamaican national named Wayne Ennis. He was much younger than Sheila and was originally hired as an au pair on the ranch. However, the young man, with Bill's consent, who was most likely pressured by Sheila, soon moved into the owner's home. Sheila and Wayne officially legalized their relationship in 1995, and the spouse considered him to be her only man from that point forward. But he quickly realized he was mistaken because his wife continued to meet with various men. Wayne wasn't pleased with this, and one day he jumped on Sheila and her next lover, causing them physical harm. Sheila, who had grown accustomed to being dominated, had no idea how to deal with her third husband, who got into a fight every time his arrival was announced. Eventually, she filed for divorce and requested a court order to prevent Elaine from approaching her, accusing him of violence and assault. Sheila's turbulent personal life was unaffected by another divorce, and she continued to meet with numerous lovers, changing them like gloves. True, her relationship was increasingly ending in lawsuits from men who accused Sheila of not only cruelty, but also threatening their lives and health. As a result, she intentionally hit one of her boyfriends with a car and nearly ran over him, while another nearly broke his head and scratched his face, leaving him permanently scarred. With age, Sheila became increasingly dangerous to others. He demanded obedience from all men and became enraged when they disobeyed. Bill Barr died from heart failure in 2000 when he was 74, although doctors and police officers did not see a criminal case in the death of an elderly man. His family believed Sheila had something to do with it. In their opinion, she had been slowly poisoning Bill for years, driving him into the light, despite the fact that Bill and Sheila were never legally married. Sheila, according to the will, became the sole heir to all of his property. The relatives attempted a legal challenge, but were unsuccessful. They remained convinced that the mistress coerced Bill into writing the wills he desired at House of Temptation. As previously stated, after Bill's death, Sheila gained complete control over all of his property. She no longer had to consider anyone's opinions. She could do whatever she pleased with the estate she had inherited. She herself described her home as a place of seduction and pleasure, with no inhibitions. She met men on the street, in bars, and on the internet, drew them to her, and then tried to keep them on the ranch for as long as possible. She wasn't concerned about their age, skin color, or physical appearance. She promised them earthly pleasures, but then attempted to suppress and subjugate them to her will. Sheila frequently tried to seduce couriers by meeting them naked and offering an alternative method of payment. But she didn't consider the fact that she was getting older and was no longer as attractive as he was. It got to the point where couriers refused to deliver to her address. Neighbors noticed that different men visited the Ranch Labar on a regular basis, but some left the same day. Others were delayed, but only for a short period. What was going on in the house itself could only be guessed, as Michael Delage had also disappeared. Sheila soon decided to look for lovers among men who were in desperate need of housing money, particularly those suffering from addiction. This category was the most vulnerable, making it an easy target for the cunning woman who posed as a widowed millionaire and boasted about the untold wealth she had inherited. In 2004, Labarra met Michael Delage, a homeless man, on one of the city's streets. He had a difficult life and had lost everything due to his addiction to illegal drugs. His relatives attempted to send him to a rehabilitation clinic, but he fled and has been loitering ever since. Sheila liked Michael and invited him to her home, offering him shelter, food, and the necessary drugs in exchange for intimacy. Moving to the ranch, the man became completely reliant on his former mistress. He gave in to all of her demands, afraid of being on the street again. But Sheila quickly acquired the taste, and her desires became increasingly sophisticated. She bound, beat, and humiliated Michael, taking pleasure in it. He attempted to flee multiple times, walking dozens of miles and hiding in homeless shelters. However, he never went to the police because he was afraid they would not believe him. Meanwhile, Sheila tracked him down each time and returned him to the ranch. In desperation, he attempted to contact his family members and inform them that he was in trouble. His loved ones immediately reacted to the disturbing news, but it was too late. Michael Delage vanished in October 2005, leaving no trace. When his family contacted Sheila directly, she confirmed that she and Michael had split up. He had abandoned her, and his current location was unknown to her. Michael did not return to any of the places he had previously visited. Nobody who knew him had seen him, and there was no way to reach him. Contacting the police proved fruitless, and Labarra remained behind on suspicion, relying on Kenneth County. Sheila's tales of her exorbitant wealth were greatly exaggerated, and the house and automobile needed to be maintained, so she was forced to find work. Naturally, Sheila chose an occupation that suited her, becoming an operator of intimate phone services. Men were drawn in by her enchanting voice and offered to meet her in person. Among these men was Kenneth County, who was only 24 years old at the time they met. The young man had an attractive appearance and was friendly and open. However, he had a low IQ, which made him extremely gullible. This was precisely the type of guy Labarra was looking for. Kenny was extremely close to his mother, on whom he completely relied. But Sheila, with the help of clever manipulations, was able to break this connection and literally lower Kenny to herself. She gave him an unforgettable night of love and promised that it would be like this all the time. The young man decided he had met the woman of his dreams, informed his relatives, and moved into Sheila's house. But Sheila soon revealed her true face to the guy, having set up a real torture room for him, and each time intimacy turned into a brutal beating or worse. Kenny's skin was covered in bruises, abrasions, scratches, and burn marks. However, he was unable to leave the house of the mistress who had completely subjugated his will. Sheila forbade him from seeing or communicating with his loved ones, leaving his family to speculate about what was going on with Kenny. The first alarm was sounded by neighbors, who noticed the man and were horrified by his sickly appearance. A few days before his disappearance, a local store clerk took a photo of the young man with her cell phone camera, which was later attached to the case file in court. Kenny's condition appears to be deplorable in the photograph. He was extremely thin, with large bruises under his eye and cheek, and his nose was most likely broken. Judging by the degree of healing, all of these injuries were inflicted at different times, implying that the man had been brutally beaten for a long time. The contents of his cart were equally alarming. He rolled 2 large canisters of fuel to the cash register, which later turned out to be his own cremation. The store employees were perplexed and even terrified by the man's appearance, so they decided to report him to the police for possible domestic violence. But this time, Sheila got away with it, and they were unable to charge her with anything. Kenny soon stopped contacting his family completely, and when his worried mother arrived at Lavaz's house, the owner became aggressive and advised her to leave Kenny alone. All subsequent attempts failed, prompting Kenneth County's family to file a missing persons report with the police, indicating that he was being held forcibly at the country ranch, which included a home crematorium and gruesome findings. When police arrived at Sheila's home, she claimed that the young man no longer lived with her and that Kenny had fled because his mother, whom he was allegedly terrified of, began paying frequent visits. Sheila provided an audio recording as evidence, in which she asked her lover if his own mother had attacked him, to which he quietly responded in the affirmative. It all seemed more than strange. The very next day, an officer visiting Sheila obtained a search warrant for the estate. Sheila had previously been on the police's radar, and her name had been linked to yet another mysterious boyfriend disappearance. However, Sheila had never been questioned, and her home and grounds had never been searched. When the police arrived, they discovered that Labar was not at home, but there were several fires burning near the outbuildings. The fires appeared strange and were made of improvised materials such as a mattress, pieces of wooden furniture, hay, and so on. All were doused with a flammable mixture. One of the bonfires contained bones that clearly resembled human remains. The squad requested reinforcements in the form of forensic experts and reported on their findings. But that was only the tip of the iceberg in terms of what they discovered next. Poorly washed blood traces were found almost everywhere in the house. It was so much that it looked like there had been a real massacre. It turned out that the blood was from at least 3 different people. The bones smoldering in the fire belonged to Kenny, who had gone missing, and there were 2 empty fuel cans nearby, the same ones the boy had purchased at the local store the previous day. But that was not all. Also discovered on the property were the remains of Michael DeLodge, who had vanished a few years earlier, and some fingers of a third man who was never identified, among other things. A large number of items belonging to various men were fished out of the sump at the ranch, the fates of which have yet to be determined. The hostess was not at home at the time of the police visit. She realized what had happened and fled. Sheila hitchhiked to Boston, where she clearly hoped to get lost. Furthermore, on the way, she seduced one of the drivers who gave her a ride, and he kindly invited her to live in his home. However, the following day, after seeing on TV news about the search for a dangerous criminal, the new lover called the police and reported that Sheila was now in his bed. She was arrested there. During the search for Sheila's home, another terrifying discovery was made: a box of videotapes on which Michael and several other men confessed to horrific crimes. However, based on the guy's appearance and condition, it appears that these confessions were made under torture. Since Lavaz's arrest, her mental health has sparked numerous concerns. Sheila was diagnosed with a delusional disorder and symptoms of schizophrenia after the court ordered the necessary evaluations. She described herself as an angel sent from heaven to protect children from rapists. Sheila's failing mental health became the foundation upon which your attorney attempted to build a defense. He referred to his client as a gravely ill person and attempted to demonstrate that she was unaware of her actions. The cause of this was the mental and physical trauma she had experienced as a child. The defendant claimed that many years ago, when she was involved in a terrible accident that left her in a coma, on the verge of dying, she met with God, and the latter instructed her to rid the world of men who exploit children. Sheila's ex-husbands and some of her lovers testified in court, calling her crazy, unstable, and extremely violent. And Wayne Ennis, the third husband, claimed that his ex-wife repeatedly persuaded him to kill Mr. Labar in order to seize his property. However, despite the defense's efforts to persuade the court that Sheila was insane and in need of treatment, it was established that she was aware of her actions at the time of her crimes. In July 2008, she was found guilty and sentenced to life in prison with no possibility of release. All of her appeals were denied. Sheila is currently serving her sentence in Florida at the Homestead Correctional Facility. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. The Beverly Liggett case exemplifies madness by inheritance when a favorite son becomes an executioner. Unfortunately, genetics is inextricably linked to a wide range of inheritable diseases. These include some mental illnesses. However, an existing predisposition is only a risk and probability, not a guarantee that the child will inherit this or that disease. Naturally, every parent hopes that his children will inherit only the best, and that diseases will avoid offspring. Many experts believe that there are no specific genes for the transmission of mental illness, meaning that no single gene is necessary or sufficient to cause the disease. Nonetheless, mental illness is often passed down through families. This is precisely the issue confronting our heroine today, Beverly Liggett, who sincerely believed that her children would be unaffected by such a condition. And while Beverly, his daughter, grew up to be a perfectly healthy and balanced woman, the son appears to have suffered a double blow, which he blamed solely on his mother. It should be noted that this man's intelligence was unaffected by his mental disorder. On the contrary, Beverly Liggett was very clever and calculating, which makes his atrocities even more sickeningly creepy. Beverly Liggett was born on October 1, 1956, in Colorado's capital, the picturesque city of Denver. She was raised with her older brother Stephen and sister Martha, in a typical family of Barbara and Edwin Liggett, who spent their entire lives in their hometown, rarely leaving its borders. Beverly attended a local college after graduating from high school, but was unable to attend university for a variety of reasons, including her health and drug use. The girl worked as a salesperson but married at the age of 26 and had 2 children. She devoted herself to her family for many years and was solely focused on raising heirs and building a home in 1988. Beverly gave birth to her long-awaited firstborn son Ra, followed by a daughter named Libby a few years later. The young woman genuinely didn't care about her heirs and lived for them. However, her marriage ended in the latter half of the 1990s. The husband abandoned the family and relocated to another state, no longer caring about his ex-wife's fate or participating in the lives of his children. Beverly was forced to work 2 jobs at once. However, thanks to her diligence and determination, the family of 3 did not require anything. She and her children relocated to the suburbs of Denver, a small and relatively new town founded in 2001 for the town's centennial, where they rented a cozy, spacious home. In the mid-2000s, Beverly met a man named Seth Miffy on one of the dating sites and began corresponding with him, which eventually led to a romantic relationship. He inspired her lover to finally pursue her dream of higher education. Liggett chose medical school because he'd had always wanted to help people and felt that helping others was her calling in life. At the time, she was over 50 years old, and she was twice the age of her classmates. However, she quickly found common ground with them and is remembered as a sociable, attentive, and responsible miniature brunette nicknamed Caring Angel. Beverly's incest romance lasted approximately 5 years before the couple decided to officially legalize their relationship. For the 2 of them, the step was serious, but they were prepared. Beverly was overjoyed because she finally had a college degree, a higher-paying job, and was about to marry the man she loved. Her children had reached the age where they could live independently. However, her son's area was a source of genuine concern and apprehension, and there were several good reasons for this. A hereditary disease. The Liggett family had a sensitive issue that they tried to keep hidden from others and never discussed with outsiders. Beverly and her sister Martha were diagnosed with bipolar affective disorder at a young age, which is characterized by frequent mood swings from manic to depressive states. The disorder occasionally worsened. However, Martha experienced minor discomfort associated with this disorder, and the prescribed medication quickly produced positive results. Beverly occasionally required hospitalization because she was on the verge of committing suicide. This was the reason she was unable to attend university at the time, and it was also the reason her marriage with her children's father ended. It's also worth noting that her mother, Barbara, suffered from long-term depression, but she had this problem in her 40s. After that, no one provided qualified assistance to the woman at the time. As a result, she spent almost her entire life fighting her illness alone. Beverly was certain that the mental disorder in their family was passed down exclusively through the female line, because the disease manifested itself in her mother, herself, and her sister, while her brother, Stephen, remained completely normal. In this regard, Beverly feared for the health of her daughter, Libby, but just the daughter of the disease bypassed, hitting with redoubled force on Ra, the special child from early childhood area with a rather strange withdrawn boy prone to tantrums at the age of 5. He was diagnosed with autism, and later a whole host of other mental disorders and abnormalities were added. He could withdraw into himself and completely abstract from what was going on around him. But Sue, he was particularly fond of chemistry and physics. The boy solved complex problems quickly, performing the majority of his calculations mentally. His intelligence was above average, but his social and communication skills were virtually non-existent. Flatmates avoided or mocked the strange and unsociable Pierre. Ari had no friends, was uninterested in learning about the world around him, and was aggressive and violent, resulting in animal cruelty and attacks on other children. The boy was repeatedly hospitalized and given medication to treat his condition. However, at home, he frequently stopped taking the prescribed medication and quickly returned to his previous state. His parents attempted to persuade him to take the necessary medications, but as he grew older, it became more difficult for him to ask or speak calmly, and he always got his way with tantrums. The boy could isolate himself and not speak to anyone for weeks, but he could talk for hours to himself or to an imaginary interlocutor. When things get bad, he became dangerous to others, and his relatives occasionally insisted on his mandatory hospitalization as a dangerous teenager. As a teenager, I learned that his mother and grandmother also had mental health issues, and his mother had to be hospitalized on occasion. During that time, Barry despised his mother and blamed her for all of his problems. He believed she had given him a disease that was ruining his life. The young man grew increasingly uncontrollable. He threatened his loved ones with violence and was constantly perplexed as to why his own sister's family curse had been ignored. Being with him under the same roof became dangerous, and the first couldn't stand the head of the family. He filed for divorce and literally fled. Despite his diagnosis, Ra was able to enter university with a high passing score. However, he was expelled in his first year after bringing a homemade firearm to campus and threatening a fellow student with death. At the time, he was arrested for the first time, but was only sentenced to an educational talk, the confiscation of the weapon, and expulsion from the university. Beverly contacted the police about a year later and requested that they come to their home right away to apprehend her son, who was threatening to kill her and her daughter, and appeared to be very serious. However, the police handed over the violent young man to psychiatrists, who, after a brief hospitalization, released him home and prescribed medication. Ari, of course, did not accept the hateful stepfather. Ari was 18 years old when Beverly met and started dating Seth. The couple quickly decided to live together, but Ari immediately took his mother's new chosen one in the bayonet. He tried everything he could to get him out of the house, including threats, scandals, and even fights. The appearance of another man in the house, which his mother perceived as a personal insult and betrayal, prompted him to do his best to support his beloved. He looked for a specialist who could assist the young man in paying for his clinic treatments, but the more he tried, the longer he despised him. The thought of this man becoming his stepfather and a member of their family, combined with his fear and depression, makes him aggressive and dangerous. That Missy repeatedly told his wife that her son was old enough to live independently. He could study or work normally if he took his medication correctly. Beverly Leggett was well aware of this, but she loved her son and could not abandon or take him out, so she continued to endanger her own life through her obsession with guns. The young man's hobbies evolved over time, becoming increasingly bizarre, sophisticated, and dangerous. He had a weakness for weapons, and more specifically, he was obsessed with them. In the basement of his own home, he gathered homemade firearms, literally from improvised materials, on his knees, demonstrating once more that the man was very smart, clever, and enterprising. However, Ari was not limited to a single weapon and came up with the idea of creating an explosive device. He found all of the information he needed on the internet and purchased or ordered the components he required, as well as the substances he couldn't find. He made the decision to synthesize at home himself. Using his extensive knowledge of chemistry, Beverly was suspicious when she found her son in the backyard of the house, and because he refused to answer questions and behaved strangely, she immediately called the police. As it turned out, she did it just in time, because the police discovered an almost ready bomb in the house during their search. In addition, they discovered and seized a modified rifle, several pistols assembled from various model parts, a silencer, and a large number of spare weapon parts. Our computer search history from the previous few months was reviewed and studied. The FBI became seriously interested in the young man because they suspected he was planning a large-scale crime. In Ari's room, there were also numerous jars of poisonous substances on the shelves, such as arsenic and potassium cyanide. He could not explain why he bought them. The young man was arrested the same day, but he was only charged with misdemeanor possession of weapons and careless handling of dangerous chemicals that could result in death or serious injury. However, he pleaded guilty, cooperated with the investigation, and received only a 1-year suspended sentence, after which he returned to his home and resumed terrorizing his mother and sister, citing the threat of reprisal and the medical profession's indifference. Ari became enraged and hateful following his arrest and suspended sentence. Not a day went by without him threatening to kill his family in their sleep or burning down their home after locking everyone inside. He was then hospitalized again, this time for 3 months, in a psychiatric hospital. In addition to previous diagnoses, doctors found signs of schizophrenia and acute psychosis in the young man. Following another course of treatment, the young man became quiet for a while before returning to himself. He didn't talk to anyone, spent most of his time in his room on his computer, and appeared to take his prescribed medication faithfully. However, only a month later, he had another breakdown, triggered by the news of his mother and Seth's impending wedding. Ari also overheard his mother and stepfather discussing their plans to buy a house in another state, relocate, and restart their lives. Libby's sister had already moved out with her boyfriend, leaving Ari on his own. The 25-year-old man was upset about it. The young man went completely crazy. He threw a tantrum at his mother, screamed her, waved a knife in front of her, threatened to kill her, and ensured that the body was never discovered. Beverly immediately called the psychiatric hospital, told them everything, and asked for her son to be forcibly hospitalized again. But the attending physician dismissed her request, believing that there was no reason to do so and that the previous course of treatment had yielded positive results. So he did not believe that Ari posed a threat to others. Beverly had one last conversation with Seth that evening, who was working in another city and couldn't get to her right away. Beverly Hill's mystery disappearance occurred on October 14, 2012, less than 2 weeks after the woman celebrated her 56th birthday. She failed to report for hospital duty that day, which had never happened before. Colleagues were the first to sound the alarm after failing to call his lover and receiving no response to his numerous messages. Sat dialed Libby's number to find out when she last spoke with her mother. As it turned out, Libby had been attempting to call her unsuccessfully since the morning. He called the house phone and was horrified by what he heard. Ari picked up the phone and unsuccessfully attempted to imitate his mother's voice, pretending to be her and claiming that she was fine. Seth immediately called the cops and asked them to send a unit to their house as soon as possible. When the police arrived, they discovered that no one was home and that there was no reason to break in at that time. Therefore, the only attempts made that day were to trace Beverly's phone signal and check her bank card activity. Beverly's car had also gone missing, prompting a statewide manhunt, and it was the vehicle that led to a lead just 2 days later when a patrol officer saw it in a Denver suburb and decided to check the paperwork to see if it was the right car. A creepy discovery in the boot. Even before checking the license plate number to ensure it belonged to the missing woman, the police officer noticed something strange about the car. When the last outs were gone, the police officer approached the driver and requested identification. The driver was a young man whose long hair partially obscured his face. He was visibly nervous, and when asked to show his documents again, he simply pushed the gas pedal to the floor, accelerated, and sped down the road at full speed. The police officer began pursuing the fugitive and radioed for assistance. But only a few minutes later, while attempting to make a sharp turn at high speed, the car skidded, veered off the road, and struck a tree. The driver was wearing a seatbelt, and the airbags deployed, leaving him unharmed as he attempted to flee, but was thrown to the ground by police officers as soon as he exited the car. Upon inspecting the vehicle, the police discovered several large sealed plastic containers in the vehicle's boot, which they opened with shock and horror. Inside were fragments of a dismembered female body covered in a strange-smelling murky liquid, the interrogation and the carrogation, and the killer's attempts to avoid responsibility. When Ari was brought to the station for questioning, he revealed that he had schizophrenia, autism, psychosis, and bipolar affective disorder, which his psychiatrist confirmed. He also stated that due to his diagnosis, he was unable to distinguish between right and wrong, and thus had no idea what he was doing. He then inquired about whether he would be tried if his diagnoses were confirmed, and what punishment he would face if he refused to plead guilty. During interrogations, he would refer to himself as a god or claim to be possessed by demons and needed an extra fist. At times, his speech became incoherent, as if he was talking to an invisible interlocutor while completely ignoring the police. The psychiatric examination confirmed that the accused suffers from a variety of mental disorders. However, it has been demonstrated that he is capable of providing an account of his actions. During the interrogations, the psychiatrist who observed the man's behavior concluded that even when he was talking to himself, he listened carefully to what was said to him and what questions were asked. This was evident in his reactions, clarifications, and abrupt mood swings. Ari's main motivation for displaying his insanity in such a vivid and demonstrative manner was to avoid severe punishment and minimize his responsibility before the law. He was clever and intelligent enough to attempt to confuse the investigation and persuade others of his insanity, the investigation, and the unexpected results of the search. Despite the fact that everyone knew he had committed a terrible crime from the start, his guilt had to be proven. This required hard evidence. It was decided to begin with a search of their family home, where, as expected, the murder occurred. The police discovered washed-up traces of blood on the kitchen floor, corridor, and bathroom. A bloody hacksaw was found in the dishwasher, which the young man had apparently used to cut up his mother's body. The bathtub, with its jagged edges, served as the setting for this heinous act. Beverly was poisoned with potassium cyanide, according to the expert examination, and her body was dismembered with a hacksaw before being packed into a container. Vials containing the aforementioned poisonous substance were discovered in the kitchen of Ari's room, as well as in the basement of the house, where the man had a sort of chemical laboratory. In addition, under the bed in his bedroom was the corpse of Beverly's favorite cat, which had also been poisoned. This implied that the perpetrator had practiced on the animal before killing the mother. Remember the strange liquid in which the dismembered body's fragments were placed. As it turned out, it had a special chemical composition that can accelerate the process of tissue decomposition. The killers had already found the recipe on the internet and decided to literally dissolve the corpse and hide the bones in the mountains so that they would never be discovered. Based on all of the evidence found, the following picture of the massacre emerged. On the eve of the tragedy, Ari had a heated conversation with his mother, threatening to kill her again. He was so convincing, but Beverly, terrified for her life, called her son, the psychiatrist, with a request to immediately hospitalize him. However, the specialist ignored the request, believing that his patient posed no threat to others. In the evening, after testing the poison on a cat, the young man poisoned his mother, took her body to the bathroom, and began cutting it up with a hacksaw. It's still unclear how he got his mother to take potassium cyanide. It probably took me all night to finish the gruesome job because when Sass called the house phone in the morning, the perpetrator was still in the house. Aries and carelessly cleaned up the blood stuffed into the saw into the dishwasher and packed the body into several chemical-filled containers. He placed the containers in the boot of his mother's car, which he used to leave the house. The following events are already known to you. When this version was presented to the defendant, backed up by hard evidence, he began to justify himself and change his testimony. He claimed that his mother committed suicide by voluntarily ingesting the poison and that he only discovered her lifeless body. According to the guy, he was terrified of being left without a source of income because he did not work and lived at her expense. He then decided to dispose of the body so that she could be considered missing. According to his plan, he would continue to live in the house and use the deceased's bank cards and accounts. The young man's story sounded crazy, and no one doubted that he was mentally ill. But it was also clear that he had meticulously planned the crime in advance. It was not a temporary insanity, a state of affect, or an outburst of rage. He had carefully planned each step and carried it out. Arias's possession of chemicals that accelerated the decomposition of the body, which he had purchased in advance, was one of the most compelling evidence that the crime was premeditated. Furthermore, according to his search history, he thoroughly researched them months before the crime, trial, and sentence. As I previously stated, the psychiatric examination confirmed our diagnoses. However, experts concluded unequivocally that he was aware of his actions and had carefully planned the massacre of his mother. He continued to insist on his insanity, despite realizing that it was pointless to pretend to be insane. The trial was held in November of that year, a month and a half after the crime that shocked the entire state. Lawyers worked tirelessly to demonstrate that the defendant cannot be held criminally responsible due to his illness and requires treatment. Ari claimed that his mother hated him and therefore passed on the hereditary disease to him, whereas his sister was completely normal. He also described himself as a victim of crazy Beverly and blamed all of his problems on his parents. Seth testified in court, saying that his late lover and he were both afraid of Ari because they didn't know what to expect from him. He was extremely cruel to others, exhibited sadistic tendencies, and refused to take prescribed medication to control outbursts of aggression. He also stated that Beverly's fear for her son had evolved into her fear of her own son. The court convicted every Liggett of first-degree premeditated murder and sentenced him to life in prison without the possibility of parole. The jury unanimously concluded that his actions were cold-blooded and calculated. The 26-year-old defendant listened to his verdict in silence, his head down and seemingly unconcerned. Following the trial, Libby Liggett admitted that she believed her brother was completely guilty of what he had done. However, she noted that the tragedy could have been avoided if the specialists to whom the family repeatedly turned for assistance had performed their duties and responded to the alarming messages in a timely manner. Beverly, as of today, Ari Liggett is serving his life sentence in a Colorado state prison. All of his attempts to appeal and challenge the court's decision have been unsuccessful. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. In the tranquil coastal town of St. Augustine, Florida, July 8th, 2010, was a day that those who knew her would never forget. A solitary beach house served as the backdrop for a perplexing mystery. Friends and family struggled to understand the mysterious disappearance of a 45-year-old woman who had been a fixture in their lives. Her presence, last seen at a neighborhood gathering on July 6th, appeared to have faded into the shadows, leaving a trail of unsettling questions. Brittany Tavar, 45, a resident of St. Augustine, Florida, had a heart as big as the ocean and a smile that could brighten even the darkest day. Brittany had a large family with many siblings, but they all lived far away on the other side of the country. They loved her despite the distance, but life's twists and turns had separated them. People who knew Brittany spoke of her fondly. She was known for her kindness, generous spirit, and unwavering respect for everyone she met. Brittany had a talent for assisting others, which defined her in an intriguing twist of fate. Brittany had once set her sights on Hollywood, hoping to discover her dreams amidst the city's glitz and glamour. After her Hollywood venture failed, Brittany returned to St. Augustine, her hometown. She forged a new path here, eventually becoming a photographer and real estate agent. Her camera lens captured the beauty of the town, and her friendly demeanor helped others. Brittany's love of making friends was what truly set her apart. She had a knack for turning strangers into friends, and her network in St. Augustine quickly expanded. People from all walks of life were drawn to her infectious personality. However, life is unpredictable, and Brittany had no idea what was going to happen next. Brittany's last appearance in the community was on the evening of July 6th, just 2 days before her mysterious disappearance. She was upbeat as she mingled with neighbors and friends at the lively party. Later that evening, around 9 p.m., she made a routine stop at a nearby gas station to fuel her Toyota RAV4. However, after this seemingly routine pit stop, Brittany became an elusive mystery when friends worried about her disappearance went to her house. It appeared normal from the outside. There appeared to be no activity inside the house. Her car was noticeably absent, prompting a few of them to speculate that she had temporarily left her home for a few days. Her family was concerned, however, because they knew it was unusual for her to leave without informing anyone. Police did not launch an investigation right away because nothing seemed out of place, and there was no evidence of foul play or that Brittany had suffered any harm. Friends and her partner, Tim Martin, gained entry to her home through a locksmith, and upon closer inspection, a strange scene unfolded before their eyes. The house had an almost unnatural cleanliness, as if it had been thoroughly scrubbed, leaving a distinct odor of cleaning products, particularly bleach. Brittany's two small white Bichon Frise dogs, Colbert and Huey, were also missing, but her cats remained inside the house. The hum of the air conditioning system in the background added to the mystery, which was unusual for Brittany, who was normally concerned about power consumption and would not leave it on even if she was only going away for a few days. Brittany's friends told the police that she had expressed concern and fear to them. She had spoken with some of them about her concerns. This unease stemmed from a contentious dispute she had with her neighbor, and what had once been a cordial relationship had devolved into a cauldron of hostility, marked by physical skirmishes, legal skirmishes, and Brittany's fervent attempts to obtain a permanent restraining order against Anna. The timing of Brittany's disappearance was especially puzzling because it coincided with a critical court hearing in this long-running dispute. Brittany meticulously gathered evidence and prepared for her upcoming trial, making her sudden disappearance even more perplexing to those who knew her well. She was looking forward to her appearance in court and did not want to miss it. Brittany and Anne had previously been close friends, bonding over shared memories and camaraderie. However, Anne's idyllic friendship began to unravel when her boyfriend crossed the Atlantic from Ireland, prompting her to seek accommodations for her roommate in order to make room for her view. Brittany, ever accommodating, agreed to house Anne's roommate, but later changed her mind. This abrupt reversal heightened tensions between Brittany and Anne, laying the groundwork for a contentious dispute. The conflict escalated to alarming proportions, culminating in a shocking physical altercation that resulted in Brittany's arrest on battery charges. Her once welcoming demeanor had changed to one of resolute determination to seek legal protection against Anne's perceived threats. Brittany carried a video camera with her at all times, documenting every interaction with Anne in order to gather irrefutable evidence for the impending court battle. Among these clashes, the day Brittany disappeared emerged as a watershed moment. She had long anticipated the day she would appear in court for the civil suit seeking a permanent restraining order against Anne. She had worked hard to gather evidence and prepare to present her case to her friends and family. The idea of Brittany willingly missing this critical hearing seemed implausible. While Anne naturally became a person of interest in the eyes of investigators, initial inquiries indicated she had a credible alibi. A few days after Brittany's last sighting, her two beloved dogs, Colbert and Huey, were discovered wandering separately in Hopkins, South Carolina, adding an unexpected twist to the case. In the midst of this neighborly feud, another aspect of Brittany's personality emerged, a compassionate spirit who had opened her home to at least 8 different homeless people over the years. Brittany welcomed them warmly, offering shelter in exchange for their assistance with various household tasks. Among them was Joseph Dean Roberts, a 26-year-old who had recently lived with Brittany. Brittany had only met Joseph a few weeks before her mysterious disappearance at a local Barnes & Noble bookstore. Despite their brief interactions, Joseph had shared his harrowing story with her. He had become homeless after losing his job at the Kangaroo gas station on St. Augustine Beach. Brittany, known for her boundless kindness, extended her hand and offered him a place to stay. Joseph's first impressions painted him as an unassuming average young man, which was confirmed by his friends. They saw no reason for concern, believing him to be a typical houseguest. However, Joseph had a tragic backstory, telling Brittany's friends that he had lost his parents and that his living situation had become hostile, prompting him to seek refuge under her roof. Brittany went above and beyond when she moved in by purchasing a computer. They shared ambitions to start a web design business together, which reflected Brittany's adventurous spirit. The police, who were always eager to try new things, became increasingly interested in Joseph as they learned more about his relationship with Brittany and the events surrounding her disappearance. He was pulled over for speeding in Brittany's car in Evanston, Wyoming, the day after her disappearance. Strangely, he was released without being questioned about her location. However, as the investigation progressed, a more sinister pattern emerged, implicating Joseph in the disturbing chain of events as investigators dug deeper into Brittany Genevieve Tavares' mysterious disappearance. Joseph Dean Roberts emerged as a key figure in the unfolding mystery. His actions and connections to Brittany sparked suspicion, leaving a trail of questions that demanded answers. Joseph had become a person of interest for a variety of reasons. First and foremost, he was the last known person to be with Brittany on the evening of July 6th, just before her disappearance. Second, he had been in possession of Brittany's car shortly after she went missing, which was a disturbing fact that could not be ignored. The circumstances surrounding his encounter with law enforcement in Evanston, Wyoming, were quite perplexing. On July 11th, he was pulled over for speeding while driving Brittany's car. Despite being alone and in possession of her vehicle, the police officer who stopped him made no connection to Brittany's disappearance and released him with a warning. Joseph's actions did not end at the traffic stop. Later that day, he was seen at a Walmart in Ontario, buying items that raised eyebrows. He acquired a tent, a black t-shirt, and tan cargo shorts. These unusual purchases fueled the growing suspicion of Joseph's involvement in Brittany's disappearance. The investigation took an alarming turn when it was discovered that Brittany's credit card was still being used, despite the fact that she had vanished without a trace. Authorities closely examined the credit card transactions and discovered a troubling pattern. Brittany's card had been used in multiple states, including North Carolina, Idaho, and Oregon. This financial trail painted a picture of someone taking advantage of Brittany's possessions, fueling fears that she was in serious danger. With mounting evidence and growing concerns about Joseph's potential involvement, authorities took a proactive approach and issued a public alert. The message was clear. Joseph Dean Roberts was a person of interest in Brittany's disappearance, and he should not be underestimated. Law enforcement warned that he could be armed and dangerous, prompting a nationwide search. The hope of finding Brittany alive persisted, but the details revealed a chilling and ominous picture. The search for Joseph Dean Roberts intensified, motivated by a desire for answers and justice in this haunting mystery. In the never-ending search for answers in Brittany, Genevieve Tavares' disappearance reached a watershed moment on October 12th, when Joseph Dean Roberts was arrested in Seattle for shoplifting. This seemingly unrelated incident would cast an ominous shadow over the ongoing investigation, eventually revealing the grim truth about Brittany's fate while Joseph was in custody. Florida authorities rushed to Seattle to question him about Brittany's disappearance. Their hope remained steadfast that Brittany was still alive and awaiting rescue. They had no idea that the chilling revelation that was about to unfold would put an end to that glimmer of hope. During questioning, Joseph Dean Roberts, the man who had shared Brittany's life and home in the weeks preceding her disappearance, began to reveal the chilling details of what happened that fateful night. According to Joseph's confession, a heated argument broke out between him and Brittany on the night of July 6, 2010. The tension rose, reaching a terrifying climax as anger turned to violence. In a moment of brutality, Joseph had resorted to using a hammer to strike Brittany in the head several times, but she had not died immediately. Joseph recounted with chilling detachment that Brittany was still alive, albeit briefly, in a gruesome twist. Joseph described taking a knife from the kitchen, intending to silence the woman who had once provided him with shelter and kindness. Joseph used a sharp object to deliver the fatal blow to the neck. The aftermath of this heinous crime was a scene of unspeakable horror. There was blood everywhere. Joseph needed to act quickly to cover his tracks, so he used bleach and a slew of towels to remove the heinous evidence of his crime. The amount of blood was so large that it required 6 trash bags to contain the aftermath. In a chilling twist of fate, Joseph's original plan was to hide Brittany's lifeless body in the attic. However, he quickly realized that her remains were too heavy to carry up the stairs. Instead, he resorted to wrapping her lifeless body in sheets and garbage bags, leaving her tragically unrecognizable. Brittany's body was then placed in her own car. However, the question remained, why had Joseph chosen to accompany Brittany's beloved dogs on his sinister journey to conceal his heinous crime? Joseph's twisted logic came to light. He understood that leaving the dogs at Brittany's house would raise suspicions. He needed to buy time, diverting attention away from the atrocities he had committed. Brittany's life was ended. Joseph set out on a grim journey with her body hidden in her own car and her once loved pets by his side. He drove Brittany's car, carrying her remains, and abandoned her body in a desolate wooded area near Interstate 95. Joseph attempted to bury her, but the difficult terrain made the effort futile. Instead, her body was exposed. In a disturbingly casual revelation, Joseph admitted that after completing this macabre task, he returned home when asked if he had gone to sleep. His response was chillingly straightforward. "Yes, I did." Following this eerie interlude, Joseph embarked on a cross-country journey, crossing state lines. While leaving Brittany's car in a Seattle library parking lot, a stark reminder of the disturbing nature of his actions. The release of these gruesome details sent shockwaves through the investigation and the community, which had hoped for Brittany's safe return. Her body, which was severely decomposed, had to be identified using dental records. She died as a result of apparent blunt force trauma. It was a horrifying reminder of the brutality she'd experienced. Joseph Dean Roberts, the man who had shared her home and her trust, had thrown Brittany into a nightmare from which she would never recover. Following Joseph Dean Roberts' chilling confession, the mystery surrounding Brittany and Genevieve Ataver's disappearance begins to unravel. The police discovered that everything Joseph had told Brittany was a lie. He had spent several months living in the woods near the bookstore where they had met. Law enforcement believed Joseph had a habit of wandering along Florida's beaches, attempting to persuade women to give him a place to stay. The strategy had been successful on numerous occasions. Brittany was not the first woman to offer him shelter, and those who had welcomed him into their homes at first thought he was harmless and, in some cases, pitied his situation. However, a troubling shift in his behavior usually occurred soon after moving in. For example, a woman Joseph worked with at the Kangaroo gas station offered him a room to rent in her home. From August 2008 until January 2009, he appeared pleasant and honest at first, despite his inability to afford a motel. He even discussed his mental health issues, such as depression and angry outburst. However, within a few weeks, his behavior deteriorated. He became disinterested, neglected personal hygiene, and began using illegal substances in the home. When she discovered this, she immediately asked him to leave, and he left the same day. A month later, another gas station employee named Cheryl Davenport offered Joseph a place to stay after he was fired for theft. Cheryl thought of him as a friend, and she was aware that his mental health issues had caused strained relationships with his family. In exchange for housing, she asked him to care for her 3 young children. Unfortunately, the destructive pattern repeated itself. Joseph stopped bathing and resumed his prohibited substance use, prompting Cheryl to ask him to leave. During this time, Joseph moved in with Brittany in tragic circumstances. Before she had the chance to request his departure, he committed a heinous act of violence, brutally killing her. Brittany was unaware of Joseph's history of severe anger issues, which led to this horrific tragedy. Joseph's account of Brittany's brutal murder prompted his immediate arrest. The gravity of the crime he had committed was obvious, and the legal system moved quickly to hold him accountable for his heinous actions. Joseph initially pleaded not guilty to first-degree murder, setting the stage for a trial to prove his guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. However, as the case progressed, legal discussions and arguments became more prominent. Questions about Joseph's state of mind, the circumstances surrounding the crime, and the pursuit of justice led to a watershed moment in the case. Ultimately, the prosecution and defense reached a significant agreement and accepted a guilty plea to a lesser charge. Joseph Dean Roberts, the man who killed Brittany in an unspeakable act of violence, has pleaded guilty to second-degree murder. This plea represented a significant turning point in the case. The court accepted the plea and sentenced him to a 30-year term in a Florida state correctional facility. While this outcome may not have provided the full measure of justice that Brittany's loved ones had hoped for, it did ensure that Joseph was held accountable for his heinous crime. He would spend decades in prison, paying for the life he had taken and the anguish he had caused Brittany's family, friends, and the community that had rallied in her memory. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. The case of Jennifer Sabina. Why would a loving husband mutilate his wife? Many of us have heard about the severe psychological condition known as post-traumatic stress disorder, PTSD, but few have considered what lies behind those three words. The term refers to mental disorders that develop as a result of a single or repeated exposure to a severe traumatic event, violence, accidents, disasters, wars, and so on. This type of disorder is frequently found in military personnel who have been involved in combat and witnessed the deaths of others over an extended period of time. Even after returning home, they have difficulty adjusting to civilian life. According to a World Health Organization report, 1/3 of soldiers returning from conflict zones experience some level of PTSD. Tragically, their loved ones suffer as well, desperately attempting to assist them in overcoming the crisis and resuming their normal lives. The family of Benjamin Sabina, an Iraq War veteran, struggled with this issue for many years. Unfortunately, the disease proved insurmountable, and Jennifer Simon's case shook the peaceful town of Wauwatosa, Wisconsin, with its brutality. Furthermore, this was the first time a police officer was killed in the line of duty in the town's history. Behind it all was a tragic story that lasted nearly a decade and resulted in the death of a young woman. Let's start at the beginning to make sense of the situation and see if there was any way to avoid such a dramatic denemia. Jennifer and Benjamin Sabina, before they met Jennifer Louise Sabina. Nate Miller was born in 1982 in Milwaukee County, Wisconsin. She was the oldest of 2 children in her family and grew up with her younger brother Jacob, with whom she maintained a close relationship. When Jennifer started school, her parents decided to split up and file for divorce, after which her father moved to another state and stopped being involved in his children's lives. Her mother worked hard to provide for the children, but Jennifer was always her primary helper and supporter. She kept the house in order, cooked meals, and looked after her younger brother, while their mother worked tirelessly. Jennifer excelled in school and aspired to a career in law enforcement. Benjamin J. Sabina, also a Milwaukee native, was Jennifer's age and went to the same school. Despite the coincidence, they did not know each other personally. After graduating from high school, Benjamin joined the United States Marine Corps and served 2 tours in Iraq. He was honorably discharged in 2005 after suffering a severe concussion and numerous injuries to his body and limbs, which is how the couple met. While serving in Iraq, Benjamin signed up for Facebook, a new and rapidly growing social networking site. He searched for his hometown and came across the profile of Jennifer, a charming, smiling girl. After looking up her information, he discovered that they had attended the same high school, but he could not remember her. After some thought, Sabina decided to approach the attractive girl. He greeted her, informed her that he was currently serving in Iraq with the Marine Corps, and asked how she was doing. Jennifer did not respond immediately, but did write briefly that she was doing well. It was clear that she was not eager to communicate with a stranger, but the young man was not perplexed. Benjamin began writing to her every day, even when she did not respond. Gradually, he drew the beauty's attention, and they began to talk casually about various topics, remembering the school where they wanted to study together and trying to figure out why they hadn't met before. A mutual liking developed between them, and they even began planning a reunion when Benjamin could return home. Jennifer had graduated from the police academy, had received specialized training, and had successfully passed all of her exams before becoming a police officer in her hometown of Wauwatosa, Milwaukee County, Wisconsin. It had been her dream job since high school, and she was extremely proud of it. Jennifer expressed her joy to a pen pal who sincerely congratulated her on her accomplishment, severe injury, and return home. Benjamin was expected to return home in November 2005. However, in February of that year, he and several of his comrades were targeted by mortar fire. Almost all of Benjamin's comrades were killed that day, and he miraculously survived, albeit severely wounded. His kneecap was almost shattered. His left arm was nearly severed by shrapnel and held together by a few tendons and a piece of skin, and he sustained shrapnel wounds to his chest and head, as well as a severe concussion. The Marine was transported to a military hospital, where he was carefully picked up piece by piece, and, once his condition stabilized, he was transferred to Germany for treatment and rehabilitation. His arm was saved. Although it had lost sensation and function, his knee was in far worse shape, Doctors were skeptical that Benjamin would be able to regain his footing. During this time, Jennifer, with whom he communicated on a daily basis, was extremely supportive and encouraging. She stated that she was constantly praying for his recovery, expecting a miracle and hoping for the best. The miracle occurred and Sabina gradually began to recover, eventually learning to walk. A few months later, the demobilized Marine was transferred to California, where his military unit was stationed. After completing the necessary paperwork, he returned to his hometown of Wauwatosa as a combat veteran, and among the disabled veterans were his parents and Jennifer, with whom he had grown close through correspondence. We were waiting for him. By then, Benjamin had resumed his rehabilitation program, which was producing positive results. The muscles in his damaged limbs recovered and strengthened, and he began to exercise, eventually being able to use his left arm normally and, contrary to the doctor's predictions, beginning to walk and run. When they first met Jennifer, they realized they didn't want to park for a day. The couple spent all of their time together discussing everything in the world, and it appeared that they had known each other their entire lives. A passionate romance blossomed between the two young people. Jennifer saw her lover as a hero, surrounded him with care, and supported him in everything. Benjamin was extremely grateful to her for this. And at the end of 2005, he offered to make her his lawful wife, which she gladly accepted. They registered their marriage right away and married on New Year's Eve of 2006. Severe post-traumatic stress disorder. The young man's time spent in war zones left him with not only scars, but also deep psychological trauma. Benjamin suffered from complex post-traumatic stress disorder, PTSD, which included all of the typical symptoms such as nightmares, increased anxiety, psychotic experiences known as flashbacks, depression, and suicidal ideation. For the former Marine, any loud noises, popping fireworks, or even the sound of a passing airplane could trigger memories of his horrific experiences. He regularly underwent therapy and worked with specialists, and there were times when the disorder receded so much that his loved ones assumed he had returned to normal life, but this was a false impression. According to Benjamin's own account, during the war, he witnessed the deaths of at least 50 of his comrades, many of whom were close to him, and their loss caused him personal grief. Jennifer and Ben went to church together, and the man sought help for his psychological problems. A variety of therapeutic approaches, both medical and spiritual, proved effective. Recovery seemed imminent, but some symptoms appeared to have become chronic. Jennifer and Benjamin were still young, full of optimism and plans. They decided to postpone having children until his condition had stabilized. The couple believed they had their entire lives ahead of them, and that there was still time for everything. However, 7 years after the wedding, Benjamin's condition had not improved. He continued to suffer from nightmares, panic attacks, and suicidal ideation. Furthermore, due to his injuries and disorders, the former Marine was not only forced to end his military career, but he was also unable to obtain another prestigious and promising position. Warning signs emerged in 2012, 7 years into rehab, when Benjamin's progress began to deteriorate rapidly. Jennifer told her best friend Linda in October that her husband had acquired a gun, which he rarely let go of and even slept with under his pillow. He would frequently wake up at night with nightmares, screaming, grabbing the gun, unable to recognize his surroundings, and feeling as if he was still at war, surrounded by enemies. At times like this, his wife would do her best to calm him down and return him to reality. These nightmares became regular, and the doctor's sedatives did little to help. Furthermore, Benjamin began to have thoughts about voluntarily ending his life, which he discussed with his wife. In an effort to reassure him, she told him that he couldn't live without him and that she would accompany him in his care. By then, both spouses were in their 30s. Jennifer had a promising job, was well regarded at work, had many friends, and was adored by those around her. Benjamin received only a government-appointed disability pension. He only socialized with close relatives and parishioners as the couple went to church on a regular basis. He had almost no friends because people avoided and feared him due to his strange behavior and occasional bouts of aggression. Benjamin was most likely dealing with PTSD and depression, as well as an impending midlife crisis. Everyone around him seemed to be moving forward, striving for and achieving something, except himself. Even his wife's care and support began to appear as a mockery to him, and he was plagued by feelings of guilt and shame for his own inferiority. Jennifer was transferred to the night shift in early December 2012, and she now patrols Wauwatosa's streets from dusk to dawn, keeping order. She was very concerned because her husband would be alone at night, and if he had another nightmare or memory, there would be no one to help him, as the 7th wedding anniversary approached. Jennifer was considering taking a vacation, possibly to the ocean for a change of scenery and relaxation. On December 17, she shared her plans with a colleague, but they were not meant to be realized. Because a week later, there was a terrible tragedy that claimed the life of a young woman in a peaceful town. On the evening of December 23, 2012, Jennifer began working the night shift shortly before Christmas. Throughout her shift, she texted her husband, concerned about his condition. Jennifer's messages stopped around dawn, though her husband continued to text her, asking if everything was okay. At 5 a.m., the dispatcher attempted to contact Jennifer several times. However, when the patrolman did not respond, he decided to locate Jennifer's squad car, which was discovered at the city's fire station, only 5 minutes away from the police department. Patrol officers frequently stopped by here to eat or write a report at the end of their shifts. However, the officer remained unresponsive, which raised serious concerns because it had never happened before. Another officer was dispatched from the station to the fire station, where he made a horrifying discovery. Jennifer's squad car was parked at the back door of the building, just a few feet away, right near the exit. Jennifer lay dead on the snow-covered pavement in a pool of blood. She had multiple gunshot wounds to the head from close range, and her face was almost unrecognizable. The officer immediately reported the incident to the station, which dispatched an investigation team and a medical team to the scene. Thus, on the night before Christmas, Officer Jennifer Sabina became the first police officer in the quiet town's history to be killed in the line of duty. Around 6:30 a.m., a suspicious widower named Benjamin called the police station to inquire about his wife's well-being and why her phone was not answering. He was told that there had been an incident with Jennifer, but was not given any details, and he was instructed to report to the station immediately. He showed up less than half an hour later, looking anxious. Strangely, no questions were asked. Benjamin did not attempt to find out what had happened to his wife, whether she was hurt or still alive. He answered a few standard questions, including what happened the night before and where he went while his wife was on duty. According to Benjamin, after his wife left, he went to the store briefly before spending the remainder of the evening and night at home playing video games and texting Jennifer until she stopped responding. In the morning, he called the station and was told to come in. He was not charged at the time, but he did question standard procedure. However, the police discovered fresh abrasions and dried blood on his hands. In response, Benjamin stated that he suffers from post-traumatic stress disorder and that pain frequently helps him regain consciousness. When the former Marine learned that his wife had been fatally wounded, he had a serious breakdown. He jumped up and yelled that it couldn't be true. He knocked over a table and began pounding his fists against the wall. It took several strong officers to subdue and calm the emotionally charged widower case investigation. At the crime scene, in the fresh snowfall, there was only one set of footprints going from the tire tracks to the fire station's back door and back. This indicated that the perpetrator was alone, based on the size of the footprints. The adult male ballistics analysis produced even more intriguing results. 5 bullets were fired by the officer from 2 different weapons: a 9mm handgun and Jennifer's service weapon, which the perpetrator had taken with him. All of the bullets were pointed at the head, 2 in the back and 3 in the face, implying personal animosity, deep hostility, or a desire for vengeance. However, the young woman did not have any enemies. Everyone who knew her personally adored and respected her, speaking of her only positively. On the same day, video from all of the street surveillance cameras leading to the fire station was requested. It turned out that there were almost no cars on the small town's roads in the early morning. However, around 4 a.m., a black Toyota Prius with tinted windows and black rims approached the fire station. The car vanished from camera view at some point, but a short time later, it was seen driving in the opposite direction, heading directly home. It is worth noting that Benjamin arrived at the police station that morning in the same car for questioning, removing all doubt that he was immediately pursued, arrested as the prime suspect, and his home was thoroughly searched. The first thing that investigators noticed were the holes in the living room wall. The drywall had been punctured, apparently by fifth, and bloodstains were visible around the edges. It was clear that this was where Benjamin had acquired the abrasions on his hands, and it had occurred no later than the night before. The couple left messages for each other on the refrigerator door using colorful sticky notes. Jennifer's notes exuded love and care, whereas her husband's were either dry in one word or so insincere that they read like quotes from romance novels. A shell casing from a 9mm pistol was discovered in one of the dresser drawers, and the weapon was soon discovered in the bedroom, on the side of her husband's bed. The police spent a long time looking for Jennifer's stolen service weapon, but it was eventually discovered in a ventilation duct under the ceiling. Forensics confirmed that it was the same weapon used to shoot Jennifer Benjamin's version. After his arrest, Benjamin initially stuck to his original statement, claiming that he had not left the house and denying any involvement in his wife's death, insisting that he loved her and could not have hurt her. However, when confronted with irrefutable evidence of his guilt, he began to sob and testify. He revealed that he had suffered from various forms of post-traumatic stress disorder for years after returning from the war zone. He was unable to be helped by his wife's love and care, his church, or experienced doctors. He recently began to consider voluntarily ending his life, which he shared with his wife. She continued to discourage him, claiming that she couldn't live without him and would follow him. It is claimed that Ben chose to dispose of his lover out of mercy. He reasoned that they were both religious individuals, and if Jennifer committed suicide, it would be a serious sin, condemning her soul to eternal punishment. So he decided to spare his beloved from eternal agony and bear the entire burden by ending her life and then his own. Benjamin knew that his wife, like her co-workers, came to the firehouse at the end of her shift to write a report. He watched her for days to make sure he knew exactly when and where she parked her car. That fateful evening, he arrived on time, about 15 minutes before his wife emerged. He waited for her at the door, then fired 2 shots to the head with a pistol he had brought from home. He then claimed that she turned around with her service weapon, which he had taken from her, and fired 3 more shots to the head. However, experts believe that the first 2 shots to the head were fatal, and she was unable to turn around or reach for the gun. Furthermore, the entry wounds revealed that the last 3 shots were fired into her body while she lay on the ground. Furthermore, it was unclear why Ben shot her 5 times in the head, severely disfiguring her face and necessitating a closed casket funeral, trial and sentencing. In the end, Benjamin pleaded guilty but blamed his actions on a severe mental disorder, claiming that he was unaware of his actions. As a result, a psychiatric evaluation was ordered, which revealed that despite having severe complex post-traumatic stress disorder, the man was fully aware of his actions. Furthermore, Sabina planned the crime in advance, attempted to cover his tracks and hide evidence, and continued to send messages to his now deceased wife's cell phone to avoid suspicion. Witnesses, including friends and co-workers of the deceased, testified that the husband was jealous of his wife's professional success and frequently took it out on her. In addition, Benjamin was insanely jealous of Jennifer's male co-workers. He believed that his wife could leave him at any time because she is surrounded by young, healthy men who do not suffer from the same physical and psychological problems as he did. His jealousy and suspicion, combined with his anxiety, drove her to despair. Sabina appeared in court in a wheelchair, his hands and feet bound due to his repeated attempts to harm himself. He entered a full guilty plea. Pride apologized to his mother-in-law and promised that if he could go back in time, he would never hurt the woman who loved him, and he loved him, and he loved.
Benjamin was convicted of first-degree premeditated murder in June 2013. Despite having serious mental health issues, he was sentenced to life in prison with the possibility of parole in 35 years. Jennifer's mother stated in court that she had forgiven her son-in-law and left his fate in God's hands. The defendant's mother testified that her son returned from military service a completely different person, deeply distressed, physically and mentally broken. And finally, she and her daughter-in-law attempted desperately to assist him, but the darkness in his soul was overwhelming. In addition, Officer Jennifer Sevens' death sparked a heated debate about whether her name should be included on a Washington memorial honoring law enforcement officers killed in the line of duty. Initially, the decision was made to exclude her name due to the circumstances surrounding her death. However, following widespread protests and collective petitions from Wisconsin residents, Her name was eventually added to the memorial wall.
Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. The mysterious disappearance of Maya Millety. In January 2021, the city of Chula Vista, California, had not been quiet for days. During lunch, office workers discussed city news. By late afternoon, they had consolidated what they'd heard over a family meal. Have you heard that? They stated that a young woman, a mother of 3, had mysteriously vanished, and each of them gave their own version of what had happened, but none of them wanted to be in her shoes personally. Maya Millety, a 40-year-old Filipino-American woman, disappeared from her own home on January 7, 2021. Outdoor surveillance cameras captured my return home. Outdoor surveillance cameras captured my return home around 5 p.m. Following that, the woman was not seen again. The relatives of the missing woman, who were knocked down, stunned by grief, distributed leaflets with Maya's photos and hung posters throughout the city. Their concerns were understandable. My eldest daughter's birthday was on January 10, and she would never, ever miss out on this holiday. According to the woman's relatives, they all spoke in the same voice. She last contacted him on January 7 at 8:15 p.m. Dozens of volunteers and police officers searched for Maya Millety. They searched the wooded area, nearby neighborhoods, the creek, and an abandoned golf course, but found nothing. Larry Millety, the missing woman's husband, never participated in the search for her. Furthermore, after some time, he severed all ties with her relatives. For a long time, the police assumed that Maya had left her husband after another argument. However, when she left the house, she may have been caught on the neighbor's CCTV camera, so she either stayed in the house, climbed out the window, or left in another way. What could be the reason for such strange behavior on the part of a man? Maya, who stood out from the crowd due to her unusual beauty, most likely had a lot of admirers and possibly more than one affair. It is possible that she lost her feelings for her husband without informing anyone. She ran away from him, but not alone. Perhaps this is why he was angry and did not take action. Larry claimed that I believed she was still alive because she voluntarily left our home at least twice in 2020. Without saying goodbye to myself or our 3 children, we prayed for her safety and well-being. God blessed Amidable Alonzo with 6 children. Maya was born 5th. The girl was born in May. Her parents gave her the name May. She was successful everywhere. The girl's determined nature aided her in this endeavor. Thus, it is an elementary school. Following her family's immigration, she was among the top 5 students in her class.
In March 1995, the girl enrolled in Redford High School in Honolulu, Hawaii, and began to express herself. She actively participated in a variety of school and extracurricular activities, with a particular emphasis on drama club and dance lessons. After graduating from high school with honors at the age of 17, Maya got a job at McDonald's, where she met her future husband Larry Millety, and they developed a relationship. When Maya turned 19, they married. At the same time, the girl enrolled at the University of Hawaii at Manila, a land-grant state research university. Life was boiling for the youth. While Maya was attending university, her husband Larry was training in the Navy in Virginia. The couple eventually decided to relocate to Chula Vista, California. Maya continued her studies at the University of San Diego because she did not want to stop. After graduating with honors, she became a civilian contract specialist for the United States Navy.
Where are the strange noises coming from? What are my thoughts? Am I already going crazy? And are they unreal? The phrases "I love you," "love me" echoed slightly throughout the house. They kept the young woman awake all day and night, haunting her in various locations throughout the house. My family did not stop looking. They immediately hired a private investigator to focus the attention of those who cared. The family repeatedly asked the public to assist them in their search for her. On February 5, 2021, the Chula Vista Police Department and the Millety family held a briefing to encourage as many people as possible to search for her. Soon after, Skeletal remains of Maya Militi were discovered in Orange County. However, this was not the case. It was later claimed that the remains belonged to a man. It was later discovered that the remains were actually animal bones. Good Morning America covered Maya's disappearance on April 6, 2021. The missing person case sparked national attention in April 2021. My sister appeared on Dr. Phil's talk show to discuss the situation, and Maya took everything very seriously. Despite coming from a large family, she had a strong attachment to children. She was in no hurry to get them. She did not want to give birth until she and Mary had a consistent, stable, and high income. That is the American dream. After all, they had to give their children the best possible future in order to make it happen. They had to work extremely hard and diligently. The right moment arrived in 2010. Then my son Larry had a daughter, Laura. A year later, Milani, her second daughter, was born. In 2016, Maya was an excellent mother to her heir son Lazarus, Tristan. She dedicated all of her free time to her children, giving them her all. She attended all of their school events and accompanied them in her SUV. Some women's children become the center of their universe, intelligent, indulgent, and caring. Maya was one of these women. By the end of 2020, the couple's relationship was strained. Larry assumed Maya had a lover. Her husband's jealousy knew no bounds, and while she could previously tolerate these attacks, she could no longer. Later, the DA's office reported that Maya had warned Larry about his anger. Police say Maya texted a friend just 2 days before his disappearance to end their marriage. I informed him that I was filing for divorce, whether he liked it or not. She claimed that I was no longer trying to make peace for the sake of the children. Larry frantically controlled his wife's every move. The jealousy was turning into complete paranoia. Larry could visit her office at any time to ensure that Maya was not alone with another man. Larry was also irritated by the fact that there were so many men on his wife's team. Larry once had the audacity to email my former boss, Derek Soft, and request that a male colleague be transferred to another division. He followed her around the clock and even got the kids involved in their arguments. Larry once hid a child's cell phone in his wife's car to track her movements. Larry became increasingly violent. He nearly strangled Maya after the couple separated, but not for long. Maya moved in with her brother in early 2020, but she and Larry rekindled their relationship after about 6 weeks. On August 12, 2020, Maya texted her brother, "Junior, he never left me alone. He checks all of my emails, messages, messengers, and Facebook updates. He even checks my Venmo app. And then what happens? He simply tightens the reins harder." Larry was not initially a suspect, but police are now very interested in discovering his identity. Investigators contacted my relatives, who stated that shortly before the disappearance, the couple had gone camping and spent the entire time fighting. Maya returned from her camping trip and informed her family that if anything happened to her, Larry would be notified. According to the case file, my friend informed police that Maya had made a different statement in December 2020. "I don't think he would hurt me, but I believe he would hurt the kids to get back at me." Prosecutors say the mother of 3 did not elaborate on what she meant at the time. When we fall in love, for better or worse, we only see the object of our adoration in rosy light. Frequently, we project our personality traits and outlook on life onto our partner without noticing the red flags, as they are known in psychology, that may indicate the presence of an underlying problem or a potential threat to the well-being of the relationship. We justify abusers, manipulators, narcissists, and aggressors by citing deficiencies in upbringing and stress, but we should look deeper. Apparently, nature is so laid down that families were created mostly in youth when the whole world is presented in rose-colored glasses, so to speak, for a great, sometimes blind love, so that the human race did not stop. And after a while, having gained the necessary life experience, we see in a partner what was so carefully hidden from us at first glance, and we consider re-educating, smoothing out all the sharp edges in order to reconcile. But you can't change an adult man. It only remains to prevent him from expressing his negative traits. This is the case for jealousy. If a person experiences certain traumatic events, paranoia is not far behind. Returning to the sound Maya heard, it's possible that the woman had developed hallucinations as a result of her family's problems. But this was not the case. The situation took an unexpected turn. Maya remained sane, which is not the case with Larry. A police detective named Lorenzo Ruiz told the public the story of Larry's internet search. releasing screenshots of queries such as subconscious wife training and subconsciously training your wife to give pleasure. Larry began to exert influence over my subconscious mind after we were unable to reach an amicable agreement. By installing various devices throughout the house that produce this sound, Maya discovered Larry's cutting ruse. According to Matthew Grindley, an investigator for the San Diego County District Attorney's Office in late 2020, Maya sent Larry messages demanding that he stop playing audio messages that harm people's mental health. This is a type of influence that causes a person to take specific actions. Maya heard the sounds every day. My sister-in-law, Genesis Tab Alonzo, later told investigators that Larry had independently recorded all of these words and confessed to Genesis about it. Who could have motivated Larry to do such a thing? Perhaps the job specifics and the training he received while serving gave him the idea. The answer will astound many. The investigation discovered that Larry sent over 1,000 messages to various spellcasters and psychics between September 2020 and Maya's disappearance. He spent more than $1,000 with them on approximately 70 spell charms. During a home search, police discovered a book titled Magical Love Spells. Larry sent messages to similar witches and warlocks at least once a day. He requested a spell to cause Maya to suffer some kind of physical injury that would render her unable to move around on her own, possibly becoming disabled in general and completely dependent on her husband. Larry hoped that Maya would appreciate his concern at such a difficult time, as well as the fact that he had not abandoned her in her hour of need. After all, he is a very good man. This is what he wrote in his messages. I'd like a powerful spell to bind my wife, Maya Milite, to me forever, causing her to love me unconditionally as I love her. I hope you can cast a spell that causes bodily harm or maiming, but not killing. Maya was finally convinced of her intentions after witnessing everything that was going on, including Larry's gradual mental breakdown. Maya and her husband decided to divorce in December of 2020. Every life event, including actions, has an initial mechanism known as a trigger. According to police, Larry's desire to lose his beloved grew stronger with each passing day. On January 7th, the day authorities believe Maya contacted a divorce lawyer, he was desperately trying to overturn my spouse's decision to file for divorce. I'm shaking inside, ready to snap, he wrote to one of the spellers earlier in the day. Maya contacted a divorce lawyer. By the way, attorneys reported that Maya planned how she would serve Larry with divorce papers because she was concerned about his reactions. She considered moving elsewhere, then suing him, and even made a backup plan to stay in a friend's vacant apartment. However, Maya did not want to leave her children behind. When the defendant learned she was seeking a divorce, she did not want the children with him, according to prosecutors. Larry's extreme behavior, triggered by jealousy of his spouse, could also be attributed to the man's mental health issues, which had been dormant for some time. Perhaps he always behaved differently than others. Larry, on my end, did not put out the trash. Larry's behavior was increasingly reminiscent of a psychopath. Larry has an absolutely horrible temper. Maya sent a text message in June, according to the case file. In his own home, he built a small altar in the center of which he placed a joint photo with his wife. Larry smeared his own blood on the photograph and surrounded it with 4 candles. On January 23, police officers obtained a search warrant for the Millet family's home. They discovered 16 firearms in Larry's home, 2 of which were illegally possessed. Larry's 4 licensed guns were missing. When police officers asked where the weapons had gone, the man explained that he had loaned them to his friend and uncle. Larry received a restraining order for the weapons in May 2021, and he was required to surrender them to the authorities. This was justified by the fact that police discovered peace chairs and Larry's young son surrounded by guns in his home. It was possible that the children had access to it, so the court issued the order the day after my disappearance, around 6:45 am, out of fear that they would harm themselves. A neighbor's surveillance camera captured the Millet family's black Lexus GX 460 SUV. Larry drove the man home at around 6 p.m. Where he had been all that time is unknown. Another suspicious moment, the car was originally parked in such a way that the back of it was not visible to the neighbor's security cameras. As we mentioned at the beginning of this story, my family was planning a birthday party for her oldest daughter on January 10, 2021. So when Maya stopped answering calls and texts, one of her siblings went to Chula Vista to make sure everything was fine. When my brother met with Larry, the latter informed him that the night before, Following their argument, his wife went to one of her rooms, locked herself in, and was not speaking to anyone. Larry took his son to Solana Beach, a coastal town in San Diego County. When he returned, Maya remained in the locked bedroom on the second floor. On January 9, Larry repeated the story about the locked room to my relatives, but no one believed him. The relatives demanded that Larry give them access. My family entered the room, and it was empty. Maya was nowhere to be found inside the house. However, her car was parked outside the house. Only her credit card and driver's license were missing. Following that, around midnight, Maya's older sister Chris filed a missing person report with the police. Larry Miller expressed concern about his wife's fate on January 15 after she missed his oldest daughter's 11th birthday. Furthermore, on January 8, the day after my aide disappeared, Larry did not text any of the psychics. According to prosecutors, on January 9, he requested that all spells on Maya be lifted and spells be cast on a man with whom Maya was allegedly having an affair. Maya was unlikely to have left her home. Otherwise, the security cameras would have captured it. On the unfortunate day, another strange thing occurred. Larry and Maya's children were playing in the yard around 10 p.m., which was noticed by the Millett family's neighbor. He was surprised because it was late and cold outside at 9:57 p.m. The neighbor's surveillance camera caught the sound of 9 loud bangs. Police speculated that they could have been gunshots. Police were unable to determine the nature of the sounds based on audio analysis of the video. Larry had a large gun collection, including a .40 caliber Smith & Wesson pistol, which police were unable to find in the house. According to court records, Billy Liddell, a junior attorney working with my family to investigate the case, discovered one incident from 15 years ago, specifically on the evening of April 30, 1997. In San Diego's Bay Terrace neighborhood, Maya met Larry Millett in high school after he relocated to Hawaii from San Diego with his family. Larry's arrest in 1997 for a juvenile gang related assault may have prompted the move. I have reason to believe Larry was involved in a gang, the attorney argued as a juvenile. Larry was arrested following a stabbing. The victim of the attack received multiple stab wounds and was transported to Mercy Hospital, where he eventually recovered. Criminal records, on the whole, tend to resurface in later life. Larry admitted in a January 2021 interview that he and Maya had an argument in 2020. Larry's cooperation with the police ended on February 3, 2020. On July 22, Larry was officially identified as a suspect. Investigators assumed that the 41-year-old man murdered his wife on the night of January 7 and then disposed of her body. Larry told the same story during interviews that my relatives had heard about the argument in the room his wife had locked herself in. By strange coincidence, his phone was turned off for approximately 11 hours on January 8. Larry did not show up for work that day, and no one was sure what he was doing. It was impossible to track his movements. Unfortunately, the neighbor's video surveillance camera is a silent witness to the events that occurred and is unable to communicate. The camera captures Larry driving his car up to the garage in such a way that the rear of the vehicle is not in view. Larry may have known which part of the scene the camera was capturing and positioned the car accordingly. During this time, he was able to safely carry his body through the garage before loading it into the trunk and driving away to dispose of it. Following his arrest, the man was kept in custody and denied bail. Larry Millett was arrested on October 19, 2021, for the murder of his wife Maya based on circumstantial evidence, and his parents were granted legal custody of the children. The court barred Larry from having contact with his children in order to prevent further emotional trauma. However, the man violated the injunction more than once. He called his relatives, who allowed him to speak on the phone with his children. He made over 100 phone calls and spoke with his children for more than 9 hours, according to prosecutors. During some of the calls, Larry made disparaging remarks about my family or requested that news headlines be read to him. He asked an 11-year-old girl and her 10-year-old sister to watch a movie called Shot Caller, which is R-rated and contains a warning, according to Deputy District Attorney Christy Bowles. Essentially, it's the story of a businessman who goes to jail. Larry suggested that children watch it to determine the type of environment he was in. Result of the court: Larry was prohibited from making any phone calls other than those to his attorney. However, Larry was granted permission to communicate in writing with his children as early as October 2022. He was still prohibited from communicating with them via personal visits or the telephone. to ensure that the children continued to attend their current Chula Vista schools. They were given custody to their paternal grandparents on October 19, 2021. My sister also sought custody of her nephew but was denied. My family was allowed to visit the children, but they still wanted to seek full custody of them in court. The judge directed Larry Millett's parents to facilitate maternal visitation with the family and work to obtain mental health services for the minors. When visiting the children, relatives are not permitted to discuss any details of ongoing criminal or probate cases with them. In fairness, the children were left in the care of the parents of their mother's alleged killer, in a town where everything reminds them of the tragedy. Perhaps the court should have sided with my sister and granted her custody. Larry's lawyer filed an appeal in June 2022, claiming the man lacked the mental capacity to stand trial. However, after a psychiatric evaluation, Larry Millett was found competent. It is unlikely that an insane man would have been aware of his actions in cleaning up his tracks. When Larry's seized cell phone was examined, all of the text messages he sent to his wife were found to have been deleted. When asked where the correspondence had gone, Larry explained that he just wanted to free up space on his phone. That's an unusual response, because the messages don't take up much space on the device. During trial, it was discovered that Larry had taken a large sum of money from his bank account. Larry may have been planning his escape with the money in hand. Perhaps he simply wanted to relocate to another city and begin a new life with his children after being charged with murdering his wife and possessing illegal weapons. Larry Millett's trial is set to take place in 2024. However, the trial has been postponed and rescheduled several times. Could it be a case of so-called circumstantial evidence? After all, circumstantial evidence is evidence based on inference linking it to a fact. For example, fingerprints found at a crime scene. Direct evidence supports the truth of a statement directly. That is, without the need for additional evidence or inference, it is easy to become perplexed without the necessary legal knowledge and experience. In any case, the situation is unfolding before our eyes and picking up speed. One thing remains constant and tragic. The seemingly prosperous family is destroyed. The mother has vanished and is presumed dead. The father is in prison and appears to be the perpetrator of the atrocity. The 3 kids are left without parental love. 3 innocent souls permanently traumatized, left to live in a society that will repeatedly remind them of what happened, whether in reproach or out of pity, breathing the wound. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. The case of Sabrina Queter, a heinous crime in an affluent London neighborhood. Compulsive thoughts are a mental disorder defined by the occurrence of ideas and actions that occur against a person's will and from which they are unable to break free. In some extreme cases, these thoughts can literally take over the mind, and when combined with a complex manipulative nature, innate cruelty, and a manic desire for dominance, the result is a time bomb. Sabrina Queter, a British woman, had every opportunity to live the fabulous, wealthy, and carefree life she had envisioned since she was a child, but it was never enough. No partner was good enough for her, and she always felt like she was born for fame, attention, and luxury. Her unrealized ambitions and obsessive fantasies eventually led to delusions and violent outbursts. Unfortunately, Sabrina discovered a defenseless man on whom she vented her rage. This case became one of the most notorious and high-profile in British history. An innocent girl who cared for her children was the victim of a deranged situation. Sabrina Queter her early years. Sabrina Queter was born on December 5, 1982, in a London suburb with a distinct blend of French and Algerian heritage from her parents. This unique combination most likely contributed to her striking appearance and fiery personality. Sabrina, the eldest of 4 children, was the family darling, constantly praised and held up as a role model for others. Her family moved to France when she was 2 years old, settling in Paris where she spent the majority of her childhood and youth. Sabrina's complex personality began to emerge during her school years. Her former classmates later described her as arrogant, domineering, self-absorbed, and exceedingly selfish. She had few friends, both at school and among her neighborhood peers, and she considered everyone around her to be unworthy in comparison to other bright and outgoing girls her age. She was especially hostile, seeing them as competitors and enemies. With her stunning appearance, a striking brunette with brown eyes and an impressive physique, Sabrina could have pursued a modeling career if she could connect with people instead of manipulating them. As a child, during her youth, she participated in sports and expressed an interest in music. However, her inconsistency, impatience for quick results, and lack of effort hampered her success in all fields. Years later, Sabrina claimed that she was treated harshly by her maternal relatives in France during her childhood. However, these claims were never supported or proven. In contrast, her family insisted that she was indulged and constantly sought attention. Sabrina suffered a back injury while participating in sports as a teenager, which led to her dependence on prescription painkillers. She attempted to obtain these drugs illegally, resulting in her arrest and a police warning. Sabrina was always hyper-focused on herself and her appearance, craving constant attention. She was confident that her future held a wealthy, glamorous life filled with celebrity interactions and her own stardom. Her fantasies seemed to overshadow her reality at times, as she believed she had earned her place in Hollywood. Sabrina holds an English and French literature degree from the Sorbonne. However, since 2006, she has claimed various fashion industry professions such as stylist, makeup artist, fashion designer, and designer, despite her lack of actual expertise in these areas. Complex relationship with Wissam Madouni. Sabrina Queeter is known for her stunning appearance and a penchant for captivating men and exploiting their affection, but she never considered any of her suitors to be worthy of a serious relationship. She was literally waiting for a prince who would fully obey her. Sabrina was still unsure of her life goals after graduating from school, believing she was entitled to everything without effort. Nonetheless, she enrolled at the prestigious Sorbonne University while also working at a sweet shop for financial support. At the age of 18, she met Wissam Madouni, who was 6 years her senior, worked as a manager at the headquarters of a major French company, and attended one of Paris's most prestigious universities. Despite not being particularly attractive, he wished to pursue a master's degree in order to advance his career in the celebrity world. He fell deeply in love with Sabrina and was willing to satisfy all of her desires and fantasies. Sabrina found Madouni appealing, seeing him as someone she could manipulate as well as a ticket to a wealthy life. He was ambitious, capable of great professional success, and eager to pamper and spoil her. The couple started dating in 2000 and decided to live together after a few months. Sabrina quickly revealed her true nature, attempting to control my duties in every way. If her demands were not met, she resorted to tantrums, threats, and even physical violence. Furthermore, she soon began openly cheating on Madouni, with no attempt to hide or justify her actions. She could have flings with anyone, from a random acquaintance to Madouni's best friend or colleague. Despite numerous attempts to end the relationship and leave her, Madouni always returned, unable to let go of his deep love for Sabrina. Madouni received his master's degree and a significant promotion in 2001, and he began earning a substantial income, which he lavished on Sabrina's expensive clothing and entertainment. Its family owned several properties in Paris, and he managed them, giving Sabrina all of the rental income. Madouni, who also had Franco-Algerian roots, saw Sabrina as a kindred spirit. According to some reports, the couple married in a special Muslim ceremony in the fall of 2001, as evidenced by a certificate issued by a mosque in Argentina. However, the religious ceremony was insufficient to establish the union as official and legal. The couple had a son, whose paternity Madouni officially acknowledged. However, years later, a Frenchman named Anthony Francois claimed to be the child's father, and a witness in Quitter's trial described her as volatile, unpredictable, promiscuous, and manipulative during her relocation to London. The global financial crisis hit hard in 2008, causing the company where Wissam Madouni worked to go bankrupt, costing him his high-paying job. Around this time, Sabrina Quitter developed a strong desire to move to London. She made the decision without consulting her partner, leaving her with few options and hoping for a new career in one of the world's major financial hubs. Madouni followed her to London, where he found employment in a major English bank. However, Sabrina has struggled to establish herself in the fashion industry. Her ambitions to be a designer, model, or makeup artist were stifled by a lack of skills, experience, and formal education in these areas. Consequently, she had to lower her expectations. She worked in a variety of positions over the years, including nanny in a call center, cafe, and even network marketing. Sabrina Queter's search for love took an unexpected turn when she rekindled her teenage passion for music, adding the titles of musician and composer to her resume. Despite her enthusiasm, Sabrina struggled to secure professional opportunities in the music industry. She attended a number of auditions and social events in the hopes of making valuable connections. Sabrina was fortunate to meet Mark Walton, a well-known musician, songwriter, and one of the founding members of the popular Irish boy band Boyzone. After leaving the group, Mark went on to become a successful producer and music mogul, working with Jennifer Lopez, Jessica Simpson, and Lady Gaga. By 2016, his net worth had surpassed $1 billion. Mark was exactly the type of person Sabrina had hoped to meet on her way to a life of fame and luxury. She impressed Mark with her beauty and charisma. He was captivated by her and openly admitted to falling in love at first sight, unable to think of anyone but the beautiful woman. Their relationship grew quickly, and Sabrina worked hard to remain pleasant and endearing, eventually ending her relationship with modernity because she saw a bright future with Mark. His previous relationship and child did not deter her. Within weeks, the lovers had moved in together to a luxurious home in an affluent area of London. Mark covered all of Sabrina's expenses, including the rent for the lavish house she chose for several months, in order to bring and live the opulent life she had long desired, which included socializing with celebrities, attending elite events, wearing couture clothing, and even appearing in glossy magazines. Sabrina found it difficult to manage Mark because she was afraid of losing him. She couldn't control her nature for long, and soon began to be jealous of every woman around Mark. Sabrina's demands grew over time, requiring more gifts and luxury. Mark spoiled her with designer clothes, jewelry, and trips to upscale restaurants and clubs. But it wasn't enough for her. The couple's home had a high turnover of staff and nannies, as Sabrina's paranoia led her to believe they were either stealing or trying to seduce Mark. Her irrational behavior eventually. Mark was driven to his breaking point. In 2011, he ended the relationship and moved to California, leaving Sabrina with nothing. Losing Mark also meant losing the luxurious lifestyle she had enjoyed. Sabrina began conducting interviews, accusing Mark of cruelty, violence, and substance abuse. She called him crying, begged him to return, and even threatened to commit suicide. But none of these tactics brought him back. Who is the father of the second child? After realizing she had lost Mark Walton, Sabrina Queter contacted her ex-partner, Wissem Madouni, who was a successful bank executive, and immediately forgave and accepted her back, despite still having feelings for her. They resumed living together. Sabrina discovered she was pregnant shortly after her reunion with Madouni. She quickly notified Walton, who, through his lawyers, expressed a willingness to provide for the child and Sabrina by offering a monthly allowance. However, Walton insisted on a paternity test after delivery to confirm his fatherhood. Sabrina's refusal to take the test, which could have resulted in substantial regular payments, indicated her uncertainty about the child's paternity. Instead of agreeing to the test, she demanded that Walton double the proposed allowance. After his refusal, she declared war on the musician. Sabrina took to social media to spread false claims that Walton was obsessed with her, insanely jealous of modernity, and physically threatening them. She accused Walton of breaking into their home, assaulting Madouni, frightening the children, and sexually assaulting her in an unnatural manner. However, she was unable to back up her claims because Walton had a solid alibi and had been in the United States since their breakup. Sabrina temporarily stopped accusing her ex-boyfriend after Walton filed a defamation lawsuit and the police threatened her with legal action. She settled in Wimbledon, southwest London, with Madouni and their 2 children, leading a seemingly peaceful existence as the conflict appeared to be resolved. Sabrina Queter, a French nanny who was used to handling household chores but found it difficult to manage 2 children, decided to hire a nanny who could also help with housework. She advertised a job online and conducted interviews in person. The majority of candidates failed to meet her expectations, and those who did not last long in her household. Sophie Leonette, a young French woman, responded to the advertisement. At the time, Sophie, 19, was in her provincial hometown in France, so the interview was done via video call. This modest, unassuming provincial agreed to all terms including childcare, housework, and cooking, in exchange for a symbolic weekly salary of £50, which included full board and lodging with the employer. Sophie was born on January 7, 1996, in the small town of Troy, near Alex, and her parents, Catherine and Patrick Leonette, were simple workers with a modest, if not poor, lifestyle. Sophia graduated from school with a diploma in childcare but did not want to work in her province, preferring to relocate to a larger city, known for being shy, quiet and unassuming in appearance, but extremely kind and open-hearted. Sophie was loved by those who knew her despite her poor vision. She wore glasses, which she was slightly self-conscious about, and their conversation made her realize that Sophie, the plain Gain, would be an ideal target for her manipulations. Furthermore, Sophie was eager to gain experience and good references, so she was willing to work for the minimum wage. Sophie thought Sabrina seemed like a serious and reliable employer, which she told her parents before leaving for London. Kind employers rose to a sophisticated status. Initially, Sophie Leonette seemed to be doing well, believing that working for the Tweeters would be a great way to start her nanny career. She quickly bonded with the children, completed household chores as required by her contract, and had enough time and resources to improve her English and explore city attractions. This peaceful period lasted several months, and everything seemed fine. Maduni lost his job, and the family's only reliable source of income became Walton's monthly child support payments. To bring it back, Walton was asked to pay more money, which prompted him to request a DNA test to confirm his paternity. The family faced serious financial difficulties, including high rent and basic living expenses. Of Sabrina, unwilling to cut back on her luxuries and desperate to maintain her socialite lifestyle, she became irritable and aggressive, frequently venting her frustration on the young nanny. The couple tried to start a bakery with their last funds, but it failed. Sabrina then turned to Walton and asked for a large sum of money to start a clothing line, only to be met with a categorical refusal, resulting in tears and complaints about poverty. Sabrina frequently complained to Lynette about her ex-lover, and the nanny attempted to console her employer. What happens next varies according to the source. According to one version, who either devised a scheme to use Sophie as a weapon to blackmail Walton. She intended to portray Sophie as Walton's, an accomplice and lover who was allegedly planted in their home to disrupt their lives and endanger the children. Sabrina claimed that the provincial fool was in love with Walton and used her as a tool for vengeance. She believed that recording and presenting the nanny's confessions to the police would be sufficient evidence to seek restitution from Walton for his heinous act. Sophie refused to make false statements on camera. Another version, as argued by Quitter's lawyers in court, suggested that Sabrina believed in her conspiracy theory because of her mental illness and saw Sophie as an enemy and a threat to her family. She allegedly did not force the nanny to give false testimony, but she truly believed Sophie was Walton's accomplice who infiltrated their home to harm them. Regardless of the truth, Sophie's life quickly devolved into a living nightmare, a torture chamber in the basement of a wealthy home. Sophie Leonette, a young French woman, was initially burdened with extra work that did not correspond to an increase in her meager salary. Eventually, she was engrossed in endless chores from dawn to late night, with no personal time and effectively imprisoned within the house walls. Sophie's pay was soon halted entirely, preventing her from fleeing or returning to France. Her employers seized her passport, making her a captive. Her interactions with family were strictly monitored. The situation worsened. Sophie was barely fed and constantly pressured to make false statements about Walton, whom she had never met or known. She was only communicated with through screams, insults, and threats, and was accused of stealing money and valuables. She was threatened with imprisonment if she didn't comply with their demands regarding the musician. When screaming and blackmail became ineffective, the Sabrina Coiters used more brutal and sophisticated methods. Sophie was effectively relocated to a cold basement where she spent all of her time when not working, eating scantily once or twice a day and becoming emaciated and weak. However, the cold and hunger were not her worst experiences. Physical abuse became the most traumatic stage. It began with slabs and hair pulling, but quickly escalated to Sabrina breaking Sophie's nose and a violent assault. The sight of blood seemed to enrage Sabrina, making beatings a daily occurrence for Sophie. Every day brought new methods of cruelty intended to cause unbearable pain and suffering. The basement of this wealthy house in an affluent London neighborhood became a true torture chamber for the lioness, with no hope of rescue. In late summer 2017, Sabrina Queter brought the unfortunate Sophie Lioness to a police station, claiming Sophie was ready to testify against Mark Walton, with whom she allegedly had a romantic and criminal relationship, and who had allegedly sent her to their house to abuse the children. However, Sophie remained silent and refused to say what Sabrina demanded, so the police decided to speak with her privately and take her to a separate room. Sabrina was furious, fearing Sophie would reveal the horrors taking place in their home and implicate her and her husband. Sophie mysteriously chose not to reveal anything or seek help. The police's reaction was also peculiar. Despite seeing a malnourished, scared, and weakened young woman, they did not contact a doctor or psychologist to ensure her health and safety. At that point, the 21-year-old man weighed less than 40 kilograms, had lost some of her hair, was missing a front tooth, and was limping noticeably. Despite this, the officers remain unconcerned and simply allow everyone to leave. A disturbing phone call and a funeral pyre. Sophie Lioness sobbed as she made her final call to her mother in mid-September. Sophie told her mother that she wanted to return home but didn't have any money. Catherine, without going into detail, simply told her daughter that she would buy her a ticket and that she should pack her bags immediately. This was the last time she heard Sophie's voice. A few days later, on September 20, 2017, in the evening, the Cougars' neighbors called the police. They were alarmed by a fire in the yard, not so much by the fire itself as by the nauseating, sweetly greasy odor it emitted. A neighbor reported that it smelled like burning flesh and hair, as well as something identifiable, and that the 6 smoke clouds that stretched half a block immediately impregnated clothes and skin with a stench. Firefighters and a police car arrived on the scene. The house owners, who appeared calm and unaware of the reason for the emergency services visit, met them after extinguishing the fire. What appeared to be a charred human hand was discovered among the ashes. The couple was immediately apprehended, and severely burned human remains were recovered from the fire. The deceased's gender and age were indeterminable, but the body was quickly identified as Sophie Lioness, as evidenced by the melted metal frame of the glasses embedded in the skull, which Sophie always wore. The cause of Sophie Lioness' death was difficult to determine because her body had been almost completely burned. Forensic experts discovered multiple rib fractures, jaw cracks, and evidence of blunt force trauma on her skull and limbs, indicating that she sustained these injuries while alive. In addition, she had several missing teeth and a severely damaged nose. Sophie had suffered prolonged and brutal beatings, resulting in broken bones and knocked-out teeth. However, the extent of the fire damage made it impossible to assess the state of her internal organs and identify any penetrating wounds. The discovery of horrific video recordings in the house depicting Sophie being tortured and coerced into confessing collusion with Walton and intent to harm the children exposed her captor's true sadistic nature. Sophie was brutally beaten with an iron cord, a golf club, and even electric shocks. She also faced humiliations, such as being forced to submerge her head in the toilet until she suffocated. Experts believe Sophie died of asphyxiation before being burned on the pyre, sparing her the agony of being alive during the burning trial and sentence. Sabrina Queter and Ouissem Madouni denied guilt and expressed no remorse for their heinous crime. Following the murder, Madouni calmly went to a nearby supermarket to purchase firelighter fluid for burning the body and dinner for his family, as if nothing had happened. The first court hearings against the sadistic couple started in March 2018. Sabrina attempted to portray herself as a victim, blaming Mark Walton for driving her to a pathological state with his constant torment. Sabrina was diagnosed with mental disorders, but she was not insane and could understand her actions. We were physically healthy but psychologically dependent on Sabrina and blindly obedient to her. Sabrina's former lover, who testified in court, described her as a cunning manipulator rather than a madwoman because she planned her moves so carefully. Another witness stated that she always made up enemies, but did so rationally and for selfish reasons. On June 26, 2018, the court found the couple guilty of torturing, humiliating, and murdering their nanny in aggravated circumstances. They were sentenced to life in prison, with the possibility of parole after 30 years, and neither admitted guilt despite ongoing appeals to reduce their sentence. Sabrina attempted to feign insanity, hoping to be transferred from prison to a hospital, but was unsuccessful. Mark Walton testified at the trial that he felt guilty about his ex-lover's actions because he committed these atrocities to gain his attention and financial compensation. He expressed his heartfelt condolences to the victims' parents and voluntarily issued a large check to assist the bereaved families who had lost their beloved daughter. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. The case of Matthew Winkler reveals the secrets of a religious family. Sometimes the most horrific and unpredictable crimes are committed by seemingly perfect families. Of course, even in the most prosperous unit of society, a crisis can arise that goes unnoticed by others, but literally poisons the lives of all family members, eventually leading to tragedy. Many people in Selma thought of the Winklers as a model family. The young pastor, his wife, and their 3 daughters appeared content, having everything they needed for a comfortable life, being healthy and successful, but in a quiet pool, as they say. In this case, many questions remained unanswered because we only heard one version of what happened, and the story itself became the subject of the book, The Sex and Murder Secrets of a Pastor. On March 22, 2006, the small town of Selmer, Tennessee, Chuck received terrible news. Matthew Winkler, a 31-year-old pastor, was brutally murdered in his own home, along with his wife Mary and 3 daughters. Patricia, 8 years old, Maria Eliza, 6, and Brianna, 1, went missing without a trace. That day, the Church of Christ preacher failed to show up for the evening service, which he was supposed to attend with his family. This situation appeared strange and suspicious, as Matthew was always very responsible and could not miss the planned event without informing anyone. Even more disturbing was the fact that none of the family members answered the phone. Alarmed community members decided to visit the Winklers' home to find out what had happened and if they needed assistance. From the outside, the house appeared normal. The windows and doors were intact, and nothing unusual was visible. Inside, there were lights on in several rooms, and they could hear a television playing loudly in one. It gave the impression that the house's owners were busy with their own affairs. The front door was locked, but no one responded to the knock. Phone calls also went unanswered, and through the curtain windows, it was impossible to see what was going on inside or who was present. Despite the strange nature of the situation, no one was in a hurry to call the police. Instead, they called an elder in the religious community, who advised them to look for a spare key and open the door themselves. It took an additional hour and a half. When members of the community were finally able to enter the house, they discovered an eerie scene. Everything in the house was properly organized. There were no signs of intruders, but the owners were also not present. Everything appeared normal until the visitors looked into the marital bedroom. There on the floor, the pastor's body rested in a pool of his own blood. There was a large hole in his back from a gunshot wound. Blood splattered everywhere, and bloody foam dried on his face. By then, the body had cooled and stiffened. Matthew had clearly been lying there for many hours, and was most likely killed in the morning because he was dressed in pajamas. Only after that did the police receive a call. By the time the cops arrived, a large crowd of neighbors, churchgoers, and passers-by had gathered in and around the house, curious about what was going on. All of these individuals had left fingerprints at the crime scene. They left fingerprints and shoe prints, as well as erased or trampled potential evidence, making investigators' jobs much more difficult. Police took the pastor's body for forensic examination and discovered that he was killed by a single shot in the back fired from a large caliber weapon. He died a few minutes after the wound from massive blood loss. Unable to summon help, it was simply impossible to determine whether there were any strangers in the house at the time, because those who arrived before the police arrived had completely destroyed all traces of them. The picture of the crime was strange, and those who could shed light on what had happened vanished. The fate of the murdered man's wife and daughters remained unknown. The police assumed the woman and children had been kidnapped or killed. In addition, the Winklers' family minivan vanished from the garage. A massive search was launched throughout the state, prompting a yellow alert. This meant the children were missing, and all citizens were asked to remain vigilant and help with the search. But first, let us start at the beginning of this story. Matthew Bryan Winkler was born on November 21, 1974, in the picturesque country town of Henderson, Tennessee, as the youngest of Dan and Deanne Winkler's 3 sons. Our hero and his 2 older brothers, James and Daniel, were raised in a conservative Christian family. Their parents were deeply religious and raised their sons with strictness and obedience. It is worth noting that Matthew became a church minister during the 5th generation. His father, great-uncle Michael, grandfather Wendell, great-grandfather Merlin Winkler, and great-great-grandfather Merlin Paul Winkler Sr. We were all gospel preachers at one time, and the father, on top of everything, ran the local preacher school and was well known and influential in his hometown. In their youth, the Winkler brothers attended Sunday school and participated in church activities. Furthermore, in high school, Matthew was very interested in soccer, and everyone who saw him play on the field noticed that he had talent and could easily become a world-renowned athlete. However, the young man eventually decided to forego a promising athletic career in favor of Bible study and church ministry. Because the family head's preaching activity required frequent travel, his wife and children almost always accompanied him. Because of this, Matthew attended several schools throughout his childhood, but the active, communicative, and friendly child quickly made friends and gained authority everywhere. When the boy finished school, he and his family moved to Austin, a small city in Texas. Matthew was a creative person with a magnetic personality, but he could not boast of any outstanding academic achievements. Following his high school graduation, he enrolled in and graduated from Freed-Hardeman College. In parallel, the young man began to consider a career as a pastor. His father carefully guides him. Matthew was the youth minister at the Central Church of Christ in McMinnville. He was later appointed to preach at the 4th Street Church of Christ in Selmer, Tennessee. Mary Carol Winkler, maiden name Freeman, was born in December 1973 in Guides Township, Tennessee, as the oldest of her parents' 2 daughters. She was also raised in a highly religious family with strict guidelines. For many years, the family's head pastored the Christian church, where the girl attended Sunday school. Several years later, the family welcomed a second daughter, Patricia. Unfortunately, the girl was born prematurely and suffered from a variety of serious medical conditions, including cerebral palsy, encephalitis, epilepsy, and mental retardation. For many years, the parents refused to accept the child's disappointing diagnoses and worked tirelessly to treat her, even agreeing to experimental therapy. However, it did not result in any significant improvement. Mary adored her younger sister, always treating her with affection and doing her best to care for her. However, in 1987, when Patricia was 10 years old and bathing in the bathtub, her older sister was only a minute away, taking something from the bathing accessories, and at that very moment, the girl had another epileptic seizure. When Mary returned to the room, her sister had stopped breathing, and all attempts to resuscitate her had failed. For a 13-year-old girl, it was a huge shock and the first loss in her life. She blamed herself for the tragedy and was on the verge of a nervous breakdown. Teachers who saw the deplorable state of Mary sent her to the school psychologist, working with whom she helped, but her father, learning about what was happening, made a scandal and forbade his daughter to go to the sessions, saying that such problems are discussed only within the family. In reality, the girl never received genuine moral support from her parents. She tried to avoid any conflicts, and after her younger sister's tragic death, she became withdrawn because her father refused to let her seek help from a specialist. The trauma over the years has caused serious psychological issues. Following Patricia's death, the parents decided to adopt Charlotte, a little girl from a dysfunctional large family. Soon after, the couple was granted custody of Charlotte's 2 brothers and sister, allowing the family to reunite in their new home. Mary was once again the older sister, caring for the younger children while assisting her mother Matthew and Mary Winkler in their daily lives. The future spouses met soon after Matthew graduated from high school. The guy was prominent, handsome, athletic, and enjoyed great popularity with the opposite sex. But to spin novels right and left, he did not allow a strict religious upbringing. The young people developed an immediate liking for one another, which quickly turned into love. It was the first strong feeling either of them had ever experienced. After a few months, they met each other's parents and, with their approval, began planning a wedding. In April 1994, The lovers married. When the family had an older daughter, Patricia, the head of the family was still in college and had to take a leave of absence. He took a job on a construction site, but it didn't last long because he was unaccustomed to hard physical labor. During this time, he first became aware of Matthew's difficult personality. He was frequently angry with others, irritated by trivial matters, and sometimes unable to control his anger. Mary tried not to complain or tell anyone about what was going on in her family. A meek young woman, raised in the spirit of patriarchy, obeyed her husband and everything. Initially, the Winklers lived near her married parents' home, allowing her to see them on a regular basis. Mrs. Freeman was soon diagnosed with cancer, which spread quickly and left her literally burned in just a few months. It was another shock for Mary, and she was now responsible for her underage siblings. Mary was pregnant again at the time, which complicated the situation even more. However, shortly after the birth of their second daughter, the family relocated to another city, where they purchased their own small home. After the move, Mary became completely absorbed in caring for the baby and almost stopped communicating with her father, as well as her younger brothers and sisters, who were overly demanding and required constant attention. In addition, the young mother developed severe postpartum depression. Everyone who was close to the Winkler family noticed some oddities in Mary's personality and behavior. The young woman was described as an introvert and even sociophobic. She didn't communicate with anyone. It was difficult for her to form new acquaintances, let alone friendships. He had mood swings, was prone to depression, and anything could bring her to tears. While Matthew was establishing his career as a pastor, his wife became increasingly distant. The situation became even more complicated when Mary became pregnant again, and she discovered a few months later that the fetus had died in her womb. Mary was shocked by the news, as she had been looking forward to the arrival of this child and had hoped to see the long-awaited 2 stripes on the pregnancy test. She could only do it 2 years later, and her happiness was limitless. This time, Mary kept her pregnancy hidden for a long time, as if she was afraid of something. She did so until her situation became clear. Everyone resumed discussing Mary's strange behavior and pathological reticence. Mrs. Winkler's strange behavior was linked not only to the severe psychological trauma she experienced as a child, but also to an extremely unhealthy environment within her own family, which exacerbated her already unstable nervous system. The head of the family was a man of authority and demanded unconditional obedience. Despite the fact that in public, the Winklers appeared to be an ideal married couple, with trust, mutual respect, and harmony. In reality, their neighbors have repeatedly heard the husband yell and snap at his wife for no obvious reason. Nobody could have imagined that a respected pastor would touch his wife, until one day Mary had a huge black eye. Despite the fact that she denied the fact of domestic violence and said that it was an accident. The city quickly spread rumors about a young preacher who brutally beats his children's mother. In addition, Matthew at some point developed an irresistible urge to experiment in bed. He offered his wife to diversify their intimate life with role-playing games, adult toys, and so on. But for Mary, brought up in strictness, with conservative views, such was unacceptable. She strongly restricted her husband in this, which infuriated him, and he repeatedly tried to get what he wanted by force. One day, after another abuse in bed, Mary called her only close friend in tears and complained to her about the situation. The friend, who promised to keep her secret, immediately blabbed about everything, which provoked a new wave of rumors and gossip about the unacceptable behavior of the clergyman. At that time, Matthew was up for promotion and aspired to be a local church leader, but he was rejected because of rapidly spreading unpleasant rumors about him. Moreover, he was also removed from his position in the Sunday school, where he had brought God's word to the children and was in good standing. This was requested by the parents, who had also heard about the pastor's peculiar predilections. All this forced the family to leave their residence and move to another city where they planned to start over. They huddled in Selma, where they quickly gained the love and respect of those around them. Matthew took a job as a church pastor again, and his wife found a part-time job to make a small contribution to the family income. And although the family was still not smooth, their neighbors, as well as the congregation of the church where Matthew preached, considered Mary and Matthew an ideal couple in their family, a model. Next door to the Winkler family lived a young married couple with whom the couple quickly became friends. They often visited each other, celebrated holidays together, shared news and secrets. A few months before the tragedy, during a joint dinner at the pastor's house, Mary bragged to the neighbors that her husband had bought her a gun for self-defense and had already taken her to the shooting range several times to learn how to handle it confidently. Mary turned out to be quite a capable student, quickly mastered all the subtleties and accurately shot at target. Moreover, it turned out that the Winklers already had firearms in the house, which had been purchased by the pastor earlier, also for self-defense. The guests wondered why the pastor and his wife needed all this, because they live in a quiet town where they have no enemies, and everyone around them loves and respects their family. Following another move, the couple's financial situation left much to be desired. Mary was looking for part-time jobs and decided to pursue a medical degree so that she could work in a clinic and help sick children. Soon, Mary decided to improve the financial condition of their family through financial fraud. She herself later claimed that she did not realize that she was doing something illegal and was going to pay back all the money as soon as she got back on her feet. Mary was essentially artificially inflating account balances. Mrs. Winkler also received checks from unspecified sources and then deposited them into a bank account she and her husband owned. She then changed the address of the account so that all communications would be routed there. The total amount of checks he received was almost $17,000, which aroused certain suspicions of the bank employees, who decided to invite the couple to the office branch to clarify the circumstances and resolve the situation. But the pastor and his wife never showed up at the bank, and this aroused even more suspicion. It was assumed that Matthew was not aware of what his wife was doing at all. However, after Matthew's death, his wife tried to prove in court that the whole story of fraud was his idea, and that it was he who forced her to make dubious transactions, while he himself remained in the shadows without arousing suspicion. Where has Mary disappeared to when Mr. Winkler was found murdered in his own home? His wife and daughters were put on the wanted list, fearing for their lives. Initially, the meek, shy, and homely Mary was initially viewed solely as a possible victim of the crime. However, after speaking with neighbors and receiving information from the bank about financial fraud, she became the primary suspect in her own husband's murder. It was critical to find out where Mary had gone and where the children were as soon as possible, and if they were okay. They, along with their family car, were added to the wanted list. Attempts were also made to trace transactions made with Mary's bank card and find her location using her cell phone signal. Mary was discovered just a day later in an Alabama resort town, where she and her children were having fun at a nearby amusement park. It was as if the mother wanted to throw one last party for her children, knowing that she would soon be in prison and would see her daughters again. When the family was taken to the police station to testify, the two older daughters confidently recounted the same events. According to them, intruders broke into the house and injured their father, so their mother grabbed a gun to protect them. They were eventually forced to flee for their lives. According to the girls, their father was still alive and in the hospital, and they planned to visit him before returning home. Patricia and Maria Eliza did not witness what happened in the house and only learned about it through their mother's words. They only heard a gunshot and saw their father lying on the floor before their mother put them in the car and drove away. Mary almost immediately began to confess, but she claimed that she couldn't recall the entire chain of events from that day due to the temporary blur. Her spouse, she claimed, had abused her for years, humiliating her and forcing her to engage in two forms of intimacy she did not want. Mary insisted that it was he who had initiated the financial scam she had perpetrated. Matthew demanded total obedience, easily lost his temper, and once gave the will of his fist. This was confirmed by Matthew's secretary at his previous place in employment. The woman repeatedly witnessed the pastor insulting his wife, who had carefully brought him lunch to church, but he was always unhappy with something. The even before the tragedy, there was another scandal in the family because of which the spouses went to bed in separate rooms. Mary cried all night, and in the morning she did not realize how in her hands with a shotgun with her husband kept loaded. She entered Matthew's room and shot him in the back while he was still lying in bed. Matthew collapsed to the floor, bloody foam oozing from his mouth and nose. According to Mary, her husband, while still alive, whispered, "Why?" She replied, "I'm so sorry." Mary then took her daughter and left the house, while her husband, according to experts, attempted to reach for the phone to call for help but ran out of strength. By the way, the criminal's weapon was discovered in the trunk of the car Mary drove away with the children in. She took it with her for what purpose? Mrs. Winkler also couldn't respond. At the trial, the role-playing costumes found in their home were presented as evidence of the pastor's humiliation and moral abuse of his wife. Upon seeing them, Mary turns pale and then became hysterical. Despite the fact that she confused her testimony and told several different versions of what happened, the court agreed that she was the victim of a domestic tyrant and the murder was the result of years of anger, resentment, and pain. However, Mary was not absolved of responsibility for her actions. In April 2007, the court rendered its final decision in this complex and perplexing case. Mrs. Winkler was found guilty of involuntary manslaughter, but her mental state raised serious concerns. It was originally expected that the young woman would be sent to prison for at least 6 years, but in the end, she was given a sentence of less than 1 year. She spent 2 months of her sentence in a psychiatric hospital, where experts were determining whether she would be able to regain custody of her children upon release. Mary was given sole custody of her daughters in the summer of 2008, who'd been living with their paternal grandparents up until then. This situation deeply upset Matthew's parents. They believed that their daughter-in-law had deliberately killed their son and received little punishment for it, and now their granddaughters have full custody of her. However, all of their previous attempts to file appeals had failed. The fraud case never went to trial, the bank never filed formal charges, and the entire case was dropped. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. As you begin to investigate the Leslie Palacio case, it's impossible not to be puzzled and disappointed that justice hasn't yet been served. Despite the fact that the police have all of the evidence and know who the killer is, he remains at large. Today's story highlights the difficulty of investigating crime when suspects are outside the jurisdiction, and victims can only hope that the perpetrators are apprehended and brought to justice. The morning of the 29th brought anxiety to the home of Australia Philosophia, mother of 5 beautiful daughters. Taylor, her eldest daughter, came down to the kitchen and reported that the bed in Leslie's room remained untouched. Her belongings were gone, and it was clear she had not spent the night at home. One of the sisters joked that it must have been a good night at the club. Leslie had probably spent the night at Eric's. In fact, everyone became alarmed because Leslie had never done this before. Kyla kept looking at her phone during breakfast, expecting Leslie to text her soon. Leslie remained silent despite the passage of time. By noon, it had stopped appearing normal. By late afternoon, the reseller had decided to go to Eric's house on her own to find out where her daughter had gone. When the Palacio family arrived, they noticed Eric's mother and sister actively removing furniture and other items from the house. Obviously, taking furniture out of the house is normal, but the situation in Mrs. Ibarra's crying face gave Rosella a strange feeling. Something wasn't right here. When asked where Leslie was and why Eric's phone was unavailable, Eric's mother and sister pretended they were unaware that the couple had spent the evening together. Rosella clarified whether Leslie had slept over at their house that night, citing her daughter's messages indicating her intention to visit Eric. After receiving a negative response, Leslie's family realized how serious the situation was. Fears became reality, and the family took immediate action. The older sister, realizing that Leslie could not have vanished so easily, began calling local hospitals and searching the internet for reports of accidents in the previous 24 hours. However, both the search and attempts to contact Eric were unsuccessful. He had either turned off his phone or it had died. Kayla couldn't even hear her voicemail. With Sally, I had no choice but to contact the police. The following day, August 30, Leslie was officially reported missing. Leslie Palacio was born on May 5, 1998, and the move marked the beginning of an intense fight for justice. In Las Vegas, Nevada, USA, her short but full life was filled with love and care for her family. The girl was always open and friendly, and she brought joy to any company. She valued everyone she met in her life, and they reciprocated. Leslie wished to connect her life with medicine. After graduating from high school, she enrolled in Las Vegas Medical College at 20 West 20. She was already confidently pursuing her dream of becoming a phlebotomist and working part-time as a laboratory technician, combining theoretical knowledge and practical skills. Leslie proved herself to be a gifted student. Her academic achievements were commendable. She had a natural ability to absorb new information and was always eager to expand her knowledge. That is why the girl chose to work part-time as a laboratory assistant. Leslie unexpectedly realized she had found her calling and quickly became an integral part of the team. Colleagues thought the student was not only a responsible and professional lab technician, but also a warm-hearted person. The girl's responsibilities included conducting various analyses and tests. However, Leslie saw this work as much more than just a way to fulfill her duties. She saw her calling in making patients test, taking experiences as comfortable as possible. Her caring and patience fostered a sense of trust. Even those who were concerned about the procedure felt at ease in her presence. When the youngest of the nurses asked if Leslie was afraid of having her hands pierced all the time, she laughed and replied that she now had the superpower to poke people. Vital, a young optimist, already has evidence in her every action. Leslie, by all accounts, had the potential to become a highly sought after and valuable specialist in the field of medical laboratory diagnostics. And she would have, if things hadn't turned out so dramatically. Leslie has always helped and cared for others since she was a child. Rosella Palacio, the second of 5 daughters, took on the role of mother when she worked as a hotel cleaner. Rosella recalled her daughter kicking her out of the kitchen when she attempted to cook dinner after cleaning more than 15 hotel rooms in one shift. "Take some rest." Leslie gently encouraged her desire to alleviate her mother's burden after work. Her daughter took it upon herself to prepare dinners and, in her usual easygoing style, found cooking to be a source of inspiration. From then on, she always ensured that her family members were well fed. Even if she was away and couldn't prepare the family dinner herself, she was always calling home to ensure that everyone had eaten, because Leslie's family came first. She easily inspired her sisters with her enthusiasm and ideas. For example, even during the pandemic, Leslie continued to participate in sports by organizing workouts in her backyard. She praised her mother's various exercises, and she and her sister danced daily in front of a mirror to music. Her love of experimenting with hair color and image led to a joint business plan with her older sister to open a boutique. The sisters started designing and sewing dresses at home in their own distinctive style. When the coronavirus pandemic struck, Rosella was laid off due to downsizing. Leslie suggested that her mother start her own small cleaning business and assured her that she would gladly assist her with the cleanings in her spare time from work and school. "Mom will be fine soon, as you can see," she assured Alia. At a family council, they came up with the name Palacio Cleaning Service. Leslie went missing around that time. Her dreams were just beginning to come true when their family firm received its first contract. However, on August 29, 2020, all of the Palacio family's plans and dreams came crashing down. Leslie finished the lab assistant program at the end of August 2020, and the family firm received a large order, so she decided it was time to unwind from the stresses and worries with an evening of dancing and fun. The pandemic-related restrictions were gradually lifted, and Las Vegas began to come alive. Unfortunately, none of Leslie's friends wanted to keep her company. People were beginning to let go of their fears and resume their normal lives. They were still nervous and anxious about being in a closed space with so many people. Leslie didn't give up hope of convincing someone to have fun, so she posted on Instagram about her desire to spend the evening somewhere. Unexpectedly, she received a message from Eric Rangel, i.e. Bara. Leslie and Eric's parents had attended the same church for 14 years and occasionally socialized. So the children had known each other since childhood but had never had a close relationship. Leslie knew what Eric liked. The guy who texted her showed interest, but Leslie never reciprocated. She was polite to him. On any other day, Leslie would have declined Eric's request to keep her company, but not this time. She was looking forward to a fun evening to break up her usual routine. The entire day was filled with anticipation. When none of Leslie's friends wanted to keep her company, she accepted Eric's polite and warm invitation to reminisce about Las Vegas nightlife. A night out with Eric seemed like a better option than going nowhere at all. "We anticipate a fun adventure." Leslie had no idea what terrible things waited her, but she probably had a premonition about something and was trying to convince herself that there was no reason to be concerned. Anyway, Leslie agreed with her sister to send her regular messages informing her where she was. She also told Kyla in great detail where she was going, who she would be with, and where she might end up. After a while, the elder sister received an unusual message. "Can you believe Eric is not going to drink this evening? We're at a party, but it looks like I'll have to celebrate alone." Afterward, the sisters exchanged joking messages about the subject. To live a healthy lifestyle. The first place Eric and Leslie went was the casino at the Longhorn Hotel. Police officers later discovered surveillance footage of the couple getting out of a white Ford F-250, owned by Eric at 0:30 a.m. on Ayub 29 and entered the casino before leaving shortly after at 1:56 a.m. The couple then left the casino. Leslie kept in touch with her sister, telling her what was going on. At 4:40 a.m., Leslie sent her sister another strange message. "I need to talk to you about something unpleasant." Kyla inquired as to what had occurred, and she stated that a text box appeared, indicating that Leslie had begun to respond, but no response was received. The girl's life ended with that text message. The morning of the 29th came. Leslie still hadn't returned home. The more time passed, the more concerned the Palacio family members became. The certainty that Leslie had stayed the night at Eric's house was replaced by confusion, and the family went to a familiar house where they found a strange thing. Mrs. Diabara and her daughter were taking out furniture, pretending that they had heard for the first time that Leslie and Eric had spent the evening together. In fact, Leslie's family arrived at Eric's house just in time that they had arrived a few hours later. The investigation would have been significantly delayed. The police found traces of blood in the house, a mess in the bedroom, which suggests that Eric's mother and his sister spent the whole day, strangely enough, not to clean up the traces of the crime, but to pack things down to the pieces of furniture. The family was clearly not going on a picnic, but planning a long-term and thorough absence. Most likely, they had arranged to reunite with Eric and his father Jose in Mexico, where the two had traveled in order to escape justice. Upon seeing the Palacio family, Mrs. Ibarra probably realized that the chance to leave was gone, leaving evidence in the house that no one would take the time to clean up. Panicked mother and daughter began to simply deny knowing about Leslie and Eric's evening together. It was this behavior that led to the suspicion that something irreparable had happened. Fortunately, the Las Vegas police took immediate action and sent out a billing inquiry intending to track Leslie's movements since the previous night. But unfortunately, it takes some time to get that data, while the Palacios couldn't sit back and wait. The family started a campaign to spread the word about Leslie's disappearance. People responded and began actively sharing the information on social media. No one expected that there would be so many people who cared. Eric's mom especially didn't expect it. Detectives kept asking more and more questions, and on August 31, Mrs. Ibarra went to the police station and filed a missing persons report for her husband and son. Mrs. Ibarra told police that her son Eric left home late in the evening on August 28, and when he returned the next morning, he was acting strangely. She saw him walk out the door and never returned. The police noticed a strange circumstance. Not only was Leslie missing, but Eric was also missing as well as his father. Based on this, an investigation into the triple disappearance began with the Las Vegas police involved. Detectives turned to the residents of the neighborhood with the hope of finding surveillance cameras that recorded something important. Luck smiled. It was discovered that just across the street from Joe's borrower's home, there were surveillance cameras. In addition to the CTV footage, police obtained billing data that allowed them to track Leslie's movements in the early morning hours of the 29 detectives found that the couple went to the casino and afterward to a grill bar, which they reached around 02:15 am accidentally or not. Leslie's cell phone was left at the bar, and the records show that Leslie left the establishment around 5:50 am, which is quite early in the morning at 06:05 am. Neighborhood cameras captured Eric's car pulling up to the family home. The nature of his assistance to Leslie and getting out of the car and on the way to the house clearly indicated that the girl was heavily intoxicated at 07:25 am. Eric and his father Jose are seen carrying Leslie's body out of the house, wrapped in a sheet and placing it in the trunk of the car. Eric then drives away while Jose hoses down the door driveway to their house. These actions clearly indicated that Eric and Jose were not missing, but were fugitives from justice. After police saw the footage, a search warrant was obtained for a borrower's home. As a result, detectives uncovered a lot of additional evidence showing that Leslie had not left the house voluntarily. The house had been cleaned with cleaning products in an unsuccessful attempt. Latex gloves and trash bags were also found. But the most important piece of evidence was the discovery in Eric's room. Traces of blood were found on the floor and on Eric's bed, an obvious sign of assault. And without DNA testing, it was clear to investigators that the blood belonged to Leslie. From that point on, Leslie Palacio was no longer missing, and investigators focused their efforts on finding her body. Eric and Jose were reported missing. As investigators searched diligently for suspects, the shaken Palacio family made efforts as well. Rosselli asked members of the church community to help search for her daughter's body as search volunteers. Flyers and posters with Leslie's photo and images of Eric and Josie appeared on social media, newspapers, and street poles. The philosophy of families asking the public to intervene and help them find these two men involved in the girl's death was the message on each flyer. The first major breakthrough in the investigation came when a license plate reader spotted Eric's car just 6 miles from his home around Tenham. I'll get to 29. He was heading back to his home just 4 hours after Leslie's alleged murder. The information uncovered made investigators realize that the location where Eric may have hidden the body was within a 4-hour drive of his home on the Nevada-Arizona border, or the Charleston Peak side, which is a huge area, so detectives were desperate for any additional information that could help them determine a more precise location. Once again, luck smiled on them when footage was recorded at a gas station 40 miles north of Las Vegas, showing Eric's car pulling off the highway toward the Valley of Fire National Park. The car backed up 20 minutes later with muddy tires. The find narrowed the search and pointed to the possible location of the body within 20 miles of the gas station. The mud on the tires suggested that Eric had driven off the road at some point. Detectives began searching the area. Police and volunteers combed through hundreds of acres of land, and on Sept 9 during the second search, they found Leslie Palacio's body hidden near a bush. News outlets immediately spread the word. The body of 22-year-old Leslie Palacio has been found near the Valley of Fire 11 days after she disappeared. A reporter joined the report, providing additional details about the prime suspect, 25-year-old Eric Rangel Ibarra. The Valley of Fire, where the body was found, is known for its hot climate, which led to rapid decomposition of the remains, and forensic experts were unable to determine the exact cause of death. Locals reacted to Leslie's death with horror and fear. Some became afraid to go outside because of the cons down south of the unquote criminals involved in the murder. The day after the body was discovered, September 10, many friends, relatives, neighbors, and just random people in the area gathered to honor Leslie's memory. People took candles that were used for the nightly vigil and placed them in front of the girl's house. They also said they wanted the man responsible for her death to pay for what he did. The fight for justice was not even close to being over at this point. The next major breakthrough came when Eric's car flashed in Mornado Valley, California. Police eventually contacted Eric's cousin, and he reported that he had driven Jose and his son to Santa Sidra, where he believed they planned to cross the border into Mexico. The Las Vegas Police Department requested assistance from the FBI because it was not possible for them to resolve the jurisdictional issue on their own. The investigation slowed down. Then on January 19, 2021, 4 months after the discovery of the girl's remains, Eric's father, Jose, turned himself in at the border. Everyone was greatly relieved that at least one fugitive was now in custody. The man was quickly extradited back to Clark County and charged with destruction of evidence and accessory to murder during interrogations. Jose tried to minimize his involvement in the crime, explaining the story of the trip to Mexico by his son's strange behavior on the morning of August 29. However, investigators showing surveillance video footage debunked his false claims. The footage clearly showed him helping carry Leslie's body out of the house and washing the driveway. Faced with the evidence, Jose changed his testimony. He said he was working in the garage when Eric brought Leslie's body wrapped in a sheet into the garage. According to Jose, he panicked and helped his son load the body into the truck, assuming that Leslie had died of an overdose of illegal drugs because he saw no visible injuries on the body. Court documents indicate that Jose initially told police that according to Eric, Leslie died of an overdose of illegal drugs. So they also explained that Eric immediately talked about wanting to end his life, blamed himself, and so he decided that the best thing to do for his son was to take him to Mexico. When investigators asked Jose for Eric's current whereabouts, he explained that as soon as the two of them entered Mexico and boarded the bus was searched by Mexican authorities. He and his son got scared and decided to split up, thinking that apart, it would be harder for the authorities to find them. For this reason, he would love to help the investigation, but has absolutely no idea where his son might be. On June 18, 2021, Jose formally pleaded guilty to destruction of evidence and accessory to murder. Despite the horrific characteristics of his crimes, Jose Ibarra was sentenced to only 2 years in the Clark County Detention Center, causing shock and dismay in the community. The Palacio family was shocked and outraged by Josie's lenient sentence, which they felt was unjust. During the chaos, Josie Ibarra joined the court proceedings virtually, while Leslie's family and friends were present in person. They urged the judge to impose a harsher sentence, arguing that 2 years was not enough for an accessory to murder who helped dispose of the body and hid the perpetrator. Josie Ibarra pleaded guilty and tried to apologize to Palacio's family, saying his love for his son outweighed him. He expressed regret for his actions. However, Leslie's family did not accept his apology and did not consider it sincere to date. Eric's whereabouts are unknown, and he continues to live freely in Mexico. Jose was released to Ophelia Marketing on April 28, 2020. An attorney and Palacio family representative commented as follows: "I'm absolutely furious. This is clearly unfair. Not only is the primary suspect not in custody, the person involved in the cover-up of the murder is now back in custody after serving 8 months and 15 days over the last 3 years. The family philosophy has never received adequate recognition. Leslie's story demonstrates flaws in the justice system and raises concerns about fairness in dealing with serious crimes. The family philosophy is determined to fight to change Nevada's laws because they believe that whoever was involved in the murder should face a prison sentence of more than 2 years. They hope that the perpetrator will be found and prosecuted in the United States, where he will be charged and punished appropriately." Ophelia Market Eon is directly contacting those who may know Eric's whereabouts in Mexico. In every media interview, she advocates for the Palacios family to receive some measure of justice. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. According to psychologists, teenagers typically commit crimes for 3 reasons: a desire to assert themselves and gain authority among their peers, an addiction to alcohol or illegal drugs, and, most importantly, a sense of impunity. Even for the most serious crimes, minors frequently face lenient sentences due to their young age. In our story today, a schoolgirl named Mackenzie Sharilla became the perpetrator of a terrible tragedy that claimed 2 lives at once. However, the girl did not feel remorse for her crime and stated during the trial that she could do almost anything to stay alive. However, she does not consider herself cool. Mackenzie repeatedly changed her testimony, blaming everything on a lapse in memory, and appeared to be confident until the very end that she would get away with it. But the judge's verdict literally stunned the young criminal and her mother, who was desperately defending her daughter. But let's get to the bottom of this. Who is Mackenzie Sharilla? Mackenzie Sharilla was born in August 2004 in the quiet town of Strongsville, Ohio. As the family's 3rd child, her parents, John Gorilla and Natalie Stevens, tried to raise their heirs with love and care, providing a good education and encouraging all endeavors. The youngest daughter was the family's favorite. She was forgiven for many pranks as a child, and even serious misdemeanors were frequently overlooked. Mackenzie grew up to be a capricious, demanding, and selfish girl. She was accustomed to the fact that her parents always did what she asked, and she was also confident in her own impunity no matter what she did. The girl's classmates and teachers observed that she was a pleasant and open child when she was younger. However, as she grew older, her character and behavior deteriorated. If something went wrong, she would throw a real tantrum, act impudently and impatiently, swear, and even get into a fight. Mackenzie did not consider anyone else's opinions except her own. Her words should always come last, and she prioritized her own interests above all else. The girl's personality deteriorated during adolescence, but her parents saw nothing wrong with this, believing that her daughter is in a transitional period and should be treated with understanding and patience. However, bad character was far from the worst of the issues. Mackenzie was addicted to alcohol during high school and occasionally dabbled in illegal drugs, but she got away with it. Often the girl's actions were reckless and posed a direct threat not only to herself, but also to those around her. Parents continued to ignore or refuse to acknowledge the obvious problem. Mackenzie, like many of her peers, was an avid social media user who rarely took her smartphone out of her hand. She frequently posted provocative photos of herself smoking or drinking alcohol on her account, with equally provocative comments. Mackenzie's friends were exactly like her. They vandalized organized pogroms, fought, stole, and were repeatedly apprehended by the police. However, the young people were only given warnings and educational talks, reinforcing their belief in their own impunity. Dominic Russo, a young man, was also a Strongsville native. He was born in September 2001, the fourth of 7 children for Frank and Christine Russo. The boy grew up with 3 brothers and 3 sisters, with whom he was always very close. Dominic excelled in school, was an active participant in sports from a young age, and strived for a healthy lifestyle, despite having grown up in a large family. He and his brothers and sisters were not denied parental love, attention, or care. Frank and Christine were moderately strict with their children, while also encouraging their overall development. Dominic always had a lot of friends. He was accustomed to being the center of attention and became the heart of any business. The young man had a bright and attractive appearance, was trim and interesting, and he had many admirers from a young age. He tried to avoid fleeting romances, instead focusing on serious and promising relationships. Rousseau enrolled in a local university after graduating from high school, where he chose to specialize as a performing arts producer. He aspired to be a well-known music producer. In addition to being talented and versatile, Dominic writes and performs his own songs. By the age of 20, the man already had his own small business, so he purchased a car and rented a separate apartment in a desirable neighborhood. At the same time, he continued to participate in sports and was regarded as one of the university's top students. First love. Dominic and Mackenzie first met as members of the graduating class. It happened at one of the parties in the company of mutual friends, and this unintentional encounter proved fatal for both of them. Young people were diametrically opposed, and opposites attract. Mackenzie was immediately drawn to a handsome, curly-haired young man with a strong musical background. He was very different from the guys she usually hung out with. He was well educated, polite, and interesting, and he could hold a conversation about anything. Mackenzie had a striking appearance and a slim figure. She dressed well and knew how to make a good impression. She used all of her charm to get the guy she like's attention, and she was successful fairly quickly. The couple began dating in the fall of 2021, and they almost immediately introduced the chosen one to their parents. But while Mackenzie's parents were overjoyed with her choice and thought Dominic was an excellent couple for their daughter, the guy's parents had mixed feelings about his passport. On the one hand, the girl appeared innocent and attempted to make a good impression on them. However, something in her immediately alerted Frank and Christine Russo, Cheryl's friends and family members. We are confident that Mackenzie fell in love for the first time in her life, and sincerely hoped that the relationship with the chosen one would positively affect her character and behavior. Nobody could have predicted the tragedy that would bring this useful romance to an end. The couple began to appear everywhere together, holding hands and openly expressing their deep affection for each other. The relationship became widely known in the small town. Those who knew Mackenzie well genuinely felt sorry for her boyfriend, but the majority were simply happy for them. What was wrong with her? Dominic began to notice oddities in his girlfriend's behavior, such as her defiant antics and desire to make everyone around her do exactly what she wanted. At first, he didn't pay much attention to it, blaming it all on his youth and desire for attention. The young people planned their future together, including getting married as soon as Mackenzie turned 18. They also intend to leave their home province and work together to conquer a major city. Ideally, Dominic's time in New York would provide him with numerous opportunities to pursue a successful career in the music industry and fully demonstrate his talent. But as time passed, Mackenzie's behavior became increasingly alarming and sometimes even scared the guy she demanded from her boyfriend. But he only did what she asked, and if he didn't agree with her on something, she caused scandals, threw tantrums, and acted like a little capricious child. Dominic initially attempted to turn everything into a joke, but quickly realized that this is the true face of his chosen one. In public, she was still trying to hold on, but when she was alone with her boyfriend, he unleashed the full force of his emotions on him, sometimes even pounced on him with fists. Mackenzie's behavior became increasingly aggressive, and eventually, the young man decided he'd had enough. He suggested that she take a break from the relationship and sort out her feelings. However, when Mackenzie learned of this, he had a public fight in front of their mutual friends. She screamed, threatened dominance, said she would kill him if he left her, and threatened to burn down his house and destroy his car. However, she only increased his confidence that he was doing the right thing by ending this toxic and unsatisfactory relationship. Obsessive stalking. Mackenzie had no intention of abandoning her boyfriend, and at first she pretended nothing had happened. She continued to invite him to various parties and events, as well as post photos of them together on social media, accompanied by declarations of love. When Dominic firmly told her that their relationship was over, she exploded with rage. Mackenzie went to his house almost every day and shouted a variety of nasty things, insults, and threats through his windows. She called him from various numbers, left messages on his answering machine, posted on social media, and emailed him. Mackenzie then swore in love and offered to try to start over. The insulting and threatening behavior resumed. Russo was puzzled. He simply did not know how to respond to such behavior because he had never encountered it before. He tried talking, ignoring the ex-lover and even recording her threatening moments on several occasions. Tantrums on his phone. When Sharilla saw his ex-boyfriend on the street or in another public place, he began to scream and insult him in front of passers-by. She'd turned Dominic's life into a nightmare, but he hoped that with a little more time, she would leave him alone and move on to someone else. Mackenzie declared in front of witnesses that killing Dominic was easier than letting him go. Mackenzie stated that if he did not return to her, no one would have him, and she would handle the situation. The young man didn't take these words seriously. However, those around him realized Mackenzie was not joking. The schoolgirl's most frequent threats included promises to hit and run over the guy with a car, to put him in the car and drive off a cliff, or to stop on the railroad in front of a rushing train. Each option sounded terrifying, and Mackenzie described each one in detail, as if she had it all planned out long ago and was just waiting for the right time and unexpected reconciliation. When Mackenzie realized that threats and insults would not help her get Dominic back, but would only alienate him, she decided to change her tactics. Mackenzie became sweet and charming again, stopped pressuring and harassing her ex-boyfriend, and instead tried her hardest to pretend that she realized her mistakes and wanted to change for the better. She discussed her upcoming enrollment, asked for help getting to university, claimed to have gotten smarter, and was most concerned about the final exams. Such changes pleasantly surprised Dominic D., who despite everything still had tender feelings for his former girlfriend and decided to assist her with university enrollment. As a result, they resumed contact and communication with one another. Gradually, the couple grew closer again. Dominic began to invite Mackenzie on dates, desired to spend all of his free time with her, and believed she had changed, matured, and become more serious and responsible. He didn't notice how he fell in love with her again, and all of his previous offenses remained in the past. However, this time around, the young people were not in a hurry to inform all of their friends and acquaintances about their reunion. Their meetings were more like secret dates, where they simply enjoyed each other's company while avoiding the close attention of others. When Dominic's own brother Angelo learned about what was going on, he predicted that nothing good would come of it, but the young man in love ignored his words, a devious plan. While Dominic naively rejoiced at being reunited with his girlfriend and the changes he believed had occurred to her, Mackenzie devised a terrifying revenge plan against the young man. She became so fascinated by the concept of a car and a spectacular car crash that she began to plan out the scenario in detail. In her spare time, she spent hours driving around the city, looking for a location suitable for the execution of her plan. However, there were no high and steep cliffs nearby, and she thought going out on the tracks while waiting for a train was a bad idea. One day, she drove into a nearby industrial area, which was fairly secluded with no cameras and few cars. The schoolgirl's attention was drawn to a massive brick wall, and her vivid imagination immediately devised a new, no less heinous plan. She decided that if she accelerated to the maximum possible speed and crashed into the wall, it would be just as spectacular as falling off a cliff into an abyss. It should be noted that Mackenzie originally intended to die alongside her lover so that their story could be retold by the entire city. She even informed her best friend about it. But her friends simply did not believe in the seriousness of her intentions because Mackenzie had previously entertained such delusional ideas, but everything was limited to empty conversations, a disastrous execution of the plan, and an unintentional victim. At the end of July 2022, just a week before her 18th birthday, Mackenzie suggested to Dominic that they attend an upcoming party hosted by their mutual friends. It would be a good opportunity to have fun, unwind, and let everyone know that they were back together and loved each other dearly. The young man readily consented. He still didn't feel threatened by Mackenzie and trusted her sincerity and intentions. The event was scheduled for Saturday, July 30, and Dominic and Mackenzie appeared in the middle of the party, holding hands, drawing the attention of everyone present. They appeared happy, smiled, and openly expressed affection and feelings for one another. Friends were overjoyed with their reunion, remarking that they are a stunning and harmonious couple. The young people had a great time all evening and night, willingly being photographed and kissing in public without China's permission. But no one expected such a terrible tragedy to end this party. The couple drank a little, as did everyone else at the event, but Mackenzie secretly took a dose of illegal drugs for courage so as not to change his mind, and did not hit the brakes at the last minute. In the morning, Russo and Sharilla said their goodbyes and drove away, but then a friend of the guy, Ivan Flanagan, followed them and asked for a ride home. Mackenzie tried to object, claiming that they had their own plans, but Dominic saw nothing wrong with giving his friend a ride. Mackenzie agreed to sign Damien's death warrant because he did not want to fight, raise suspicions, or change plans. Despite her lover's objections, Mackenzie drove the car. Her boyfriend sat beside her in the passenger seat, and her friend sat behind him. The car started and slowly moved away from the party venue, embarking on its most recent journey. Mackenzie drove quietly down the main street, staying within the speed limit and trying not to draw attention to herself. She came to a complete stop at a traffic light, although the road was empty. Mackenzie reconsidered her strategy as their passengers dozed off. She later claimed that she wanted to die in the accident, but the perpetrator was clearly lying because she had fastened her seatbelt during the last stop while their passengers remained unbuckled. When the light turned green, she accelerated and then made a sharp turn onto a poorly lit secondary road leading into an industrial area. Obviously, the guys did not immediately realize what was going on. The car accelerated to top speed, almost as if the devil himself had possessed the driver, but Mackenzie continued to press hard on the gas pedal, steering the car into a blank brick wall, a bystander, and a miraculous rescue. There was no one in the industrial area early Sunday morning, so no one noticed the accident or rushed to help. Only one woman who lived on the outskirts, not far from the accident site, heard the bang and wasn't too lazy to go outside to investigate. She noticed smoke, and as she got closer, realized there had been a car accident, so she ran back inside to call emergency services. Medics arrived on the scene about a half hour after the accident, but the two men in the car could not be saved. They died on the spot. The girl behind the wheel was alive. Her seatbelt and airbag saved her life. Mackenzie was unconscious and her legs were trapped inside the mangled car, but she was breathing and her pulse was clearly palpable, giving her hope for survival. She opened her eyes several times while being released from the car, but she was clearly unconcerned about what was happening around her. Mackenzie was immediately transported to the hospital, where she was diagnosed with multiple fractures and internal organ damage. Blood tests revealed that she was under the influence of both alcohol and drugs. However, the doctor believes that is what kept her from dying of painful shock. While help was on its way, the investigation leads to a confession. When the police received the results of Mackenzie's test, they assumed that she was under the influence of illegal substances and did not realize what she was doing, possibly trying to drive through the wall or not seeing any obstacles in her path. This version's lack of braking distance worked in its favor. Cherie Bella was unconscious in the intensive care unit following a complex operation, making it impossible to speak with her. However, she quickly realized what she had done and began to sob and pour out her soul to the doctor on duty. She admitted that she purposefully drove into the wall at high speed because she wanted to kill her boyfriend and had planned to die alongside him. Mackenzie also stated that Ivan was an unintentional victim due to his own obsession because he asked to accompany them. The doctor dismissed the patient's rambling story as a delusional state caused by anesthesia, painkillers, and guilt over the death of a loved one. When the police were allowed to speak with the recovering Mackenzie, she abruptly changed her testimony. Mackenzie now claims she has almost no memory of what happened that night because she drank and used illegal substances. According to the girl, she had a lapse in memory after getting behind the wheel, including how Ivan was in the vehicle. She has no idea. However, the facts indicated otherwise. The surveillance cameras were able to track the first part of the car's route, and the footage clearly showed Mackenzie driving slowly and following the rules until she abruptly turned onto a road leading to an industrial zone. Furthermore, it emerged that Mackenzie. He had driven the entire route both ways several days prior, and at least a dozen witnesses had seen her car return to normal at various points. Mackenzie recovered quickly after being discharged from the hospital and attempted to resume her carefree life. She felt no remorse and was confident she could get away with it. Mackenzie was back on social media, reconnecting with friends and making plans for the future. In September, she decided to attend a concert by her favorite band in a neighboring city. Her legs' bones hadn't fully fused at the time, but that didn't stop her from performing on stage in a wheelchair. At the same time, she wore bright makeup, dressed provocatively, and took selfies with friends, which she posted to her account. Sharilla attended a Halloween party in October, dressed in a pre-made costume. Mackenzie lived life to the fullest and even met new people. However, on November 4, 2022, she was taken into custody, tried, and sentenced. The investigation took just over 3 months to gather the evidence and proof required to bring the case to trial. Mackenzie was charged with premeditated aggravated double murder, as well as possessing and using a controlled substance discovered in her pocket and detected in her blood. The defendant changed her testimony several times, initially citing a lapse in memory. When her friend testified in court as a witness, to whom she revealed her plan, Mackenzie changed her strategy, stating that she wanted to die alongside her lover. Even here, inconsistencies were quickly discovered because he had previously fastened her with a seatbelt. On August 21, 2023, Sharilla was found guilty of all charges. However, an important detail was taken into account: the time of the crime. She wasn't yet 18 years old. She was tried as a minor because she was 5 days from reaching the age of majority. Under state law, she was entitled to at least 2 consecutive 15-year sentences without parole for each murder, but due to her young age, she was allowed to serve both sentences concurrently, making her eligible for parole after 15 years. By then, Mackenzie would be 33 years old. Both sides were disappointed with the court's decision. Family members of the deceased young people stated that they would seek a review of the case in order to increase the punishment, whereas parents and Mackenzie's lawyer believed the sentence was excessive and filed an appeal. However, the judge left the sentence unchanged, noting that he did not believe Sharilla would be released after 15 years in prison. The defendants, in his opinion, did not repent for the evil they had done and acted arrogantly and even insolently in court. But now she will have enough time to reflect on her heinous act. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. In the quiet town of Pella, Iowa, on a seemingly ordinary Monday evening in May 2020, a chilling incident occurred behind the closed doors of an unassuming apartment complex. What began as a report of a domestic dispute quickly turned into a nightmare, leaving a community stunned and investigators piecing together a harrowing story of obsession, jealousy, and ultimately, a lethal act that would forever change the lives of those involved. This is the story of a tragic event that became known as a watershed moment in Pella's history, a tale of secrets, betrayal, and a darkness lurking beneath the surface of everyday life. On May 18, 2020, a fateful Monday evening in Pella, Iowa, USA, the peace of an apartment complex was shattered when the police received a distress call at 8:20 p.m. The call reported a potential domestic dispute taking place behind 101 Glenwood Avenue in Marion County, Iowa. The concerned caller reported a troubling scene in the alley, 2 people engaged in a heated argument. Responding quickly to the call, police arrived at the scene to investigate the situation. What they saw was a bleak and tragic scene. Officers discovered a dead body inside a parked vehicle. Tracy Mondabaugh, 47, has been identified. She was discovered slumped in the vehicle seat, secured by her seatbelt. Unfortunately, their efforts to help her were in vain. Tracy had already died from her injuries, and the puncture wounds on her body provided a chilling account of her death. The police discovered that she had been brutally stabbed to death. Among her injuries were a fatal stab wound to her chest and severe lacerations on her hands, painting a horrifying picture of the violence that had befallen her. Tracy Mondabaugh, a mother of 4 young children, had been living at the Glenwood apartment complex with a man named Nicholas "Nick" Boat. Tracy had recently moved to Pella from her previous home in Ottawa. Tracy's tragic death painted a disturbing picture. She was brutally murdered inside her parked car, close to her home. The assailant appeared to have attacked her before she could even unbuckle her seatbelt, leaving a community stunned and mourning, and law enforcement tasked with solving the mystery of this heinous incident. On that fateful evening, witnesses provided vital information to the police, shedding light on the tragic events. According to their accounts, a fight broke out between two women, Tracy, who was inside the vehicle, and another person standing outside. Surprisingly, the person outside the vehicle left the apartment complex in a gray four-door Cadillac, leaving a scene of chaos. Eyewitnesses reported hearing a shouted phrase from someone outside the vehicle, "He does not belong to you." Based on this information, the police began to put the puzzle together, and they had strong suspicions about the identity of the person driving the gray Cadillac. The chilling events of that evening had a link to an incident that had deeply disturbed Tracy earlier in March 2020. She had told the police that she was afraid for her safety because she was dating Nick Boat, who'd recently separated from his wife, Michelle Boat. Tracy described an alarming encounter in which Michelle had followed her from Pella to Ottawa, a distance of about 40 miles. "I was overcome with fear." Tracy had even requested police assistance, asking that they meet her at a gas station for protection. Tracy and Nick's relationship had taken an unexpected, intense turn. They met through an accidental Facebook friend request in February 2020 and went on their first date on March 8. They had moved in together just a few weeks before Tracy's tragic death. Michelle was dissatisfied with their relationship. As evidenced by multiple police reports, Michelle was accused of abusing Nick prior to Tracy's death, and she had repeatedly violated a no-contact order. She was charged with domestic violence in March 2020. Nick and Tracy had both told the police that Michelle was frequently following them around town, creating a sense of fear and tension. Shortly after Tracy's lifeless body was discovered, police officers arrived at Michelle's 55-year-old home. They noticed a gray four-door Cadillac parked outside her house with visible bloodstains. The car's engine and rotors were still warm to the touch, raising more suspicions. When the police arrived at Michelle's home, she was dressed in a robe, her hair wrapped in a towel, and she claimed to have just taken a shower. During their search, they discovered her clothing in the washing machine and a pair of latex gloves, seemingly stained with blood, hidden in the upper tank of the bathroom toilet. Surveillance footage from May 18th revealed Michelle's movements on that fateful day. Tracy died tragically less than an hour earlier. Michelle had gone to Nick's workplace at Vermeer Corporation. The video shows Michelle following Tracy into and out of the mayor's parking lot. Tracy had contacted Nick at his workplace that evening, and the footage showed that when Tracy left the parking lot, Michelle followed her closely. Both vehicles left the lot around 8:10 p.m., and the 911 call reporting an altercation arrived just 10 minutes later. Michelle Boat was charged with first-degree murder after a forensic examination confirmed that the blood found on and inside her car belonged to Tracy. The intricate web of events had culminated in a heartbreaking tragedy, leaving the community stunned and the legal system grappling with the consequences of this heinous crime. In this gripping legal drama, Michelle, the defendant, has denied the first-degree murder charge, claiming that her actions were motivated by an emotional breakdown. She admitted to stabbing Tracy but claimed that her reaction was triggered by the anguish of her husband leaving her for a younger woman, which she claims to have witnessed with dramatic results. Nonetheless, the prosecution has painstakingly crafted a compelling narrative, arguing that Tracy's tragic death was not the result of a sudden emotional outburst, but of a coldly calculated plan. The prosecutor portrayed Michelle as a woman consumed by resentment, an unrelenting obsession, and simmering rage in the aftermath of her husband's departure. The prosecutor's evidence will conclusively establish that Michelle's actions were premeditated, with the hallmarks of a carefully planned intent to harm Tracy. The prosecutor insisted that justice would require no less than a murder conviction. Marion County Attorney Ed Bull, the prosecutor, revealed that Michelle meticulously tracked Tracy's movements on that fateful day. He portrayed Michelle as a hunter armed with gloves and a deadly determination as she allegedly plunged a knife into Tracy's heart, killing her. Michelle informed the court that she had followed Tracy from a Burger King drive through to Nicholas' workplace. On that fateful evening, she had observed their dinner meeting and relentlessly pursued Tracy back to her apartment complex. According to the prosecution, Michelle began her assault as soon as Tracy parked her car outside her apartment complex, inflicting serious injuries before Tracy could even undo her seatbelt. Further revelations emerged in court, revealing that Tracy's blood was discovered both inside and outside Michelle's car, a haunting detail. Tracy was found clutching a handful of Michelle's hair, which DNA analysis confirmed. The murder weapon remained elusive, but the prosecution contended that Michelle's gloves, hidden in her bathroom, held sinister significance. They claimed that the use of latex gloves on that fateful day was deliberate. To bolster their case, the prosecutor presented evidence of a calendar discovered in Michelle's home, meticulously marking each day since her husband's departure, culminating on the day she allegedly attempted to reclaim him. The prosecution revealed that Michelle had sent Tracy a warning text instructing her to stay away from Nick. The prosecution argued that Michelle's intent to harm Tracy was clear, as evidenced by the presence of incriminating items such as a knife, gloves, and binoculars in her car that fateful night. These elements, they contended, painted a picture of a planned and deliberate attack rather than a sponge. Emotional outburst occurs simultaneously. In this gripping courtroom drama, Nick testified as a key witness, telling the story of how he and Tracy met through a strange twist of fate on Facebook. His testimony revealed a story of chance encounters and blossoming romance, as he described how Tracy had inadvertently reached out to him, starting a chain of messages that led to phone conversations and their first meeting. Their first date on March 8th, when they hunted for deer antler sheds near Roberts Creek, cemented their relationship. Nick reminisced about their effortless chemistry, describing their bond as if they had been friends forever. Their relationship blossomed. In April, Nick ended his 20-year marriage to Michelle Boat and moved into an apartment with Tracy. Nick's testimony delves into the complexities of his marriage, with Michelle describing it as a tumultuous union, characterized by what he saw as borderline abuse from the start. He revealed that Michelle was constantly conveying her lingering feelings for her ex-husband, which added to the turmoil. Arguments over Michelle's parenting style and treatment of their children were common. Nick eventually grew tired of the constant conflict and informed Michelle of his new relationship, resulting in their split just 3 days after his first date with Tracy. The court heard about a troubling incident that occurred days after the separation, in which Michelle allegedly assaulted Nick and left him with visible injuries. A no-contact order was issued between Michelle and Nick, which Michelle allegedly violated 4 times. By contacting him and showing up to his workplace, Nick expressed his surprise at Michelle's persistence in wanting him to return to their family home, given the state of their marriage. "I do not understand because she has never loved me." The prosecution urged the jury to convict Michelle of first-degree murder, arguing that the evidence showed a premeditated attack with the intent to remove Tracy from Nick's life. Assistant Marion County Prosecutor Jared Harmon described the incident as intentional, malicious, and motivated by Michelle's desire to reunite with Nick. The prosecution concluded their case by arguing that Michelle's actions were not motivated by an uncontrollable provocation, but rather by her own. The defense, on the other hand, claimed that Michelle had no intention of killing Tracy that day, despite admitting that Michelle was the one who stabbed him. They argued that Michelle snapped after seeing her husband with another woman. They emphasized the legal fact that Nick and Michelle were still married after 20 years together. The defense highlighted Michelle's overwhelming challenges, including Nick's departure and the onset of the COVID-19 pandemic, which left her isolated and distressed. They urged the jury to consider Michelle's state of mind in the context of those trying times. Michelle's tragic situation was brought to the court's attention. Not only had Nick abandoned her, but she had also lost her job during the pandemic, leaving her financially destitute. Michelle described in her own testimony the isolation and emotional turmoil she experienced in the weeks preceding the stabbing. She described how her life was turned upside down overnight, leaving her heartbroken and overwhelmed with sadness, despair, and devastation. In the end, the jury deliberated for only 45 minutes before returning a guilty verdict for first-degree murder. Michelle was subsequently sentenced to life in prison with no possibility of parole. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Lisa Maria Caiza was born in 1994 to a large family, including 8 siblings. It was a large but not particularly prosperous family. Parents were preoccupied with their own problems and did not express love and care for their children. Furthermore, rumors circulated that abuse and violence were common in the family. The story unfolded in 2020, at a time when the entire world was preoccupied with the fight against COVID-19. In one corner of Ecuador, quietly and unnoticed, truly terrible events were taking place in the small parish of Paifo, on the northeastern outskirts of Quito. The tragic story's protagonist is Lisa Maria Caza, a woman with an enigmatic gaze whose life became a true Ecuadorian nightmare. On the unfortunate Tuesday, October 27, 2020, Lisa sent several messages to her children's father, David. They were depressing words because their paths with David had already nearly parted. Along these lines, she confessed her love for him as well as her unexpected pregnancy. However, in subsequent messages, Lisa stated that life was losing meaning for her and that the decision to terminate the pregnancy was unavoidable. Throughout the night, Lisa begged David to come to her, but his refusal was firm. His parents also urged him to stay at home, and David followed their advice. In the early morning hours of October 28th, Lisa's neighbors heard a faint cry for help. When they looked out the window, they noticed a woman lying on the floor, clearly vomiting. The neighbors rushed to help her right away, calling emergency services. When doctors and police arrived, they discovered Lisa in critical condition but still alive. She was admitted to the hospital right away after receiving first aid. Her children, a 5-year-old girl and a 9-year-old boy, were discovered unconscious inside the house. The doctors couldn't help them. Their tiny hearts had stopped beating by that point. Authorities discovered the identity of the children's father and contacted David Acosta, who, upon learning of the tragedy, arrived on the scene with his father. He learned that Lisa was in the hospital and that his children had died. After several days of fighting for her life in the hospital, Lisa regained consciousness. By that point, the investigators had presented the prosecutor's office with enough compelling evidence to issue an arrest warrant for this mysterious woman. When she was released from the hospital, she was immediately taken to a social rehabilitation center. The authorities insisted that Lisa undergo a psychological and psychiatric evaluation, as her mental state necessitated additional investigation as part of the upcoming trial. Lisa ended up in a rehabilitation center, where doctors and psychologists resumed their work after speaking with a criminal psychologist. Lisa spoke openly about her difficult childhood, in which her parents fought and abused each other and their children. Her childhood had significant impact on her mental state and moments of conflict, and her parents' divorce became ingrained in her memory. Such a childhood forced Lisa to work from the age of 11, be able to study. The girl aimed to break free from her dysfunctional family and create a new future for herself. The expert report also stated that Lisa was abused. She described how, after several years of marriage, her husband, David, changed drastically. He began to humiliate his spouse before raising his hand against her. On the day of the children's tragedy, investigators on the scene discovered several glasses with liquid residue on the table. These findings later revealed traces of one of the children's epilepsy pills, as well as other chemicals that needed to be identified. After noticing a strange odor in the kitchen, police officers thoroughly searched the house and discovered a suspicious area beneath the utility room. They broke down the barrier and discovered a lifeless body wrapped in a blanket, with telltale signs of being there for a long time. Later, further investigation revealed that the discovered body belonged to Jamie Aquino, a 28-year-old who had communicated with Lisa. According to Rosa Santiagueno, Jamie's family reported him missing days prior to the gruesome discovery. James' sister. He was last seen on October 18. Rosa told investigators that after her brother disappeared, Lisa called several times to inquire about him. Lisa claimed to have received a text message from James, in which he described how some illegal substance traffickers were holding him hostage and demanding a ransom of $8,000. She strongly advised James' family not to contact the police. It became a focal point in a complex investigation that required detectives to not only solve the tragedy, but also determine whether there were any other hidden victims in the story. During her interrogation, Lisa stated that she met Jamie Aquino in 2020 while working at a cookie factory. He'd become nothing more than a friend, she claimed. Lisa wanted to return to her husband, who was allegedly planning to blackmail James for money. David told his wife that if she didn't help him, he would divorce her. Later, David handed Lisa a white powder and instructed her to place it in Jamie's food. Once the task was completed, James fell asleep and never awoke, realizing what had happened. Lissa tried desperately to reclaim her husband, but she was unsuccessful, so she swallowed the same poison and gave it to her children. However, it did not have the expected effect on her, and Lissa turned to her neighbors for assistance, hoping to save herself from the same horror that had struck her children. Following her testimony, investigators launched an investigation, but no evidence of David's involvement in the events was discovered. Nobody close to the couple could have predicted that Lissa, Maria, and David Acosta's fate would lead them through such a harrowing experience. When they met, Lissa was 16 years old and still in high school. She was a dreamy, romantic girl, whereas David was a strong, determined young man. Soon, their friendship turned into strong feelings, resulting in Lissa's unexpected pregnancy. Although the young people's families did not approve of their relationship, David's parents were always supportive of their son and welcomed Lissa into their family during difficult times. David's family became a true supporter of the young couple, inviting Lissa to live with them. They made every effort to ensure she completed high school. When Lissa turned 18, the lovers married. 2 years later, the young family awaited the arrival of their second child, a little daughter. David's parents decided to provide the young couple with their own home. They gave Lissa and David their own apartment, which became a haven for the family, but the couple's relationship deteriorated over time. It was obvious that both spouses had sinned by cheating, resulting in mistrust and disappointment. Boundless love, which appeared unshakable, began to wane. To make matters worse, Lissa complained of psychological abuse from David, prompting her to seek assistance from the police. She eventually obtained a protective order, and David was forced to leave the family home. At this point, Lissa began to use her position to blackmail David, demanding money for the right to see their joint children. The beginning of September 2020 brought Lissa an unexpected challenge that drastically altered her daily routine. The young mother discovered that her oldest son was having seizures and, in desperation, went to Baca Ortiz Hospital's emergency room. After stabilizing the baby's condition, the doctors decided to run a battery of tests, which revealed a focal form of epilepsy, a serious disease that affects a specific part of the brain. The doctors urged Lissa to have more tests, including MRI scans, and to see specialists as soon as possible. However, the mother, seemingly ignoring the gravity of the situation, chose not to follow these recommendations. A month later, the scenario was repeated. Lissa was back in the emergency room, this time with her son, who was experiencing similar symptoms. After reviewing the boy's medical history, the doctors discovered that the mother had failed to follow the prescriptions given to her previously. No tests had been performed, no consultations with specialists had occurred, and it appears that the son did not receive the necessary treatment. The doctors concerned about the child's well-being reminded Lissa of the importance of following medical advice. They warned her that ignoring the doctor's advice could result in legal ramifications, as she could endanger her son's health and well-being. However, this time, Lissa ignored the doctor's warning. A few weeks after learning of her son's illness, she decided to call David. The serious tone in her voice concerned David. She told him that a social worker would be visiting her shortly to discuss their son's diagnosis and retirement. David arrived for his appointment, but the social worker had already left. To make the wait more enjoyable, Lissa offered him a drink. However, as David drank the drink, he suddenly felt ill. His condition was deteriorating, and the social worker had not arrived, so David decided to go home and get something to relieve his discomfort. The following morning, David awoke in a terrible state. He could hardly speak because his tongue was numb. Every step was uncomfortable, and his eyes hurt. His parents insisted on calling the ambulance. David was transported to the hospital, where he spent several days. Tests revealed the presence of a psychoactive substance in his system, but since he had not used anything of the sort, David began to wonder how this could have happened. He eventually speculated that someone had deliberately slipped him something in a public place. David was grateful for his life and realized that what had happened could have been far worse. In early October 2020, Lissa decided to hire a nanny for her kids. Her cousin Patricia recommended her friend Bertha, a responsible 48-year-old woman, seeking employment. Bertha visited the young mother's home on Monday, October 5th. Lissa urged her to take a pill that she claimed helped prevent infection with the COVID-19 virus. which was at its peak at the time, claiming that it was a highly effective natural cure. Lissa persuaded Bertha to take the medication and enter the house. They sat down to discuss the babysitter's childcare responsibilities. Bertha started feeling sick a few minutes later. She felt a headache, her stomach became upset, and she eventually vomited. Patricia arrived shortly afterwards. She'd called her cousin several times, but Lissa did not answer. Alerting Patricia, she decided to investigate what had happened and went straight to her house. When she entered, Bertha was already fainting on the couch. Lissa told her cousin about what had happened and expressed concern when she realized she hadn't called an ambulance yet. Patricia immediately did so. After a while, doctors arrived and admitted Bertha to the hospital. The victim's condition has stabilized. Doctors diagnosed poisoning with a toxic substance, which frequently occurs when taking various medications. Doctors determined that Bertha was unable to tolerate a component of the COVID-19 pill composition. Marcus Cantor, Lissa's former friend, died of poisoning in June of the same year, just a few months before this tragedy. At the time, the cause of his death went unnoticed, but now, with all of these strange circumstances, Mark's case required extra attention. Investigators searched the deceased's home and discovered Lissa's fingerprints on the glasses used the night before Mark died. This fact provided additional evidence to the investigation, pointing to Lissa's potential involvement in the incident. However, a new accusation was made against Lissa. Her own family filed a shocking report with the police. It turns out that on September 2nd, the family had a family gathering, and Lissa offered to let everyone taste a drink she had made. The young woman's 7 brothers and sisters, as well as their parents, drank the unknown drink and became ill almost immediately. Fortunately, no one died, but the 56-year-old mother experienced a stroke. Lissa's father claimed that while the relatives sought medical attention, his daughter stole $1,300 from the house. The investigation now includes not only crimes against children and a former boyfriend, but also an incident that endangers the lives and health of her own family. That wasn't the only strange event that investigators encountered. In May of that year, Jose Luis Arazo, Lissa's friend, was discovered dead in his home. Jose had vanished unexpectedly a few days prior, and neighbors quickly detected a rotting odor, prompting them to contact the authorities. An examination of the body initially revealed nothing suspicious and was diagnosed as a heart attack, but one of Josie's sisters suspected something strange and concealed a bottle of alcohol discovered in the refrigerator. In addition, Josie's family discovered that some items were missing from the home. It turned out that Lissa and Jose were friends, and when the man died, the alleged murderer called his relatives and sounded distraught. She stated that Josie owed her a large sum of money and that she needed to contact his family to repay the debt. This cunning plan failed, and Lissa called Josie's family again shortly after, changing her voice to conceal her identity and identifying herself as Josie's friend. She claimed she was pregnant by him and had to file for child support. Although Josie's family did not believe the stories, Lissa was not about to give up and made a third attempt to deceive them. She claimed to know who was responsible for Josie's death and offered to meet to discuss the details. If she hadn't been arrested on charges of murdering her own children and James, the list of victims might have been longer. When the media reported Lissa's arrest after poisoning 3 people, Josie's relatives understood. They immediately reported their suspicions to the authorities, and Josie's body was exhumed for forensic examination to determine his true cause of death. The relatives weren't mistaken. Traces of poison were discovered in the deceased's remains on December 22, 2020. Lissa Maria Caiza and James Santiagueno faced a hearing for the murder of their 2 children, whose identities and photos were kept private. Due to COVID-19 virus spread restrictions, the trial was conducted virtually. Lissa had contacted us from a social rehabilitation center. According to the prosecutor's statement, Lissa administered a toxic mixture of insecticides and anti-epileptic drugs to her children. During interrogations, she claimed that she had become desperate and was unable to leave her children with her husband David, who did not care for them. In fact, she admitted she wished they were dead. At the conclusion of the hearing, the judge granted the defendant a court pass and ordered her remanded in custody pending trial. The children's trial resumed in 2021. At the Pichincha Provincial Court, the prosecutor presented a collection of evidence to prove Lissa's guilt. Among them were statements by David, who revealed the contents of messages sent to the wife on the eve of the tragedy. In one of the messages, she stated that she would take what belonged to her. Referring to the children, she stated that she had no idea where her children and herself would go, heaven or hell, but she now felt as if she was in hell. Lissa went on to say that she doesn't expect her husband to forgive her because she knows he hated her before and will hate her even more after this. David also discussed his unstable relationship with his wife. During the hearing, the defendant's reconstructed testimony was presented, claiming that she took 2 pills that day, called for help, and then passed out. According to the prosecutor's office's reconstruction, the daughter died while still in bed, and her older brother attempted a few steps to call for help before falling and dying. The forensic medical examination yielded an extremely clear conclusion. The children died as a result of a planned crime. The deaths were caused by pulmonary edema, induced suffocation, and intoxication from a combination of epilepsy medication and other unspecified substances, most likely insecticides and disinfectants. The prosecution also charged Lissa with the death of James Yanchak, whose body was discovered bricked up in the kitchen. The perpetrator was also accused of attempting to murder David and members of her own family. The hearing addressed Lissa's irresponsible attitude toward her son's health after he was diagnosed with localized epilepsy. The mother disregarded instructions for additional tests and follow-up examinations, and when the boy was hospitalized again, his condition was worsened by her own mother's negligence. Medical professionals' warnings did not change her attitude toward her son's treatment, which resulted in a threat to terminate her parental rights. Lissa's mental health evaluations revealed that she is extremely emotional and environmentally dependent. She sought constant attention and understanding from others and became extremely anxious when events did not go as planned. She also had a tendency to self-harm. She tried to say goodbye to her life at least 3 times, but failed each time. Witnesses described her as insecure, attachment-seeking, with schizoid and erratic behavior. The psychological analysis also revealed that on the day of the tragic events, Lissa acted with complete awareness of her actions. After a 10-month trial, Lisa Maria Caiza was found guilty of the crime against her children. The Pichincha Provincial Court sentenced her to 34 years and 8 months in prison. In addition, she was ordered to compensate David for more than $20,000. The press reported that Lissa remained calm throughout the proceedings, expressing emotion only when her children were mentioned. The James Yanchak murder investigation, which began in August 2021, appeared to be unfinished. New information was revealed during the court hearings. Lissa admitted giving her friend a white substance mixed with alcohol, but said she got it from David. However, the investigation revealed otherwise. According to a psychiatrist who interviewed Lissa, she did not intend to end James' life. She wanted to intimidate his family so that she could extort money. She demanded $8,000 in ransom. Experts described the plan as disorganized, which ultimately led to the crime. Furthermore, forensic tests revealed that things were not as simple as they appeared. James was discovered to have poison in his system, and the cause of death was strangulation. The body was discovered with a shattered rib cage and wire around the neck. Lissa claimed that after her friend died, she decided to bury him in a back room and cement him inside the store. The owner's testimony confirmed that Lissa purchased building materials during the time of James' disappearance. Following the parties' arguments, the prosecutor's office requested a new trial for April 2022. At that trial, an additional charge of extortion was brought. Lissa called James' relatives and claimed he was being held by gangsters, demanding $8,000 for his release. The defense cited a lack of conclusive evidence that Lissa was involved in James' murder. Nonetheless, she was found guilty and sentenced to 22 years in prison and $5,000 in restitution to the victim's mother. While James' trial was underway, the investigation into Lissa's alleged victims, Marcos Canto and Jose Luis Cerezo, was nearly completed. Marcos Canto was 48 years old, and tests performed after his death revealed traces of the substance Lissa had given to her children. In addition, Mark was diagnosed with severe stomach inflammation. According to the family's lawyer, Lissa met Mark, offered him a beer, and then poisoned the drink. Authorities were given a glass with Lissa and Mark's fingerprints, as well as a swab containing the woman's DNA. The murder was allegedly motivated by jealousy and money. It is also known that Lissa had asked Mark for financial assistance, and there is evidence that he loaned her at least $120. Mark became Lissa's first known victim. The outcome of this case as well as Jose Luis Arezzo's, remains unknown. They may not have been reported in the press, and the investigation may not have progressed to the point of being formally charged and tried. Lisa Maria was only 26 years old when she committed her brutal crimes. Her high-profile criminal case has become one of Ecuador's most horrific and disturbing in recent years. Dona Venado became well-known across the country as a result of her crimes. Lisa Maria is regarded as a serial killer in Ecuador. Her victims have endured excruciating pain, as have their relatives. The charges include 5 murders and 9 attempted murders, according to Ecuadorian law. The maximum sentence she could receive is 40 years in prison. This means Lisa could be released when she reaches 70 years old. It is still unclear what drove Dona Venado to commit such heinous crimes. Was her act motivated by resentment over not receiving what she expected in life? Many speculate that the motivation was money, and in David's case, Lisa acted out of a desire for vengeance, resulting in the tragedy with her children. The most horrifying aspect of this story is not only the number of victims left in Dona Venado's path, but also the fate of 2 innocent children who could not have imagined that their mother, who gave them life, would take it away so absurdly and cruelly. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more.